Well, guys, and welcome to the DPC Regional Finals. We're here in day number 2, watching the lower bracket finals. Finally, we get to see one team being eliminated. That's what we're all here for. Blood, shed, and tears. Infamous versus Awaken Kings. One of these two teams we will not see ever again. Well, we will not see until the next DPC. Let's see who that
eliminated from DPC forever. Never allowed to play again.
That's true, actually. The team that loses gets banned. No. Thank you, Bowie. That man you just heard, Dota 2 Bowie, he has been with us the whole DPC and is joining us, of course, for the regional finals. We had to have you. And we also got the presence of our DO, a carry that was playing, actually, in this very DPC. We got to cast a lot of his matches, and now we get to hear his insight. Thank you for joining us, RDO.
Sup? Hi.
How are you? How are you feel? I'm gonna ask the pro player first because I want his, incredible insight. How are you feeling about the match today? Awaken Kings Infamous. Do you have any favorites here, RDO?
I'm feeling very excited, and I hope Awaken Kings win because they're a very good team and they're playing together for a long time, and they're finally proving themselves now. So I'm pretty happy for them.
And RDO is Brazilian, just like me. So the bias is here.
Okay. Are you also an Awaken Kings fan, Bowie, or are you going to go against your country's grain here?
No, I'm definitely a fan of them. I think if there's a team that is fearless, people love to say that Beastcoast is fearless, and that's why they actually, go as high. They're never afraid. I think Awaken Kings is second in line here, being this fearless team. They're not afraid of anyone. So I just want to see them in the finals. I want to see them at least put to practice everything they trained so far.
Okay. Well, I'm glad that you guys are both fans of Awaken Kings. This was completely not planned because we have a video about them. Who would have guessed? The previous panelist, Felipe Stini, decided to give us a storyline video because even though we know Awaken Kings, we've been casting the whole season, it's possible that you, the viewer, might have missed them. So he decided to give you a brief refresher so you guys know where they come from, who they are, their playstyles, and of course, some extra little tidbits and fun facts. So if you're interested, stay tuned for a relatively long video, 9 minutes, of a story about Awaken Kings.
The beginning of this thing goes back to 2018, when Wages, Hane, and Benny were playing together for No Ping. At this time, Mini and Sexy Fat were playing together for SG Esports. Later, Mini left for Furia, while Sexy Fat remained in SG. But then Mini left Furia, and Sexy Fat joined Furia and stayed with the team that became 1 year later the Brazilian B8 with Dandy. Meanwhile, Benny, Mini, Hane, and Wages were playing together. King RD and Carlin were also members of the team during some iterations, which made Hane change several times from position 4 back to position 3, back to position 4, back to position 3. During a long pandemic period, they played as Spirits and also as Jaguares. When the DPC was announced to be back, the team was made of Benny, Mini, Hane, Ma, and Nuad. They got hired by Incubus Gaming and got a Division 2 spot. This relationship just lasted for one season. When they failed to qualify for Division 1, even with the 6-1 record, they ended up on a 3-way tiebreaker and lost both matches. They got kicked by the organization, which claimed they didn't reach their MMR goals during the season. According to the organization, the 3 players that didn't reach the 8k MMR goal should be kicked, or they should all find a new organization. On the next season, they replaced position 4 Ma for Sexy Fat. That meant that Hane changed from offlaner to position 4. They played as Binomistas and qualified to Division 1 on the very last game of the season, with a win against the same Incubus, which also relegated Incubus out of the DPC circuit. How sweet can karma be? Even with the promotion to Division 1, after the TI qualifiers were over, Sexy Fat decided to part ways with the team. With Valky replacing Sexy Fat and joining the recently named Awaken Kings team, they managed to grab a 4th place on the 1st Division DPC, which guaranteed their presence at the major online finals. Even with the good result, they decided to invite Sexy Fat back to the team, mentioning language barrier problems in communication with Valky. With Sexy Fat, they played the third place tiebreaker, losing 2-1 to Beastcoast, and played the Beatstar Cup, finishing at third place after Lava and Infamous. Let's find out a bit more about their players. Caio Soares de Oliveira, Seren, or Nuages, is 26 years old, loves watching movies and series, and his main strengths are his leadership and empathy towards his teammates. He likes getting some exercises, and when asked about his idol, mentioned Fallen.
Quando eu não boto estreante, o que eu penso? Ok, eles têm algum plano. Vamos ver o que eles vão aprontar.
Giovanni Ramos Pereira, Hane, 23 years old, has his nickname based on a Yu-Gi-Oh card. His main strengths are his positivity. A new day, a new beginning, he says. He enjoys some partying with friends and watching BBB. If you are wondering what is that, it's the Big Brother Brazil edition, quite popular in the country. His idol is Cristiano Ronaldo. Seriously, Hein? We're Brazilian have the real Ronaldo, man. Well, anyway.
No começo, a transição da posição 3 para a posição 4 foi um pouco difícil e desconfortante. Porém, ao longo do tempo, eu comecei a gostar. Eu acredito que depois que o Sex entrou no time pela primeira vez, ele trouxe as experiências da Europa junto, me ajudou muito na lane phase e me fez ter, acho que mais paixão pela lane também, de posição 4.
Diego Barini Santamaria, 21 years old, says his strength is that he can communicate in Portuguese, English, Russian, and Spanish. As his former coach, I beg to differ, Bratan, but let's move on. He likes to drink cachaça when having weekends off. Basically, cachaça is the most famous Brazilian alcoholic drink used to make caipirinha. His biggest idol is FNX, the Brazilian that is 6 times world champion in CSGO and very popular for being able to play hard, but party harder.
Quando eu não qualifiquei pro DPC, fiquei triste primeiramente, é claro. Mas depois vi como uma oportunidade para focar em algumas questões individuais dentro do Dota. Hero Pool e Build, basicamente. E sobre minha saída e reentrada do time, da primeira vez eu estava focando muito mais nos pontos negativos do que nos positivos e não percebi que o time estava indo numa direção boa. E após minha saída, joguei com muitos outros jogadores da região em um curto período. Isso me ajudou ainda mais a perceber que eu tinha tomado a decisão errada na minha carreira.
Pedro Luis, 22 years old, says he hates animes and that's a degen thing. He likes to play other games, reading, watching moves and series and playing with his friends. His idol is Caio, also known as Seren or Nuages.
I have over 2,000 games on Invoker, and I'm not really sure he's my favorite anymore. I was very enthusiastic about playing in Exort, but it's been out of the meta for so long now, and I've been having so much fun playing Monkey King lately, and Wax Invoker is just kind of boring. You just run around and spam 3 spells non-stop, and that's it. And yeah, it doesn't really beat the feeling of, you know, you just proc your Jingu and you just one-shot people left and right, or Great Wukong's Command or something like that. The hero's very mobile and so much fun, and I'm also very proud of the fact that I've become so good as a hero that I can play him on a position no one else plays nowadays, on a very high level.
Benny Cervantes, 24, born in Lima, Peru, is the only non-Brazilian of the squad. He considers himself the team's biggest PMA. Says he hates warm weather and that's the reason he didn't come to Brazil yet. His hobbies are eating and sleeping, and his idol is Eminem.
Bueno, yo me vine para Argentina el 2018 por temas de estudio y eso, ¿no? Pero resultó que el ping no era tan bueno para rankear el Just mismo, así que tuve más más conexión con el server de Brasil, ¿no? Fue ahí donde me puse a conocer con personas, con jugadores de Brasil, y ahí fue donde, no sé, me jalaban para apoyar un stack así, ¿no? hasta que llegué, ¿no? A estar con el equipo en el que estoy ahora. Pero sí fue, no sé si fue algo malo o algo bueno el no tener buen ping en UCS, porque eso me abrió la puerta, ¿no? Me abrió una puerta de estar con el equipo con el que estoy ahora. Así que está bien.
They've come a long way from 2018 to those finals. Will they be able to make it with the last minute change? Let's find out together at the Epulze channel.
I hope you guys learned something. I certainly did. I learned Destiny speaks Spanish. That was quite an informative video here. Awaken Kings team that has been making waves in South America. You guys will be seeing them soon. I mean, yeah, my panel's Brazilian, they're biased, but they actually are looking really good. They come from being in lower divisions, Vinomistas. A lot of people were saying good things about them before, but now they actually prove themselves in upper division. And frankly, it'd make a great story if they beat Infamous. Because Infamous is looking like the stronger team here. Right, Bowie?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think when we look at the whole DPC, there's a lot of like orgs, not even orgs, but players that were not known, and they are in the DPC finals. When you look at OG, sure, they are a big org, but all of the players are pretty much new. You look at Tundra and even the GG in South America. We saw both SG and I'm sorry, No Ping also being kicked out to Division 2. So lots of like a lot of the Division 1, top Division 1 players are new, right? And I think this is really exciting in a way.
Mm-hmm. I something about South America I particularly like a lot is that I think we have a fair amount of teams that like stick together and are new. Like Hokori, who stayed in upper division, has come up as a team, right? Not as individual players. To a degree, I would say the same thing. Actually, no, it's exactly the same thing for Awaken Kings. They've been together for almost 2 years now, in various iterations, of course. So that's something we don't see in other regions as much. There's a lot more reshuffling going on, and here we actually see a whole team coming up as talent, which I always love to see.
I mean, Beastcoast too, right? I think we were talking about them being probably the team that is the longest together.
Beastcoast, yeah, yes, that's very true, actually, yeah. Ardio, you played in Europe before this, so I want to ask you: do you think there's a difference in the regions that makes that happen sometimes? Like that makes South American teams now actually want to stick together more than European teams? The opposite of what happened before.
I don't know. I think the SA teams believe way more in the staying together, getting better thing. Like in EU, the team I played, they were like, we either get a good result or that's it.
Really?
Yeah, that's a good thing when I think about SA Dota. Another big difference for me is like I think the SA players are like way more skilled. They play a way more skilled game than the EU Dota. The EU Dota is way more about the theoric thing, you know?
Okay. So you referred to the EU's about the tactical plays, you'd say, right? Okay.
Dota is way more tactical than the SA Dota.
Mm-hmm. That's and do you like the skill Dota more? Is there more of the idea of like outskilling your opponent, and that's probably very satisfying for you as a pro player, right?
Yeah, it's way cooler than just following orders and running around.
This coming from, in case you guys don't know RDO's history, he did actually qualify to upper division Western Europe last season due to a visa issue. He had to return to South America, but he was like, he's not just chatting shit. He genuinely did beat all the European teams. So when he says outskilling, he means it. This man. He's been in the 2 regions as well. He used to play on bait. In RDO is probably one of the most international players you get in the scene. So looking into these 2 teams, RDO, now I'd like to ask you, who do you think has the most individual skill, or does anyone stand out for you out of the players here?
I like both mid laners. I think Alone is a very good player, and he's also young. And I think Mini is a player that wasn't that good a long time ago, but he just keeps getting better and better. And now he's like playing so well.
Wow. Would you agree with that assessment, Bowie? You've been following Mini for a while now.
Yeah, I definitely agree. And I also found it interesting that RDO mentioned, technical Dota in a sense, because I think a lot of, there was that whole thing with King of Kings being kicked out from the slot of their own team because they didn't have enough 8K players. And I think King of Kings is a great example of a team that is technically really good. Like the way they make map movements and the way that they just they don't care about laning stage that much, and they are able to like literally out map move a lot of the teams, even at this caliber. So I'm very interested to see how like the actual mid game goes, because that's when I think they flourish as a team. They're like fearless, and as I said, so I definitely agree that Min is a really good player. But I think the strength of Apu Kings is really how they're very, I guess like they have a plan and they will stick to it. They don't get afraid, they don't panic, and it seems to work out very well for them.
As we get into the draft, I actually want to touch on this point a little more, Bo, if you don't mind.
Okay.
The idea that Awaken Kings is fearless, right? This is both their best asset and also their downfall many times, because sometimes they'll go into the wildest of plays. Personally, for you, what do you think is easier for a team to learn? Is it easier for them to learn fear and to be more patient, or is it easier for them to learn to be fearless? What would you rather start with?
That's a good question. I think that you only learn fear if you go a little bit too deep, right? It's really hard to learn fear if you're inherently scared. So I think it's good, because once you learn where you shouldn't go, then it's easy to back down. Whereas if you're always scared, just playing too out of that comfort zone might be hard for some players.
Okay.
So I think Awaken Kings, they had the right idea. You know, it might look wonky sometimes, and you might lose games that were won, but that's how Beastcoast, like they also are, you know, very famous for not really throwing games, but really going as deep as possible into we're throwing territory and then getting the game back, and that's when you really learn your limits and you become good, I think.
As sometimes Beast Coast fans would prefer they stop testing the limits, because it's been 3 years now. You gotta know where they are, dude. Stop. But I get where you're coming from. To your testament, actually, I think something that proves your point pretty heavily is that a team that is fearless, much like Awaken Kings, has stayed together now for like 2 years on and off, and a team that was kind of more on the scared side, SG Esports, disbanded right after TI. So there is a point to be said that changing that kind of mentality is a bit of a struggle for some teams. As we get into the draft, we have a Wraith King for Awaken Kings, infamous go for the Mars Ogre Magi. A Wraith King as a fourth pick. I'm going to ask our resident carry now. How do you think the strength of the Wraith King is in the meta right now? Do you find it to be one of the stronger carries?
Yeah, it's definitely one of the stronger carries, because his lane is OP, and
Yes.
he doesn't need much items to do something on map. Like, he gets some Merdigian and he can start taking towers, you know. It's hard to kill him because of his ulti. He buys like meta items like early BKB. He goes for the Blood Torrent build to do damage. He can be also tanky with AC. So I think it's one of the most complete carry heroes of the meta.
I actually also had a question for
Go ahead.
if you don't mind, Avo.
Yeah, host, please.
Yeah, sorry. I just noticed, like, I watch a lot of Awaken King games, and they always first ban the co-op. Like, they don't play it, and they're super scared of it. They take it out every single game. Do you think that's like a weakness? Yes, but they literally ban it every single game. Do you think there is like a weakness in a team that like is scared of a hero and also doesn't pick it, or you think it's fine, like every team is different and there will be heroes who don't play?
I think this is a kind of strength. Like, they know their limits. They know, even though they're a good team, they cannot deal with the co-op heroes, so they just ban it and go next. Because the hero is actually broken on meta. Like, a lot of teams first pick it, so they just like understand their limits and they don't want to play against the hero. They think the hero is too good, and they just ban it.
All right. Yeah, I really like the opener they went for here. Weaver, it works well with the Wraith King, but can be a really good 4 as well. And with this Shadow Demon, I wonder, do you like the Shadow Demon response to? I guess it's really good versus Wraith King, but it's not necessarily that good versus Weaver, right?
You asking for me?
Yes, sorry. I think Avo is very smart, but you are the pro player here, so.
I have no idea against the Weaver, with the Weaver against Shadow Demon matchup, but I don't think the Shadow Demon hero interacts that well with the Wraith King, because if you're Wraith King, you don't really care, because he only has one ulti, you have 2 lives, you don't buy radiance anymore, and he will always die for like 1 or 2 hits.
Yeah. Now I'm gonna ask you, Bowie, if you don't mind. Apokia Kings, they're gonna. Okay, there's the Death Prophet. They've been flexing this as support a bit. Would you like to see? Would you like to see Apokia Kings going back to the position 5 melee heroes that have been running so much in DPC, or are you liking this new style that we've been seeing with the Liches, the Death Prophets, more of these crazy fives? Honestly,
I was watching they picked Lich twice against Thunder Awaken
Yes.
yesterday. I'm not sure. I don't have an opinion on Lich yet. I think it's a soft way of playing Treant just because you do have, a way to hold the towers and it's really strong
The
in
armor.
lane. Yeah. But I'm not certain about that. I just found it funny. I was actually reading Mini's Twitter and he was talking about like they usually when they're playing against a Scream, they don't really want to pick Treant or Invoker even if it's not banned because they know they're not gonna get it in their games. So they're playing against 5 bans in the first phase instead of like only I guess 4 bans. And I found that really interesting. I think that Lich just came from them having to adapt into these scrims where they refuse to play the heroes they're good at because they know they never actually get to do it, which is pretty funny.
What do you think of the DP5? We saw Infamous try this yesterday unsuccessfully. They picked it also against a Shadow Demon, actually, interestingly enough. And once again, it was just a very obvious 5, right? Instead of trying to force the flex, because you can't play mid DP against a Shadow Demon, they just went, yeah, we're going to play it on Affliction. It did not work too well, but it didn't look like the worst pick, to be honest. Are you a fan of this new trend that we're seeing in pubs?
I mean, it's fine. I guess it could also be tied 5, though I'm not sure whether they.
Yeah, but then DP
really...
core versus Shadow Demon, right? That's what sucks.
Yeah, it's definitely not great. It's fun. I think the hero is strong in lane. They did reduce the cooldown quite a bit on Spirit Siphon. But I think Tundra, they just played a game with DP4 that was also not great. So it's kind of a hero that you have to be close to do stuff. And I wonder how much they're going to be able to do because there's a lot of burst damage there. You have the spear on Mars. The Shrek just runs at you and kills you. So if you don't have enough money to buy a BKB or a U-Scepter, it can feel underwhelming.
What about you, Artio? Have you gotten to play with the DP5 supporting you in pubs? How does that feel?
Good against strength heroes online, so I suppose they picked it because of the Mars hero. The DP by itself is gonna zone out the Mars from the lane and give the Wraith King free farm. Because they also can't really deal with the skeletons from Wraith King. They have Shadow Demon Mars lane. They can only kill the skeletons once and they respawn. So it's a hard lane for Infamous, I suppose.
I think the silence is going to be really clutch against the likes of like Shadow Demon or Shrek. Even Mars, until they have BKBs, the silence from the Death Prophet is pretty underrated. It's such a huge cast range.
Do you think we're going to see Kings going for the same strat we saw yesterday, which is just try to secure your early game and then we'll see from there? Because that worked for them against Thunder Petter or Thunder Awaken.
Yeah, their draft definitely looks like it.
Oh, is that a mini pangolin?
I think so. Huh.
That's.
I
They
guess.
played it?
Yeah. I guess what they do here is if they do go Bloodseeker, you just play Pango 5 and you play DP mid.
I don't know, because if you play DP mid, you're gonna play DP against Shadow Demon, which
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Okay, but they go Deuce anyways.
I do think if you pick Bloodseeker, though, you're up against Wraith King, which is a terrible matchup. So I think that it was just not a good idea.
Yeah, they don't care the DP against Shadow Demon.
Yep.
All right.
Wow. This is wild. You were right, Bowie. Tied 5. I was not expecting this at all.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a little bit overstated, because if you are actually a strong DP, if you go Blink, for instance, you can just find Shadow Demon, Blink, silence him, and he just does that before he can even ult you. But if your game doesn't start really well, then that's like the sad game for Mini. I also feel like the DP can kind of mimic what the Lash does. Lash is going to really up the pace of the game. He will get those early towers. So as a core DP, you definitely get to match and kind of trade the map just as evenly. The problem is they scale a little bit more with that Deuce on the side of Infamous. So I think they are on a timer up with Kings instead of Infamous that I think they can just relax and they're fine with getting a lot of advantage early and then just chilling until Deuce is ready.
Okay, we heard the DP apologist. RDO, I want to hear your opinion now. Do you think that Infamous has the better draft overall after this last pick?
Yeah, I like the Infamous draft more because they have less of a cooldown. The Apple Kings team, they have the Tide, the DP, and the Infamous team doesn't really have anything to wait. They can just go in with their heroes. They have Lash, they have a cover for Lash, they have 2 tank heroes, Ogre and Mars. I'm scared of the Apple Kings team running out of damage to kill the Lash.
Okay, we're gonna have to see what team takes game number 1. As Infamous versus Apple King of Kings, they are really on their last legs. 1 loss would put them a game away from elimination, and nobody wants to face that pressure in the regional finals. But we're gonna have to see what happens in game number 1 as we send it over to our casting pair, SeekNStrike and DK Truman.
Thank you, Alvaro. Yes, indeed, it's down to business here for both the teams in the lower bracket. Mr. Avoplus, we have Mr. DK Truman, of course, and myself, SeekNStrike, on the call. We're still paused, so we're not missing any action, of course, as well, if you've tuned in for our regular season, and I know you have, DK Truman, in fact, you've casted a lot of the games yourself, well, you know, there's no stranger to the pause. But I wanted to ask you, Truman, how are you feeling about this DP versus Shadow Demon? Because that was something that Mr. Avoplus brought up yesterday, and it was played as a support, so it didn't matter. But now as the core, seems like that could be a little bit detrimental towards Mini's game.
To a degree, it is very annoying. I definitely think that the nerf on the silence that he at one point got, where it's a projectile, really did do the Death Prophet dirty as a core specifically. But I definitely don't think it's the biggest problem this game, because, yeah, okay, the Shadow Demon, fairly annoying, without a doubt, but, you know, that's just the Shadow Demon. He counters a ton of different heroes with all of his spells, to be fair. So you're gonna just have to fight around it, and for the most part, you know, you get a pretty solid timing with the Wraith King, with the Death Prophet, your pushing power is strong, that Roshan is insane, you got the Weaver with the bugs, you've got the Mind's Arm from the Tide Hunter, you've got, I mean, a Wraith King, a Death Prophet. Their team fight looks supreme. Their pushing power looks insane. Their Roshan capabilities are very solid as well. So they definitely look like they have that early to early mid-game advantage.
Yeah, this is actually strikingly similar as well to a game that Apu Kings played just about a week ago in the BTS Pro Series. A couple differences. They had an Ember mid and a Beastmaster off lane. So slightly, I would say arguably the same amount of push, right? DP, of course, a bit more cooldown reliance than a Beastmaster is just with Ores and the Helm. But you still have all the minus armor. The support duo is still the exact same with Serum on the Tide 5. Ended up going for a Blink and a Solar Crest, so I think you're right on the money with that minus armor strat in terms of how quickly they're going to be looking to bring the pressure on towards Infamous. What's also really nice is that with Benny already on Wraith King having his own Aegis, you can end up giving basically a 7v5 tower siege up to the high ground, where presumably Lumiere is not going to be ready to fight by then. At least that's the game plan, I would think, for Apu Kings. They're probably looking for about a 25 to 30 minute timing, you know, within that second Aegis for sure, I think is going to be their go time.
Yeah, and the Wraith King normally tends to be around the 20-minute mark, where he is at full power, just mowing everything down, Armlet, Deso, and anyone who gets close gets chomped into, especially like a Lishrak. Needs to build a lot of survivability items. Top lane, though, looking for first blood, it seems. There is a sentry ward placed just right next to Serum.
Yeah, but they know something's up. Benny's completely alone bottom. Lumiere and Affliction, they're not falling for this.
How long can they hold without TPing?
No, they'll hold a while. Yeah, there's the TP finally coming. Michael is going to try and block a camp here. He's going to see Serum, so we'll just body block it. Okay, so the first wave went very swimmingly there for Sacred. That is usually what you end up sacrificing, but not to worry, as RDO said, Wraith King's got a pretty OP laning stage, especially when you get Mortal Strike up. It's basically guaranteed CS, even if Sacred also has an ability with Tribute to help him. This lane shouldn't be too bad. And there's a nice deny even from Serum. Double melee lane into the Mars and the Shadow Demon.
Yeah, it's
And
but the minus armor and the gush, it can do so much work if you get on top of your opponent. Michel getting a little bit of a gush damage against him. Nice creep pull as well, so that's gonna destroy the lane equilibrium for the time being, making it incredibly tough. Michel even making sure that the tomato clapper goes in his way. Benny not loving that bottom lane so far.
Yeah, and if there's a lane that I think Weaver's going to hate, it's this one. Just so much armor in this lane already. You don't... Well, I suppose with Sexy Fat, he can definitely take advantage of that minus armor, especially when he gets eventually the points in Lucky Shot a little bit later. So maybe the Swarm still has a bit of use, but Affliction with 7 armor, Dusa with 4, not too shabby herself. So yeah, this is going to be just Axel kind of just right-clicking them on the troll, or on the ogre, pardon me, with the Jakiro skin, one of the
No,
cutest
it's a
ones in the game.
Jakiro. There is no ogre. This is you can't see him anymore, and well, bottom lane, Benny's gonna get taken down by Michel. First blood secured on the Shadow Demon, and that is a hero that you don't want to have if your King of Kings don't want to have any farm on, because the amount of saves and nuisances that that hero can bring to the table is, compared to a lot of different other heroes, just incredibly annoying.
Yeah, so this was my concern with the double melee versus the Shadow Demon, is that they actually get that kill, and they might even get another one here onto Serum. There's going to be... Oh, well, he purges off the stacks of Shadow Poison. Still takes the damage, though, and Serum, he's going to end up dying in the river here. But Michael is just free to spam Shadow Poison from the trees. Not really much Tide can do, especially if he's kind of zoned out of Gush territory. XL top in trouble. Will end up dying. But, yeah, I mean, he's just free to very, very easily get off the Shadow Poison, which is a big ability in the early game. I wouldn't be surprised if you put the second skill point into it, because that second skill point is just so valuable here. And until Benny really can start spawning these skeletons, and until they do a bit more damage, I think this lane is pretty good, actually, from our Shadow Demon.
Well, they're gonna go in on Sacred. Takes a lot of damage there from one big smack with armor reduction. But that's all it was, one big smack top lane. Yeah, he's also having a pretty good time. And honestly, I have casted a fair share of Infamous games. I very rarely see them lose the laning stage.
Yeah, mechanically skilled team, like we heard in the storyline video as well, as well as the panel discuss. You know, Apu Kings, they more or less get into it in the mid-game, so don't count them out yet, even if Sacred is leading as the offlaner in terms of CS. And in fact, he's leading over the enemy safe laner by something like 2 creep waves already, so but not to worry. Of course, Benny on the Wraith can still recover easily in the jungle. Top lane, sexy fat, he's got swashbuckle. Yeah, he's okay.
Takes so much damage for his troubles.
Yeah, he's got that ring of health already, luckily. It seems like it'll be into the Hood of Defiance pretty quickly for him. To be able to tank a little bit more. Maybe a Vanguard this game, probably a Hood versus a Lesh.
Oh, Michel.
Are they sparring?
In a bit of trouble, does have disruption in case it's necessary. And honestly, you do have to be careful. Because of course, well, currently Serum doesn't have a point in Kraken Shell, but it doesn't help anymore since they changed it to not be dispellable. Which is the weirdest thing ever, seeing an Abaddon get destroyed by a Shadow Demon. Oh, not again. Here. Serum getting smacked, and yeah, there's very little you can do at that point. 5
Maybe
stacks.
they get Michael on the way out? Nope. They do not get Michael on the way out. Yeah, this lane is very, very difficult. The problem is, normally I feel like this lane would have good kill pressure, but Sacred's done a really good job of balancing in the usage of his God's Rebuke, because you do generally in the early levels need to use it to just secure range creeps, and he's been doing that very nicely. But as the lane progressed and as he realized that they've got kill potential between the stun and Gush, he's just been saving it for that, and the slow on God's Rebuke has been keeping him alive time after time. They just can't get on any of this on any of the 2 heroes in this infamous bottom lane. So that is a bit of a disaster for Apu Kings. This Mars is going to be able to create a ton of space for this Dusa, even space for the Lesh mid if they so choose to rotate, as we see Alone now getting a little bit of pressure. Serum is going to try his luck at securing some runes, and instead it's going to spawn for the Ogre top. Actually, Apu Kings rotating both supports over to the mid lane. But neither of these supports, this is actually a big problem, neither of these supports bring any kill threat, really, to this mid lane, to a Lesh even. Tide and Weaver, they're not going to do much to help a DP, especially. There's just no lockdown to speak of. compared to a Shadow Demon, compared to an Ogre if he rotates over. A little bit more scary, so this mid game might be a bit difficult for Apu Kings. They need to play very, very well around their ultis.
It is one big plus, though, that if one of the two mid laners kind of leaves the lane, the tower's gone. Oh,
for Sacred.
Bottom. That is a nice rotation in, and
Yep.
that is actually normally kind of one of the strongest offlane duos in this patch, is the Tidehunter and Weaver, if they lane together, because that minus armor combined is pretty insane.
Yeah, that time around they got plenty of damage as well to take advantage of it. But the issue that I'm seeing right now is Lumiere has just gotten pretty much, excuse me, free farm. They finally have shut down Sacred a little bit, but they still have really yet to deal with Alone. In fact, they might end up feeding him a kill or two here.
Oh, Alone, yeah, so much magic damage coming out. And Michel makes sure that Mini can't chase further in. Exorcism has not been used just yet, and he's probably looking for a decent timing to start either pushing or take a fight, but both the side lanes are pushed so very far forward that TPing in doesn't, like, Mini can't TP, he can't help the side lanes.
No, and he doesn't even have an item yet, so he wouldn't be too big either. Your Exo's pretty good, but you would probably need to either utilize it with a Rolling Thunder or a Ravage. Right now, though, of course, Serum level 3, so that's going to be a little bit, maybe in 6 minutes you can ask him. So it's going to have to be a rotation top or a fight forced mid as onto Alone they go.
Oh, but he pumps out a lot of damage, gets one kill before he falls, almost takes down Serum.
Oh,
Very
got him close
closely.
in the grave.
Oh.
Yeah, the Nova explosions, of course, continue after death. Much like a Sand King's ultimate. Sexy fat top. Thought he was going to go for that. He's got his ulti. And this would be a decent kill, but he's going to go ahead and wait for Mini, who decides not to actually apply pressure mid with the first Exo, and instead will look to get a kill top and perhaps take the tower naturally, just pushing the wave. Okay, nice place from Mini. I like that.
Quick rotation on the DP. Pretty swift hero in that regard, and take down the tier 1 tower top so that they can pretty much send Benny to the other side of the map. Make it a little bit easier for the Wraith King to farm. They already have pretty aggressive wards placed in the dire jungle, so he's got all the vision he needs.
This ward's super good, actually, because it's going to allow them, if they want to maybe make any aggressive moves on anyone they see there. It allows them to push pretty nicely. It's a ward that they're setting up the mid game for, right? That's something that Bowie was talking about how this team, of course, they're going to be a little bit better when the macro game kind of starts. Because right now, of course, they have kind of struggled a little bit so far, but they've definitely reeled it back in. Less than a 1k net worth lead now for Infamous, and only one kill separating the two. And in fact, they might just equalize here. No, Sacred's going to be a bit too far away, and actually he's going to erect the arena and turn.
Oh, Weaver gets completely smacked down. Sarum wants to TP, but there is no way you can escape. Both the supports will be caught out. And there was a very nice stack picked up by the Dusa. Previously, he's just going to TP out once Mini gets on top of him. Actually, TP towards the tier 2 because, well, why would you go all the way back to base when you can continue back to farming?
Yeah, and Infamous actually are going to split, because Lumiere's going to come back and defend this tower. They were getting pushed top and mid. That was unacceptable, because they were just going to get bottom, but this tower was going to go undefended anyway by Apu Kings. They decided not to defend top, so instead they will actively defend mid. So a nice play there from Infamous, not overcommitting to that push bottom. And they will be able to still hold on to their mid tier 1 tower. Finally starting to see a little bit of this Lush damage now, the pushing power he has here with the Edict. Down goes that first tier 1 tower in favor of Infamous.
God, I just love the amount of work they put in to make Lumiere super just get all the farm. Affliction pulls the creep wave to the side, lowers it in HP so that Lumiere only has to throw 3 right clicks and then the entire wave is gone. They've got a big fat ancient stack for him as well. Something that Benny currently definitely is lacking. Those nice juicy stacks to clear out. He already got rid of the big camp right next to him. So Lumiere, he's loving life. Triangle, no one's going to hunt him in that area. Everything is zoned off. They've got ward vision around the area as well.
Oh, Ravage bottom. There they go. They decide to get the kill onto Alone, who is split pushing down bottom. Alone's got so much money in the bank. I think he is thinking about BOTs, but he could have purchased those a while ago as he was split pushing down bottom. And is going to be killed off by that Ravage. What I was thinking about, actually, was I wonder when this go time for Apu Kings is going to be. I think Benny's second item is almost certainly going to be this Desolator, and then Blink is very standardly the build these days on the Wraith King. Why he's so fast, because, you know, Armlet, Deso, Blinker, it's pretty cheap relatively to a lot of, you know, other carries that need Scotty and Manta and whatever. He doesn't really need that time. But I'm kind of thinking if he needs a BKB this game, which is counterintuitive because, you know, you're Wraith King, you have 2 lives, why buy BKB? But it seems really strong versus the amount of kite that they have here. And then again, versus a Shadow Demon
and a Dusa, it's tough. They've got 2 BKB piercing spells on their side that really destroy Wraith King.
I just really like it because it allows you to ignore the Mars, it allows you to ignore the Shadow Demon, even kill Shadow Demon super quickly. You know, not having to worry about disruption. Maybe you even make the jump onto him. If you force the Demonic Purge onto yourself rather than your DP, she's got more impact in the fights. I mean, it's not a great item, but it feels really awkward in these fights. I feel like for Apu Kings. But maybe when Serum gets his Blink Dagger, that will be resolved.
I mean, why would you get a BKB on Wraith King when at one point, you know, you get your Deso, you get your Blink, and then you just one-shot the Shadow Demon? Because that's all the hero does every time. I just see him blink on top of someone, and then, oh, he's gone. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I don't see any Yule Scepters being built, so he doesn't have that to worry about. Instead, the immediate concern is more going to be Sacred's Blink Dagger, because Infamous are going to smoke off the back of this. Likely head into the triangle, where Serum is in position with the creep wave to break a smoke. He is dragging the creep wave up here. Yeah, now that they're going to see Benny, this is a very good vision here for Infamous. Let's see if they can capitalize on this.
Lumiere done with the full Manta style. 13 minutes, definitely pretty solid. Going for the Ayaskadi next. And Hans is actually Shikuchiing on top of the ancient camp to make sure they don't respawn. Oh, that's a big catch. Mini in trouble. Split Earth on top. Make sure that the stuns don't overlap. He's knocked down. Rolling Thunder in return. Sacred is probably just going to be left to his own devices.
Ravage in 5 seconds.
Michel.
Oh, they can cancel a TP if they need to.
Can he get the blink going? Yes, he can, and he is possibly gone. There is a chase coming in from Hans. His spear comes out. And they should not be able to catch up.
6. Yeah, he's out of there. Okay, that was Infamous getting away with murder there, quite literally. Probably should have been punished for that one. Unfortunately, Apu King's just not really in position, as Alone simply just TPs away and everyone else is already gone. Kind of one of the weaknesses of this Tide, right? If you don't have the Ravage immediately available, well, you don't bring a whole lot of lockdown otherwise. And the entire time, Lumiere is farming. They actually have Benny show up to try and fight. There's going to be Hannesis being picked off by the Mars, but over towards the mid lane, where Serum is under the effect of the Demonic Purge.
That's a big
And Alone
circle.
is quickly closing the gap.
Well, a big smackdown comes in, and yeah, the 2 supports really struggling on the side of Apu King of Kings. Combined, they have the 8 of the 10 deaths on the side of Apu.
Yeah, that was a really bad push as well. Apu Kings, the plan was to secure vision and try and probably push this tier 1 tower. There was no Arena of Blood after the Blink Dagger reveal, and then there was no Demonic Purge, but they hold on to that Ravage because no one is really showing up to reinforce the push after both supports are dead. Instead, the cores would rather farm, and so they're going to have to make another push for this tier 1 tower. Again, the only reason I bring this up is because you're kind of in a farming war here. You're on a bit of a timer. As soon as Lumiere gets really, really big this game, you know, a lot of doors to victory close if you're Apu King. So that's why I'm kind of harping on this point. They got to get this tower down. They have to make space on the map. The map has to be open for Apu Kings to make some aggressive plays. Otherwise, Dusa will outscale them.
It is always baffling how fast a Wraith King can farm, though. He's doing a very good job on Benny. Even though he has rotated a couple times unnecessarily, his laning stage was actually pretty problematic. Still second in net worth, not too far behind Lumiere. But, you know, Dusa, just like a Naga, is a hero that most of the time will always be at the top, but also is a hero that kind of needs to be on top. Otherwise, it's just a couple of hits away from dropping dead against most other cores.
Yep, no, you're totally right. The Wraith King is you know, he's one of the best heroes in this patch, right? Even if Vector stops playing him because Reincarnation is now 60 seconds instead of 40 at level 3, most other, you know, core players are definitely taking advantage of the hero's strength. And but a big problem for him is this game, he simply can't 1v5. It's not that great of a Wraith King game. Yes, even if he has a second life, they still have a lot of tools to deal with him. And of course, still the Stone Gaze, which is a big problem for him, no matter what build he ends up going for. Mid lane though, this is a more promising push as they look to pick off Michael.
Yeah, he keeps
These are coming, they're gonna fight this.
Enough. Rolling Thunder from the side, big Ravage comes out. They get the stun, and that should be both supports taken care of. TP got cancelled. And with that, they should focus down that tier 1 tower towards mid, which also opens up Roshan with the Deso now done on the Wraith King.
Yeah, that's the big prize here, but there's the counter initiation.
That run back into the arena alone, just dodging all the damage. Mini's gonna get taken down, and yeah, no BKB means that save came in from Sacred. However, they're lurking about a little bit too long. This is still very dangerous here, because the Wraith King does pump a lot of damage.
Yeah, they don't have spells, though. They used everything there to kill both supports. Infamous correctly identifying that, and Lumiere very wisely showing up to fight just because a simple stone gaze there. And then, again, they continue to defend this tier 1 tower. You're completely right. They want to get this tower so that they can not only open up the map, but obviously do Roche. I completely neglected to bring that up earlier when I was going on about Infamous or Apu Kings' game plan here. So that's, again, another push they're going to need to make, but they're going to have to wait because, once again, 90 seconds until Exo, 90 seconds until Ravage. And we see how these fights go for them when they don't have those abilities up. This is kind of what RDO is talking about, very cooldown reliant.
Yeah, big problem. Now they got to wait. You preferably want to take down the tier 1 tower mid without the exorcism so that you can possibly use then Rojo for a team fight, but they're just soaking it up the entire time. Those two supports, Michel and Affliction, constantly in mid, making sure that the tower just doesn't drop.
Yeah, it's not the worst deal in the world, because, you know, you can Exo and then immediately into Roche and use that damage with the minus armor, and bada bing, bada boom, Roshan is dead, everyone hears the jingle. Benny has 3 lives, or DP has got 2. Like, it's not too bad, but they just need to wait, and that's another 90 seconds where Lumiere continues to farm. And he's going to have Scotty up by the next time they're ready to push a tier 1 tower. That's going to be pretty major for a hero like DP. Pretty major, not really so much for Weaver. Wraith King's going to get kited out a bit more. It is not going to be a fun time for Apu Kings when they try and get on top of this Dusa.
Oh, they're going to go
they're going to go for the Roche play.
Ulti's almost up 20 seconds.
Okay.
So
this has been scouted. They think they're safe here because they've got wards on the cliff, but there's this one cliff ward for Infamous that they're going to see here. Apu Kings are going to see this ward expire. So in comes Infamous, but can they get here fast enough?
Taking their sweet, sweet time. Rolling Thunder from Sexy Fat. Roshan's already dead. Okay, so yes, they had all the vision. They knew what was happening, and I guess they preferred to just let the Dusa continue to farm. I mean, he is very close to the Iascotic, so I definitely think that might just be the correct choice.
Yeah, now there's Blink. This is a big timing, though, for Benny, and I'm a little bit surprised they give him Aegis personally. I suppose, you know, DP is kind of one of those heroes where you don't want to give her Aegis because if she uses Exo and then is killed, she comes back without Exo, much like a TP, so that's not fun, but let's see here what Benny can get done. He's super strong right now. Blink, Deso, and Armlet. He's in fighting shape, and their smoke is going to break onto Sacred.
But they still get a catch onto the Shadow Demon, taken care of. Does have a buyback, and the tower is still standing for the time being. If you want to take an engagement, there. Dusa ulti gets used. Still no buyback coming out. It's getting a little bit dangerous. Exorcism gets popped. The arena in return alone gets smacked. He doesn't have a buyback, but Michel is back in action. They're all caught inside the arena, and Lumiere is pumping out damage. Benny, though, getting rid of Affliction. The supports are all drying on both sides. Benny dropping low. Armlet toggle. Yes, indeed. He doesn't lose a single life just yet. And Lumiere, he's now in trouble. The spear comes out, skewers him. The Ravage was saved by Serum. They control up the fight, looking for more. Look at Mini draining everyone empty. A TP in the middle of all that because there's barely any stuns available on Apu Kings. But regardless, 4 kills secured. 5 if you count the buyback included. That is a gigantic fight for Apu Kings. And Mini just running around the team fight and just living is enough to secure too much damage.
Yeah, I'm surprised that they focused so hard to try and get that Wraith King killed. He's got 3 lives for crying out loud. And now DD Rune means they're probably going to get a second tower out of this. Oh, they are. The top lane was pushing in the entire time. Alone just really overestimating how tanky he is in these fights. He's only got the Kaya, which amps his lifesteal, but he has none. So he doesn't really live all too long. And in fact, well, Penny's going to just 2-shot him here.
Ouch. Yep, that's the game that you're playing when you're up against the Wraith King. If that was support, it was a 1-shot.
Infamous are kind of losing the plot here. They still have the late game, but right now they are fighting 5v5 into probably Benny's strongest point here.
Lumiere walking in, has the Stone Gaze available. He'll take down Serum. Looking for more, might be able to get a catch because there's a Blink Spear, but no targets the spear against, though the arena is up. And Mini gets controlled, Rolling Thunder in return. Lumiere gets surrounded in the meantime. Benny, the illusions are pretty nasty to deal with, but Mini is dead. That's
There's
a big
Mini
kill.
dead.
And Lumiere is actually still pretty healthy for the time being. I don't really know if you want to try to take down the Dusa with these 3 remaining heroes.
Yeah, so when I said Infamous were losing the plot, they skipped ahead to the end chapter where they realized, oh, they don't have their ultis, they can't fight us, and again, that's just constantly going to be the issue. Benny might lose a couple of lives here. This is not good. You have a spear ready.
That's going to be the second. Possibly. Armlet toggle. Okay, that's the second. Alone is here, but he's dropping a lot of HP. And comes Serum from behind because they got the outpost. And Benny, he's being controlled for the time being. Will that be a third? Trying to toggle his way, but Benny finally does pay the price. Sexy Fat inside the pit. Can't get himself over it. And the fight definitely turns in favor of Infamous. Sacred's going to get spotted out by the 2 supports of Apu, King of Kings. But he's going to turn his attention on towards the Weaver. Can't finish him off just yet. Serum with a right-click fight. Big bulky bastards trying to knock each other down. But in the end, it is Sacred losing his life.
Okay, well, now there's a Ravage ready for Apu Kings. They don't have a carry, though, so... of course, Lumiere still wants to continue fighting here and might have a kill. He's even got a Manta to get rid of that Anchor Smash debuff. They've got the Vision and another kill here onto the Tide. Okay, yeah, I think that was Apu Kings. I really like the play, even getting that free kill onto a lone top lane, you know, with the DD rune active. But after that, like I said, Infamous correctly identifying they just don't have the spells off cooldown here for Apu Kings to continue fighting. And rather than TP out, Apu Kings kind of decide to make the efficient play of, you know, oh, I can't draw on the map anymore, of farming their way back towards their side of the map and then probably pushing out mid or pushing out bottom. Probably should have just TP'd back, because, again, they did not have any spells. They couldn't stop Infamous from just running at them. Alone had the right idea. He was just, well, alone when he tried to execute on it and face the wrath of a DD Wraith King. But from there, you know, Lumiere shows up to fight, and he's almost in tip-top shape already here. Poor Wraith King as well. Benny, I mean, watching Wraith King lose 3 lives is just one of the saddest things ever, isn't it?
Yeah, because you know that it's always going to be a stun lock. If he's going to lose 3 lives, he's not going to be able to move. And that's exactly the case. They just caught him off guard. Benny trying to run away, gets the blink to safety. Sexy Fat, though, going back in. Turning around with that shard. In comes the Dusa ulti. Everyone needs to be careful. The Stone Gaze... Well, they will at least get themselves 1 kill during the Ravage, but there's the Arena from Sacred holding them at bay. Benny doesn't have a BKB just yet. Lumiere's actually being controlled on one side. His team is not there. In comes Alone. Split Earth only connects onto one. Lumiere going for the TP out, and Lumiere is gone. Alone will most likely have to pay the price. Is being chased by Hanses, but yeah, there's the death onto Alone indeed. Yeah, Sexy Fat, very quick on the response with that Rolling Thunder. Immediately ready to jump on top of his opponents.
Yeah, that was really nice. Sacred, I'm not sure. His smoke broke, and he decided not to make a blink forward. I respect the play, but Sexy Fat, he was going all in on that in a choke point. You know, there's nothing more that Pangolier players ever want to see than enemies running into a choke point where they're all going to be lined up for a big old Rolling Thunder. Allows Benny to just walk in. Lumiere does a good job as well splitting that team fight, but he's kind of held down through the Ravage duration. The Arena's not super helpful to him either. Mini gets on top of him, is just kind of immediately killing him, and Alone was not in that fight too early. He was kind of standing around near the edge of it, wasn't really sure when to go in. He had to wait for the Ravage, then he had to wait for Mini's Ghost to end, and wasn't too confident running into the middle of a Rolling Thunder. Apu Kings are strong when they have their spells, but here's the issue. It's another 70 seconds until they can fight like that again, and Infamous are all 5 ready to fight. Roche is up in 90 seconds, so Apu Kings are very likely to be looking to avoid any fights until that Roshan is up, trying to save their core abilities for that. See what Infamous try and do in this duration, then.
I like that Alone wants to go for the Shard. I really love the last Shard. I think it's one of the strongest ones, especially if you try to go for any high ground defense, which I assume their lineup is going to be pushed against that wall soon enough.
And Weaver is going for the BKB. Not a bad item for him. He still has time to turn this Ogreax into the Dag Scepter if he so decides. We'll see how he goes. And speaking of these Ag Shards, Affliction with one of the better ones in the game, Fire Shield, is absolutely bonkers against these burst damage heroes, such as, of course, the Wraith King, because it means his big old crit doesn't really do that much damage. So that's a big pickup here. Very easy to ignore the impact that one has. Now the ultis are coming off cooldown for Apu Kings, with Ravage and Exo coming off in 10 and 6 seconds respectively. Lumiere in fighting shape, though, has Daedalus, so he's got damage, and he's going to be building into the BKB next. He's actually pretty scary.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Oh! I really love this build from Sexy Fat as well. He went Blink Dagger, well, over Corrosion, into Blink Dagger, and now he's just rushing the Refresher straight up. He's not messing around with any Yules, not messing around with maybe a Halberd, you know, any other kind of items. He is recognizing that his ulti is pretty big in these team fights. It's definitely the most lockdown that his team has, because Ravage is going to be a one-and-done spell this game. Serum's a position 5. He's not going to get the farm for a Refresher anytime soon, so it's up to him to provide a lot more uptime on this team fight. This is a really good adjustment by Sexy Fat. And this is a good smoke as well, very promising, especially if they head into Lumiere.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Trust me, I know how to handle such power.
Sexy Fat, gonna go for it. Oh no. Oh, okay. There's going to be the disruption. Who is that onto? It's onto Mini. All the ghosts are out, but unfortunately the final ghost will fall. Hannesis now is the one left alive, as Infamous or Apu Kings have been scattered to the wind, rather. Hannesis dodges the stun, but he's not going to be able to dodge that spear. Serum, at least he's going to check Roche, and the boys of Apu Kings can breathe easy because it's not up yet, but it'll be back up in 10 seconds. And Lumiere just way too strong in that team fight. That's something I neglected to mention here. My goodness, Dusa is definitely one of these heroes like the Drow Ranger who can just, at some point, start right-clicking and just kill Pangolier mid-roll-up. And that's exactly what we saw there. Didn't have nearly the impact he had. Serum was holding on to the Ravage and didn't really get it off such a good one. Mini couldn't really get in because of the initiation by Michael. Really great job by Infamous. And now they're going to get second Roche. This is a really big deal for Apu Kings. This is a big blow for them. Miss then will be able to secure the second Roche. That's going to be Ag Shard for them as well. Aegis onto the Medusa as if she was not already hard to kill. Try getting through her twice. And that's Ag Shard for Shadow Demon, interestingly enough. This is one of the ones that we didn't really see built at all. Hold of that thought alone is going to cancel Serum for trying to split push here. Serum's got a TP, but I don't think he's going to get it off, as he will just be ran down by the goat. This shard is going to allow Demonic Purge to be cast on allies, which gives you a continuous basic dispel for the entire duration. So that's not going to dispel Ravage. That is going to dispel only the movement speed slow of Wraith Fire Blast, but not the stun. It will dispel the silence, and it's not going to dispel Swarm, of course, because that's undispellable. And it's not going to dispel Rolling Thunder. So whatever. It's an okay ability. It's interesting in the fact that it opens up the ulti to be used defensively, but it pales in comparison to the Ag Scepter for Michael, which would be the dream item for him this game, because then you've got 3 charges of your ultimate for 2 lives on the Wraith King. And, well, we might not get there, because Infamous are just heading straight up now to the high ground. They're going to smoke up on the back lines, of course, leaving the Aegis carrier to do the pushing herself.
I am back. Sorry for that. It seems we had some random disconnection problems going in. Benny, though, he's going to go for the trade currently. Trying to knock down bottom lane while his team is keeping them occupied for the time being. Though Sexy Fat makes the mistake of fighting against him.
They're not on the same page. I thought he had a Refresher when he was making that play. He doesn't even have a Refresher. He's, I guess, buying time for this trade. But now Infamous are TPing back.
Yep, and Michel was the first one to TP. Benny, he's gonna go for the BKB TP safe, but they lost the top set of racks. And bottom still standing.
Yeah, doesn't get the tower, and they're not going to get anyone else on the retreat for Infamous. They're just going to remuster and head right back down mid lane, likely. Maybe have Alone push down bottom and ready to go for the Megas. Just not on the same page there, unfortunately. They forced the BKB charge from the Medusa at least, but she's going to have that back up in 30 seconds. And luckily, they don't force the buyback out of Sexy Fat.
Yep. There's nowhere he can run. They've got full
Tinkerward
vision as well with the Observer up top that they placed previously. And Mini did not expect the move to come through, and that's a pretty big death. 70 seconds. They can just walk down mid lane because Alone pushed it out as well.
Okay, Hansis is on creep lane cutting duty, and we'll see what he can get done. But right now, again, the fighting just continues. Oh, they catch Alone.
He gets the BKB, walks away. He has Split Earth spammed. Yeah, Benny is completely stun locked. Does just barely get himself out of the Split Earth, but there's so much damage coming through from that area.
Alone.
Sacred, though, needs to be careful as well, because this BKB just ended. Lumiere gets disarmed. Serum is actually going to be left behind, but Lumiere doesn't want to chase for the kill. However, they got to be a bit careful with Alone being dead, of course. They're kiting it quite well on the side of...
There's still a BKB Manta, though, for Lumiere, so he's still pretty strong.
Oh, Sexy Fat dodges the spear just in time. Serum is just taking all the damage in from Lumiere, but Sexy Fat not so lucky, almost dead, but gets himself back just in the nick of time.
Wow.
Benny?
They're just kiting this Dusa perfectly. She's the last one alive. This is how to deal with the Dusa 101. Serum, even if you die, and he's not, because he's actually going to Ravage. I don't know, I guess it does save him. They don't kill Lumiere here, but...
Mini joining in. Oh, the usage of the Ghost Scepter will still die afterwards. No Basher available, so no way to hold him in place, and he will be able to get the TP to safety. But that was, I mean, yeah, when in doubt, just completely ignore the Medusa the entire fight.
Yeah, when in doubt, kite it out. That's exactly what they did. And a really, really nice job at that. Hansis coming in clutch with this BKB. It's just fearless in jumping right into Alone. Gets 2 major pickoffs. And in fact, he's queued up an MKB. He's like, guys, this Weaver hero, he might actually have some prowess as a core. I'm going to build MKB. Because as we saw, this Dusa, even with the casual 15% evasion, it's actually a little bit hard to get on top of. This is still not the end of the world, though, for Infamous. Again, they have the favored lineup into the late game, unsurprisingly, with Medusa. But Alone, definitely having trouble staying alive in these team fights. That's been the case for him so far, and will continue basically until the end of the game.
The hero needs just so much more. He needs a ton more armor to deal with the Wraith King. Actually, just in general, because they have so much minus armor and physical damage. Even the Death Prophet's just almost pure physical damage. So he just needs a ton of armor to be able to stay alive. Weaver getting caught out, Split Earth on top.
Oh, man.
And nothing he could do to respond there.
Yeah, there's Alone dropping the tip. He simply just got outskilled there, to be honest. 30% chance to proc the 3x multicast. Basically 45% chance to get that kill. Otherwise, he BKBs or just time lapses and runs away. But everything came in clutch there. Nicely done there by Ogre. Definitely outskilled the Weaver there. The multicast. Let me see here. I was going to bring something up. Oh, okay, hold that thought. We're gonna fight. Oh, there's Refresher on Sexy Fat. That's what I was going to bring up. Serum's just dead, though.
Yeah, Lumiere.
But it has Refresher.
To push. This is looking pretty dangerous. No Aegis anymore on the Medusa, though. So that's one big plus, but you don't really want to buy back. However, you kind of need that Ravage in 15 seconds.
Yeah, I think he's probably going to have no choice, but it's fine. He's position 5. That Glimmer Cape is going to be a pipe dream for him. They need him in this fight for that Ravage threat.
I love the fact that Alone's just using the Split Earth to make sure that there are zones where his core can
the Swift Blink.
Stand in.
And he's melting. And he's dead.
They just don't want to buy back. The Spear comes out and he gets held at bay. Though Michel gets taken out by Mini in the back line. He already got rid of a very crucial component. BKB has ended though, and now Mini, he's going to get surrounded. He's going to get stun locked in return. And he actually doesn't have a buyback available. He went for the full investment. Benny pops the BKBs, trying to take the fight here. The Ravage gets blown by Serum, but do they have the damage? Of course not. The evasion comes in. Benny missing a couple of hits. There's the save from Michel as well. They lose Benny. In return, Lumiere Spooderlegs try to run away from this nasty, sexy fat Pangolier. It is a pretty low Medusa, but you still have a couple of other heroes that are very healthy on the side of Infamous, and they will get themselves the full set of racks. Massive teamfight victory for the Dire.
Yeah, that Swift Blink kind of just making very quick work of Benny. Unfortunately, again, without the Ravage in that team fight, he didn't have it, by the way. That's why he didn't buy it. Well, I guess he could have bought it back and probably made a bit of a difference there, but he didn't Ravage. So as soon as the arena comes up, Lumiere just stands between Mini and the rest of his team kind of on the steps of the high ground and completely divides that team fight in two. Mini does a pretty darn good job of cutting the backlines, gets that kill onto the Shadow Demon. But Michael just buys back, and Mini does not have the buyback. So as soon as his BKB duration is up, he is very, very, very dead. And a little bit unlucky there as well for Benny, who gets petrified immediately because there ends up being a Dusa blinking right on top of him. Very easily picking up the kill. They don't quite get the Megas, but they will be able to secure this Roche if it's a fast spawn. We'll see here in just a couple of seconds.
Yeah, just dropping a couple of those split earths everywhere.
2 minutes. Long Roche, so it's not going to at least be instantly over for Apu Kings, but they need some pretty miraculous team fights to be coming in clutch. Again, Sexy Fat, I like his build. I think Refresher is a pretty good solution to the problems that you're having in this game. You can see he definitely wants uptime on the ulti, but holding on to the Quickening Charm, but he just dies inside of Rolling Thunder if he doesn't get a couple of heroes on the shield crash. So that's going to be a major problem for him. That's something to look out for in these team fights. If he's got a lot of damage immunity, he might be able to lock down Dusa long enough. But again, he didn't go for the Yule Scepter, he didn't go for a Heaven's Halberd, and Dusa's got BKB, so it's not guaranteed for him. It's a really, really tough game for Apu Kings right now.
Well, Invis gets popped. Sacred runs back away before it all goes horribly, horribly wrong. Roshan up in a minute 15. You win one good team fight towards Roche. Apu King of Kings can definitely turn this one around with, of course, Exorcism and a Wraith King, but you need to be able to kite out that Deuce or keep him away from the fight. And as you can see, they're all just chasing after the Deuce. Follow the leader is the game plan here for Infamous, because that's well, you know, the king this game. Like, alone can't really do much. He does have a Shiva's Guard now, so he at least has a solid amount of armor to make sure that he survives the fights a little bit longer. But that, yeah, the Deuce has everything they need, and he's building up that Aghanim Scepter. Then you add the Shard in on top of the Deuce, and it's just a completely, absolutely insane monster to try and kill.
Yeah, I mean, they just have to kite her out again like they did in the one team fight when she had Aegis. That's how you have to treat the hero. It's going to be so hard for them, but they've done it once, which means they can do it again. There's not too many new items on the rest of Infamous to make it too difficult. As again, we're just waiting for this Roche. Just 10 more seconds now. All the ultis up for Apu Kings as both side lanes are being shoved in by the super creeps. Serum is dying to the disruptor illusions of the Dusa, so well, he can't really go back to base because then he'd have to TP to a tier 3, and Roshan is up. There's the big guy holding on to his own Ag's Blessing instead of the Refresher, so now Lumiere doesn't even have to buy that. Save his own money for the buyback, which he does have, compared to only Serum having buyback on Apu Kings.
Who's gonna get to pick it up? There's an arena, but the jump away comes through, so they do manage to get themselves back on the side of Apu King of Kings. The bugs in return, will they go for the full engagement? No, just a little bit of a tickle fest. Actually, Lumiere jumping in the middle of all of his opponents. Exorcism gets used. Mini trying to get the backline.
Oh, he's up on the high ground.
Oh my god! He does have the flicker to try and get himself off of the high ground, though he still took damage, so he couldn't get the jump away. And that is used. They already get rid of Michelle. He doesn't have a buyback available. Alone goes for the TP to safety. And how does that happen? That's a first.
Yeah, he got bashed up to the high ground there by the Rolling Thunder, and Flicker, of course, it doesn't go on cooldown when you take damage, but if you use it within 3 seconds of taking damage, it blinks you in place. So he couldn't get down to the low ground. I guess his regular Blink Dagger was on cooldown as well, and makes it a very awkward fight. So they only lose one. They're still confident in pushing, though, with his second life on Lumiere. He's still kind of a boss, so we'll see what he can actually get done here, as there's only one lane of barracks remaining here for Infamous.
Affliction gets taken down on the backline by Hanses on the Weaver, being such a nuisance. He has a Chrysalis on the Weaver, going for a Diffusal Blade next. They're all chasing forever behind after the Weaver. He's trying to just cut the creep wave, and he time lapses before he possibly gets caught. But they lost their 2 supports, and this at least delays it quite a decent amount. I don't know if delaying it will keep you alive though, but at least it's not done just yet.
Yeah, I mean, it gives you chances, right? And again, Awaken have shown they've got the teamfight coordination to actually isolate the Dusa and Kiter out and make the rest of the fight a bit easier for you. Because again, Wraith King, he cannot 1v5 because he can't 1v1 the Dusa, but he can 1v4. So that is something. And he's 25 now, so he can even 1v4 a bit faster with this Mortal Strike cooldown being halved. Gonna be big for him. Serum held on to the Ravage during that fight, and I don't believe RDO had to refresh. Even if he did, he's got that one ready to go yet again. He's going to go for some more casual lockdown with now the the Basher being queued up.
Oh, they're going to jump in immediately on towards Alone, and Sacred BKB gets popped just in the nick of time. No stun lock coming through, but Sexy Fat's continuing the chase. Deuce ulti gets used. Nope. Beeline backwards. Sexy Fat on the run. Swashbuckle.
Oh, got a bad bounce.
Ooh, blink, refresher. He just uses the refresher to run. And
gonna try and fight this?
Yeah, they're going back in. He's gonna roll all the way on top of him. Try and keep him occupied. They lose Sacred. That's a big kill. No Arena being popped in the fight. Ravage gets blown, going for Alone. And in the meantime, Lumiere's being kited completely. Benny will lose his first life though, coming through from Alone's magic damage, and now there's no way to control Lumiere anymore once he's popped the BKB. Benny gets slowed down, very slowly dying on the side. Again, very slowly in the Roche pit. Benny toggle TP gets himself to safety.
Still a pretty acceptable fight. They actually don't manage to get Mini because they end up kind of splitting up and looking for clues. Lumiere really wanting to take down Benny because he's, of course, the only win condition that Awaken Kings have. So he leaves Alone to try and deal with Mini. Almost has him. But just lives a little bit too long. Alone with a clutch cheese usage there as well, and a nice decision for Awaken Kings to kind of go in off of that refresher. I didn't think that they were going to actually commit to that, but a nice Ravage as well, because they knew that Alone make that did not have a BKB charge ready to go. It's still on cooldown for about 20 seconds, so he just has to eat that Ravage. But Benny just can't get in the damage fast enough there, unfortunately. He's going to live. And they still have this Lumiere, Dusa, Aegis for a whole nother minute. Without a tide, but it's still a 4v3 scenario, so I don't think they get megas here. Let's check in with our Weaver, who is transitioning nicely into a core. As the full Daedalus up in BKB, they're going to fight.
Lumiere's losing a lot of mana currently. Trying to get the supports on the backline, it seems, but they're a bit distracted. They're forgetting to go for the cores. They're just trying to lock down Lumiere, but he still has the Aegis. They actually used way too much on Lumiere and just did not go for the backline whatsoever this time around.
No BKB from Mini here. There's no Rolling Thunder either. Of course, they can kill Lumiere, but he doesn't care because he has Aegis. Can they get him on the second life?
Split Earth spam is pretty annoying to deal with regardless. Benny jumps the backline. Michelle dropping low, taken down, but Benny, that's going to be his first life gone. No BKB for the second. Dusa's ulti has been used. Serum doesn't have his ulti of Ravage available. Benny does have a buyback, should use it immediately to rejoin. The arena gets dropped, but there's no one in it. And Hans is on the run. He is going to get taken down. Does not have a buyback available. Now he does.
He's got it.
Oh, that was 50 gold away. God, this game.
So still winnable technically for Apu Kings, but now they're really just about out of chances. Luckily, they've at least neutralized this Aegis. They're about to lose their last building. Here goes Sexy Fat. Oh, Infamous. They're playing it patient. Nicely done. They just have to wait out this Rolling Thunder, but
he's got
Apu Kings are not going to give him the light of day.
Refresher, Sacred with the arena. Onto Mini he goes. Sexy Fat's trying to get the stun lock going. His first one is gone. Does have the second one to use. Mini needs to be careful.
So Ravage ready.
Lumiere, he's just trying to jump and chase. Serum, can he get anyone? He doesn't have a blink dagger just yet on the tide. He's gonna pop his Ravage. They spot out Sacred on the side. He doesn't have a BKB. Sacred is down 80 in 95 seconds. Alone, can he keep Lumiere alive right now? They're surrounding him. Nice split Earth coming through, but Lumiere is losing all of his HP. Lumiere is dead. 100 seconds. Does have a buyback available. And now on the high ground, Alone is going to get chased down. Apu King of Kings, they're turning it around, and they find themselves the crucial kills that are necessary. The problem is everything is pushing into their base.
Yeah, but they're holding on. Apu Kings, again, showing that they have the know-how to take these fights despite being down, what, like 20k towards the start of that? kind of incredible. They're finally starting to budge up this win rate a bit more. The problem is they still probably need like 3 more of those fights without buybacks on Infamous to really make this a bit even. Regrettably, even though it's a great hold, they can't get Roche off of this. He's not going to be up fast enough. But Weaver already up to level 26. He's taking the +1 Geminate attack. He's doing a lot of damage in these fights. You know, casually, it's very funny. He's got this gem, BKB, and he gets some wards delivered. I was expecting a much bigger item there, but a clutch buyback from him. And they might actually force buybacks here. They could do a lot of building damage here. They've got AC, they've got Deso, and Benny really hits buildings quite hard. 30 seconds left on the Dusa, even longer for Alone.
They could
could
definitely
go for a
force
GG
out.
push.
Yeah, if they go for the tier 4s, they force out buybacks. But instead, they're going to focus to try and get themselves Megas, which, to be fair, both teams are pretty decent against Megas, considering Wraith King has 25% cleave talent. Top lane, the last one to go for. Are they going to risk it, though? It seems they're just going to back off. Don't want to throw the chances.
You can't risk it. Yeah, Benny had a buyback. RDO doesn't have buyback. He bought out for a Bloodthorn, actually, which is going to give you the guaranteed hits and crits onto the Dusa, so long as she doesn't Manta style it off. She's actually going for a Bloodthorn herself now, having run out of slots for anything else. She's almost as big as she's going to get. She's alone with a Blink Dagger purchase. We'll see what difference that can make.
Weaver's going Rapier.
Yeah, it's actually, he's one of the best heroes to take advantage of it now with the Geminate attack talent at 25.
And if he gets the shard as well. Like the Swarm, where Geminate becomes split shot, you can actually tear apart your opponents.
He's going to commit as well. He's going to carry this game from the position 4 Weaver. He's done a great job in the early game as well with the Urn upgrading to a Vessel very quickly, but here comes a fight.
Does have a Ravage, but he is getting stunned up. Does have a buyback in 8 seconds, so losing him is not the end of the world. Alone on the back line with Mini taking the fight. Alone going for the TP out. Hansa stakes almost. Alone down. Alone is dead. Mini gets stunned up though, and that's a full stun lock. Mini should lose his life. Buybacks are plenty on both sides, and surprisingly enough, Apu King of Kings haven't lost anyone that doesn't have a buyback.
He got Sacred though. He doesn't have buyback. That's a big one.
Roche
is up. This is Roche number 4, so he's going to have everything that he can carry at this stage of the game. There's a Divine Rapier purchased as well, so they might just give Aegis to Hansis here. I would. This guy hits super hard right now. It's glitched on my screen. Trust me, he is not doing 163 damage. He's doing much, much more.
It's also glitched on my screen.
Infamous,
what?
Infamous might not be ready for this. This could potentially be a game-winning move from Apu Kings if they can get the right engagement. The problem is, like, again, they've got still some abilities to work with. They've bought back on the Tidehunter. He didn't get a Ravage off in that fight because Sacred was BKB'd. Here goes Hansis. We can start to take a look at his damage now, critting for 1,400. Basically guaranteed to crit every single Geminate attack, so his DPS is pretty crazy, considering that cooldown is only 3 seconds.
Benny, is he going to use... I love the Ags on Wraith King, though. Yeah, he's going to pick up the Ags on Wraith King. They don't have buybacks on anyone, so if you lose anyone in the team fight, having them continue the fight on for another 7 seconds... Not too bad. 70 attack speed increase and 25 movement speed. If the Weaver dies in the team fight, you got like a massive Weaver chasing everyone with the fastest movement speed ever.
Yeah, I mean, and it lets you save the Rapier, importantly, which is crucial, because if you give Rapier to do so, like, you just lose the game, honestly. Weaver might be one of the better Rapier carriers in the game, but let's not forget Dusa's in the game, you know, and she's almost level 30. So she's going to become even harder to kill with a 75 int talent. It's the perfect level 30 talent. Of course, you always take split shot, uses modifiers. But again, Weaver he's real big, man. He's terrifying right now. This is a lot of cores now for Infamous to actually deal with, because Weaver's already done such a great job this game, just with the Daedalus alone, cutting the backline supports. Now he's going to even be more deadly at this. Of course, Apu King's not really in a position to be venturing outside of their own base, given that they don't have any buybacks. So it's still a bit of a scary period for them. Serum has double Ravage to work with as well. They are, I mean, luckily through gold, you know, money solves all your problems. And, you know, if they were a cooldown reliant team before, they certainly aren't now with double Refresher and this Rapier. There's so much damage. Infamous are
Double
staring down the barrel of perhaps...
Oh.
Big throw. What were they up to? They were up
20, I think, was
20%. Yeah, 20k, 23k looks like. Here goes Apu Kings. This could be it.
Double Ravage is so nasty to deal with right now. Dusa does still have a buyback available. And Sacred as well.
Sacred don't. Supports don't.
Oh, jumping onto Michelle, but
no.
Aeon Disc saves his life. There's... Oh my god, the pounce is heavy. Sacred losing a lot of HP, but there's the Stone Gaze stunning them up for the time being. And they're just going to try and walk away. Benny will lose his first life, but he's got that second and even the third in if it's necessary. He gets speared backwards, right towards Lumiere. And that's going to be Benny's second life gone. But in the meantime, Hanses is trying to get the right clicks in on the back line. Hard to get control on Sacred. There's the refresher. There's the catch onto Mini. The Ravage gets blown by Sam. Refresher. Second Ravage coming through. They're getting all stun locked for the time being. But Benny, he's losing his HP. Benny is dead. That's going to be his second life, third life gone, and they're losing everyone on the side of Apu King of Kings. This time around, they tried to man fight the Dusa, and that is where it all went horribly wrong.
Yeah, a really big difference there as Alone saves his BKB. He sees this double Ravage coming. He's ready for it as well. Beautiful play. Sacred just locking everyone in as well, refreshing on that second arena, locking Benny inside. He's got no choice. He's got to stay inside. The fight is so awkward from there because of that Blink Spear on the second life. And, you know, even if you have Wraith form, it's not going to end up saving you there. And they don't have the buybacks. Benny doesn't have buyback for 1,000 gold. Hansis? It's tempting, man. It's tempting. This might be your best shot, but Lumiere's got a DD rune. They just have to go for it. Okay. Up with the blink forward. Oh, no.
Oh, the control onto the Weaver. That's the Rapier and
GG.
Gem drop. GG being called. And Seek, this game went up and down, left and right, and it ended in one absolute gigantic bombardment of pixelated fragments right there, because in the end, Infamous take the first game. And what a game it was.
Yeah, I mean, Apu Kings really made them work for it, though. By all means, that was Infamous's game to win, probably something like 20 minutes ago. So the fact that Apu Kings forced fight after fight after fight means that this is a team not to be trifled with. I really want to highlight Hanses for really giving it his all. Man goes 19, 8, and 15 on a position 4 Weaver. You can bet your bottom dollar that hero is getting nerfed next patch, but it doesn't detract from a stellar performance out from him. I also want to commend Serum on the position 5 Tidehunter, really making most of his ravages quite impactful, especially versus Alone, who did have a really hard time in this game. They didn't make his life easy whatsoever, but Infamous are going to persevere in the end. Lumiere is just way too big, ending the game with 50,000 net worth, and again, he can 1v4, but he couldn't take down that Dusa, despite delaying the game for 53 minutes.
Yeah, it was absolutely astounding. I do also have to mention, a special mention to Sexy Fat, because the moments that they did manage to win the fights, it was Sexy Fat constantly on top of Lumiere, making sure he could not fight whatsoever, rolling thunder, swashbuckles to try and disarm him and keep him away from the entire engagement. But big props to Infamous, of course. Apu King of Kings, they definitely looked like they came to play and are not done just yet, so hopefully they can fix what went wrong in game number 1 for the next one, and yeah, hopefully that one will be as close and as exciting as this one.
Yeah, of course, we're not done yet either, because we are going to be going to game 2, but before that, we're going to throw it back over to Avoplus and the boys for a quick breakdown of game number 1.
Boys.
Did you hear that, panel members? Avoplus and the boys. He doesn't even know your names. Look at that. Next time you think of RDO when you're asking someone to cast your game, it's sure not going to be SeekNStrike. Anyway, we just watched game 1 between Apu King of Kings and Infamous. What a game! This is the most SA game we've had all regional finals. Proper throws from both teams. Honestly, I'm going to start with you, Bowie. You talked about the crazy style for Apu King of Kings. Did you see that in its full glory and essence in this first game?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, as I said, it's their strongest weapon and sometimes their downfall. And it was really weird because we kind of felt like they had this like power spike at the beginning, and after that it was all downhill. But somehow they came back with that rapier on the Weaver. Yep. But the way they took the last fight, I think, was kind of crazy. Like the Weaver popped BKB really early, and once they kind of started fighting in the Ancient close to tier 4s for whatever reason, she was really scared. She couldn't attack anyone inside the arena because obviously she's a ranged hero. And I know Weaver's not a she, but anyways, he was very scared of moving around, even though they had the Wraith King eggs. And I think, I'm not sure, it was so crazy that you can't really say whether it was wrong or not to not commit. But once you're going with no buybacks crazy like that, I think the Weaver kind of had to go in with the team. And because there was not enough damage, and they just lost. But it was super entertaining. I just love the game overall. And this is looking like a 3-game series in my opinion. Just really close overall.
RDO, did you find that as Bowie said, that surprise comeback from Apoking Kings was due to their skill, or more because Infamous was also playing a bit haphazardly there?
I think both. Like the Apple Kings team, they played really well after the early game, making this comeback. But Infamous committed like they had a Dusa draft, so they kind of have to do three things: have a strong early game, play team fights around Dusa, otherwise you're gonna lose team fight. And once you have Aegis, you just go buildings. Like you don't really want to fight on cliffs or anywhere else on map besides buildings if you're a Dusa with Aegis. And the Dusa fought twice on Radiant Triangle, which made them lose 2 team fights instead of getting early megas.
Yeah, I agree. I think it was really nicely done by Apple King of Kings of like actually splitting the Dusa, but as RDO said, if they were all together, then you can't really split them because you're fighting close to tier 3 tower.
Right.
So definitely a couple of mistakes from Infamous. But also like a lot of early mistakes from Apple King of Kings, because I think they had like a decent early game advantage in this fight specifically, where like a Sexy Fed just ults. He has vision of the Dusa, but everyone's so far away, and he just brings everyone to death. And it took them like 35 minutes to recover from this. Very surprising they were able to do it in the first place. But yeah, I think this is really even. Considering the drafts, I was very impressed with the resilience from Apple King of Kings. If they don't really get this loss to affect them, I think Game 2 should be just as close.
And before Game 2, we do have a special piece of content for you guys, since our panel is talking up Apple King of Kings so much, and they are a wonderful team to watch. We thought that we'd give our new viewers a little bit of a taste of what this team is capable of doing by showcasing some wonderful analysis by Felipe Astini of Apple King of Kings playstyle.
Apple Kings probably have the most entertaining Dota 2 playstyle. They are always fighting or looking for a fight. They are unstoppable. Since they are the only Brazilian team, I would love to share a Portuguese expression with you guys. Sem freio. This would mean a car without brakes, just going everywhere out of control, and you can't stop it. It just keeps going forward till it hits a wall. They keep running at heroes no matter what the situation. Even if they are 2k or 4k behind in 10 minutes, they will keep running at heroes instead of splitting the map. One of the biggest strengths of their strategy is that you are always under pressure. Sometimes you know you're going to die and you just can't avoid it. And it can be quite tilting if you're playing against a 3-lane and just can't escape. They've mastered this run and dance strategy for the first minutes of the game. Nuages is looking for a kill from minute 0. KJ knows Nuages for a long time and knew he was there, but still gives away first blood and types in all chat, "There's no way to escape." They are also really good at colliding with supports mid to create some early game advantage. The problem is, as mentioned, they just fight no matter what. This might be one of the weirdest clips you'll see. Both supports, Tide and Weaver, level 4, looking for a lash kill. And then a Luna 7 with 1 point in Lucent Beam joins looking for a fight. Another problem is that even after successful smokes, they keep fighting and fighting, no matter what cooldowns they have, so a lot of times they end up giving away all the advantage on overextensions. Almost every Apple Kings game will have a roller coaster like net worth graphic. To avoid bias in a short video, those graphics were picked from the last 6 series they played, one of each series. Every series had at least one roller coaster match, most having both of them. As mentioned, they play the ultimate "I'll run at you" game. They are 10k ahead, they run at you. They are 10k behind, they also run at you. Fighting 300 gold away from Aghanim's, no Roshan up, no buybacks, no outpost. The enemy has no waves to threaten their base. They could just make the enemy lose their time and hit that amazing power spike with X. But of course, they take the fight. Their last DPC game shows a lot about this playstyle flaws. It's 19 minutes, they are smoking as 5 to take a team fight versus a Wraith King that just got his rings. They have no BKBs, no item timings. Shadow Shaman doesn't even have his ultimate. and they are going totally opposite direction of Roche. They commit buybacks, it doesn't work, they call very early GG. Are we gonna see a more disciplined Apu Kings that learns better to capitalize on their amazing early game, or they will keep racing without breaks? Find out together with us at the Epulze channel.
Guys, we're gonna get game 2 going underway any second now. I hope you enjoyed that little analysis video for Apu King of Kings. It's wonderful. Astine actually made one for each of the teams, so we'll get to see those as they progress. If a team is being close to elimination, that's where you're getting the most videos. So, be worried if your team is getting a lot of content here. That is not a good sign. We have game number 2 between Apu King of Kings and Infamous. Bowie, I'm gonna start with you. You said this is probably a 3-game series, so this will be a win for Apu King of Kings. But my question is, how, Bowie? What do they need to do in this game compared to game number 1 to accomplish the victory?
I do have a couple of pet peeves they're drafting. We talked about the Death Prophet not feeling as strong. I felt like that Tidehunter running a 2 melee draft in the safe lane versus a Mars. They struggled to really, RDO commented on Wraith King being this like OP here in the lane. But we didn't really felt the pressure just because it's so easy for the Mars to say the God's Rebuke, and then a lot of the aggression was halted. So if they can kind of fine-tune their draft to get more advantage in the lanes, if they do want to play this like early style, that would be better. Or if they do have Dire this time, just go with something more late game-ish. Maybe we can see Mini Invoker. That would be pretty cool too.
Can we talk about the DP for a second? Because I didn't ask you this in the other panel. I'm gonna go RDO here. Did you find that the DP was okay, all things considered, or did you find there were better mid laners seeing the performance?
I mean, I'm not a mid player, but I didn't like their 16-17 because they picked DP Tide and Lash answers both heroes. So what I felt about the Apu Kings draft, they just picked like their comfort heroes, but in the end they just got out drafted. because they
Right.
had first pick. They didn't have last pick.
Yeah, like
Yeah,
they went
alright,
for this comfort / versatile heroes where they could, play Pango 5-3-2. But at the end of the day, I agree. There was not a combination of heroes where it felt like they would be able to either outdraft the lanes or the game.
Now, Awaken Kings, they once again start out with a Weaver. She gets picked. And we get to say she because we're all Hispanic and Portuguese speakers, and for some reason, we change
Thank
her
you.
gender. I don't know why.
Thank you so much. I got so much flack, like when I used to post YouTube videos like on the daily, and I would talk about Weaver. Everyone would freak out so much, and I was like,
Yeah.
doesn't it make sense to English speakers? But he does it because
I was so happy when I met you and I started talking to all the Brazilian players and they all call her a she, and I'm like, yes, truly, Weaver is, as long as you're a Latin speaker, right? You just change your gender. But we now combine this with the Beastmaster as Infamous. They will start out with that Bane. A very different opening than last time. Tell me about this Beastmaster pick, Bowie.
I mean, it is such a good hero right now, and it's a hero that Infamous, it's actually their most banned hero in the second phase. It's really hard to ever get that if you don't get it first phase, so that's probably why King of Kings went for it. They really stopped going for that centaur that Sexy Fat used to love, and Beastmaster is now, I guess it's a super meta hero, and also a hero he seems very comfortable with. You have, minus armor on the Weaver. Like, they're playing Radiant, so it's pretty it's very similar in a way. You have the minus armor plus the attack speed, you have the vision to control Roche, you have the early game, and provided you play good lanes, you can just snowball that advantage into a 30-minute win if things go well.
RDO, when you see this Beastmaster pick, I know a bit of a nuisance to a lot of carries. What are the carries that you think about to deal with this hero in lane?
PA is very good. Tro is good, but it's kind of battle meta. There's also like Naga, Morphling, TV.
Gyros ban, right?
Yeah. The best one for me would be PA.
Yeah, I know you're a fan of the PA, actually. I know that's one of your signatures. Yeah. What do you think of the fact that Beastmaster just kind of gets an auto tower? Like, once he gets Helm, right, he just kind of pushes you down. How do you respond to that play as a carry? How do you rotate?
You either bully him so much in the lane and kill him, so you delay his timing, or you just leave the lane and accept you're gonna lose the tower and you swap sides of the map.
Right. Is the accepting the less ideal play there? Like, would you rather just bully him and you'd rather beat his lane?
For me, it would be enemies having a hero to hold the tower, like a Tide or Sand King with Vanguard. Like, Beastmaster struggles so much to play against Tide because all his gameplay is based around taking the enemy safe lane tower and opening the enemy jungle, taking tier 2 tower, getting a free Roche, 15-minute Overlord.
Okay, so that could be an option for Infamous, to be honest. Sacred's performance was particularly wonderful last game on that Mars, though he's not particularly the Sand King Tide kind of player. He's more the Legion Mars kind of player. What else could we be seeing here for him, Bowie? We already see the Earth Spirit as well, so the lane is not the strongest.
I mean, I don't mind the Tide, although you might want to wait a little bit since because of the roaming nature of Earth Spirit, there are matchups that are bad. They do take the Ursa, so it's okay. They actually get Timber. All right.
I mean,
it is similar, right? You do hold the tower.
And this allows Earth Spirit to roam, right? He's one of the few offlaners who can solo the lane. So Earth Spirit can actually be Earth Spirit. So also one of Sacred's best heroes. And suits his playstyle a bit more than the Tide, right? Less defensive, likes to go in, tanks everything.
Yeah, denies the Wraith King a little bit too, because you already have one Strength Core. Playing 2 against Timber can be pretty sad.
Do you think that Timber is good against the King of Kings playstyle of the run at you? Does he deal well with this?
Yes, but he needs a good lane. And sure, Timber can lane if he doesn't have a support, but doesn't necessarily mean he's going to get a good lane. Okay. So, with Leshrek still open, there's the Skyref Mage that King of Kings at least love to play. I think they kind of stepped out of the Skyref Mage a little bit, but it's really strong versus Timber. You just get that silence with the OT. But once you have this Beastmaster with the Roar, I think it's really easy to kill the Timber if you have the Skyref Mage alongside.
Here, do you try to force a carry matchup to destroy the Timber, RTO? Do you go for the Lunas and stuff, or do you wait a little bit more for that?
Yeah, I like the Luna hero because TA is also the same. Like it can be, it's a hero you can pick on 16, 17, and it's gonna have a good lane against Timbersaw, and it's gonna snowball after that because you're gonna probably win the lane against Timbersaw, and you're gonna go jungle with such high levels. You're gonna farm so fast, and you're going to snowball after that. I like the TA pick so much because they're also Radiant, so they get a kind of a free rush when Infamous swap the map. They go for bottom side, Radiant plays top side, and it's a free rush with Beastmaster and Weaver. So much armor reduction and damage.
This is such a scary TA game. You have Bloodlust with the Beastmaster aura, with Weaver minus armor. It feels like even Timbersaw is not gonna stand his ground if the TA just jumps in with Blink Dasso. He just melts.
I want to ask you, RDO, could you elaborate on why you think TA is like a good 16-17 pick?
It's also flex, so you can play mid. It's kind of hard to counter the hero. If you counter him on lane, you just put it on mid, and that's it.
Do you still think this hero is viable mid? Because we've rarely seen her in mid these days.
Yeah, I think it's good if you get a good matchup, because you're just gonna AFK farm and be annoying with traps.
Yeah, 9 just stopped the game.
Yeah, the Tundra team and OG picked TA mid today, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But they go Naga. That's a decent response, right? To TA.
Did you know the story, Bowie, of the Lumiere Naga? He used to this is Lumiere saying, by the way. So I talked to him this in a podcast like a while back, and he told me that he used to play on like really trash teams before Hokori. He's pretty honest about it. He's like, yeah, I played on garbage like tier 3, tier 4 teams. None of them are in the scene. And he used to need to carry them because he was like so much better than them. Like he was like a whole 2k above them. And so he used to just pick Naga and TB, and those were the two heroes he would carry the game solo. He's like, I needed a hero that can do everything: push, team fight, win game solo. And Naga and TB were the two heroes he practiced the most. So this is like a special kind of comfort pick for him.
All right. I hope he doesn't feel like his teammates are trash anymore, because they're pretty good.
I hope so too.
I feel like this is this is a team effort for sure. But I like the Naga response. I think it's annoying versus Beastmaster. Really hard to find the right one. And also makes use of the fact that Timbersaw is going to be holding the towers. You just jungle really fast and kind of, I guess, mirrors TA's farming speed.
How's the Naga versus TA?
Kind of weird to see Apple Kings banning the Lash when enemies have Naga.
True, right?
I was about them picking Lash on 23. It's a good 23 mid, and it ruins the Naga game so much.
They want to go PL so they cannot be countered, and then TA is mid. That's the play. Yeah, it's definitely weird.
Yeah, they banned Lesh and Lina. What is that indicative of?
They might go for Ember. They ban Lash and Lina for that.
Isn't Ember like good versus Lash because you don't really get stunned ever? And
I have no idea about mid matchups, my friend.
Okay, they go Monkey.
And that was an immediate Viper pick. Infamous, they used to play, if you guys remember, with Mr. Jeans. Mr. Jeans' hero pool back then was 2 heroes. It was Viper and Storm. So they got pretty used to having to just first pick the Viper. And this was the ideal Viper game.
I mean, it's an interesting Viper game. Like, sure, you're going to be able to take the Beastmaster aura away, and it's Regal versus Monkey King. I guess it is going to be a mid. Is it Minions Monkey King? I didn't actually check.
It is.
So I guess that lane is super hard. But overall, I don't feel like they're kind of trying to balance out this early game with the Naga late game. But I feel like it could be a non-factor if this goes too late, because you have all of this net worth on the Naga, and everyone else is a creep because they don't have experience. All the lanes are pushed. They don't really get any farm. And the Viper is just like a creep 50, 40 minutes in.
Okay. Do you believe in this team of creeps, RDL? Do you think they can do better?
I believe on Infamous draft because I also feel like they're very confident. You see how fast they picked the last pick Viper, and the first game they instantly picked the Mars and the I don't know what was the other pick, but it was some insta pick. I think they studied a lot of Apple Kings and they're showing good good results for that.
Okay. RDO believes them. He's an expert. He used to beat Creepwave, so it was a very common thing for RDO. I'm gonna see here what happens in game number 2. Panel once again divided. Apple King and Kings needs a win if they want to prevent elimination, but Infamous really looking to just steamroll them and get to the next match of the regional finals. For that, we're gonna have to wait and see as we go over to our casters, SeekNStrike and DK Truman.
Thank you, Avo. Yeah, it's going to be another pretty exciting game here between the two teams. I really like this Viper pick. I completely agree with RDO. He made a great point when he was talking about the strength of the TA in the second phase, especially when you are, what is that, second pick or first pick, I think? It goes twice in the second phase in a row. But the issue with that is that you can flex the hero, but if you pick the hero mid lane to flex it with that both get countered by the same thing, being the Viper, Infamous are going to insta-lock that hero. And oh boy, does this Viper look really good.
Yeah, it's also one of the heroes that Alone definitely does love playing. I also think that's the ban of the Lash, even though they were the ones that were up against the Naga Siren, makes a lot of sense because Alone is also, well, we saw it in the previous game, not so favorable on the Lash, but it is one of his most comfortable picks and also one of his most played and successfully played heroes in the DPC League. So Apple King of Kings just don't want to give him his comfort hero, but then they give him a matchup that is just made in heaven for Infamous, and this is looking like a struggle for whoever is going to head in towards that mid lane.
Something I really like about the Apple Kings lineup, though, especially taking into account that they do really excel in this macro kind of team fight play, is going to be the fact that they have so much vision against a Bane, against an Earth Spirit. These heroes' impact is going to be highly neutralized, especially the Bane, because you're going to have Hawks, you have TA traps, and you have Weaver to scout basically everything ahead of you. So he's not going to really, I think, be getting off too many impactful Fiends grips. You're going to see the Earth Spirit rolling in, even if he's trying to get you from a funky angle because of all your vision. Where they might run into road bumps is when Lumiere decides to finally show up and fight, because the Song of the Siren is going to be this big reset button for Infamous to try and neutralize this vision advantage. Of course, that's only possible when he's finally big enough, but given how fast he farms on the hero, that might be sooner rather than later. But the early to mid game for Infamous might be a bit rough, because again, I think these supports, although they have enabled both the Bane and the Earth Spirit with their draft, all the vision that Apu Kings have makes their games very difficult to play.
Yeah, it's going to be, well, a decently tough game for both sides. Of course, for the most part, Alone should have a free roam wherever he heads. The only downside is, as the panel mentioned, a little bit later down the line, it does turn into a creep that can't really do anything. Kind of regardless whichever build you go for, it seems, most of the time. And I'm really curious about one thing, and that is, I've seen Hanses play the Weaver so many times, and I have very, very rarely ever seen him go for like an Aghanim Scepter. He almost always goes for like a BKB or a Lincoln Sphere into Daedalus. That's his build that he just sticks to every single time.
Really curious. I don't think an Ags would have saved him last game. Alone just let his range creep be denied. Maybe he's trying to bait Benny in for a kill, but there's Melds to be able to reset. This matchup is not great for Benny, who is, by the way, taking it mid lane, so it's going to be Mini taking the Monkey King in the safe lane. Mini is the dedicated Monkey King player. Of course, Benny is the safe laner, but, you know, it's TA, who's kind of a safe laner, but you can play mid, and while it's Monkey King, you can take him basically anywhere. I remember when this hero came out, SA would just always pick Monkey King, and you throw him mid, you throw him safe lane, you throw him position 4. It didn't really matter. But he's doing a pretty decent job. You can always at least stop the Viper from stacking up poison with the Meld, and of course Refraction's got no use versus all the damage over time that Viper has, so pretty good recovery. They haven't blocked Benny's side camp either, so he's going to be able to at least catch up in between pretty easily with these side camps. But Alone, like you're saying, is going to have definitely a very, very easy time in the early game.
Top lane, a little bit of a tickle fight between Hanses and Affliction, trying to harass each other as much as possible. Affliction does need to be careful because the boards, I mean, right now it's not the biggest problem, only level 1 boards, but level 2 boards are already solid enough to really slow down the Bane and make it incredibly tough to walk back towards the lane, which is one of the biggest problems on the hero. His mobility is fairly lackluster.
Yeah, luckily he's got Braden Sap to keep him topped up. Lumiere is not going to suffer at the hands of the boars, which is why Affliction is taking so much of the damage. You know, when RDO was asked what heroes do you want to play against the Beastmaster, Naga did come up pretty early in that list, and for good reason. She is more or less unbothered, unhindered, and unabashed by all of the boars. He doesn't mind. So as long as Affliction doesn't die, he'll be A-okay. Looks like he's going to get off a pull as well using the Nightmare. Oh, he's a little late. He got the range creep. Maybe that's exactly what he meant to do. Serum is lurking mid. What's he up to here? He's going to try and snipe a courier, but no such courier is currently being called by Alone.
Yeah, Mini has nothing to fear against the double melee lane.
Okay, this is curious. Serum's coming in to try and mess with the creep lane equilibrium. There's the one stun that they have, so he's just going to TP away. Yeah, Viper does not like CSing under tower. See how well Alone can get it done here. Not bad. I think he only misses one. Pretty good, actually. Pretty good recovery.
Interesting laning stage so far. Not really any big problems. Sexy Fat did go for level 2 wild axes to deal with the Nagasan and his illusions. Otherwise, well, they are going to be running rampant for the most part, and that's definitely something that you do not want to have happen on the Beastmaster.
So, what's really interesting about this lane is that this is almost like a dual lane mid, because you need to enable Earth Spirit in your draft by two conditions. You need a mid laner that can kind of take advantage of it, or another laner that can take advantage of the Earth Spirit's rotation, and you need an off laner that can more or less subside on his own. The issue is, though, that Infamous are facing is that Apu Kings have adjusted very nicely. Even if this Monkey King last pick did allow the Viper to come in, it is a hero that until Sacred hits like level 7, is going to be able to also solo this lane just as easily. So that frees up the Ogre to help out mid lane, and he's really helping this TA. He's making a lot of space. You can see Benny just constantly in the jungle inside the triangle. He's not taking too much tower damage. Apu Kings are adjusting very nicely.
And that's kind of what you expect on a TA. You see it against like Huskars as well. Most of the time they just head into the jungle. They farm faster, sometimes even a big gank attempt onto Serum, but this is very deep from Michel. They will find first blood onto Alone, and the kill in return will be secured by Benny. But there's another TP coming out. That is Mini going in for Alone, looking for the catch onto the Viper, and that should be a kill secured, with Mini taking a lot of damage in return, but he will be just fine. There's a little bit of free roam time for Sacred down bottom, though.
Yeah, a little bit less worth after that one. That is going to be a bit disappointing for him. But it's still first blood bonus. I think that ended up as well going to the Viper. He gets it with Nether Toxin or Corrosive Scan or something. So that's still going to be nice. Big kill, actually, on that Courier. That held the full urn for Hanesis. So he's going to have to wait a couple, well, just probably 1 minute for that. That's slightly problematic, because Lumiere is absolutely killing it in this top lane. Sexyfat is going for the Orchid build instead of the normal Vlad's kind of rush, or not the Vlad's, the Helm into Vlad's, kind of rush. He's kind of accepted that this Naga is going to be a bit too difficult to boot out of the lane. This is not the free tower that he was really hoping for, so it's a nice adjustment. Going
bottom lane, dropping low, and he's actually caught.
Yeah, there's level 6 for Sacred. Like I said, this lane gets a lot less fun for Monkey King, unfortunately. Who would have thought a hero that needs to use the trees against a guy who hates trees? It's not too fun for him.
It's a little bit unfortunate in that regard, but currently Benny, I mean, that's just the power of the TA farming away. Is still slightly behind his opponent, but net worth is a lot more useful on the TA to a degree. Plus, adds in Roshan capabilities, which, yes, Infamous can as well take Roshan, but it's not a very fast lineup.
Oh, yeah, I mean, it's not fast at all, especially compared to what Apu Kings are going to be throwing in the pit. Plus, they're dire. It's going to be really difficult. I think what I'd like to see them do is rotate Sacred top lane now that he's taking this bottom tower. This frees up Lumiere, who can just farm more efficiently now in the jungle, now that she's got 3 points in the Riptide and 3 points in the Mirror Image. You're going to be able to further delay this Beastmaster's timing. Well, here's actually Alone rotating on over. They might set up for a kill here. Again, they're going to scout Michael, though, so they know something's coming.
Well, Sexy Fat just burning away. Very little that he can do at that point if Alone is right on top of him with all those nasty dots. Hans is nearby in the trees. There's a rotation from
Teams are going to
Serum.
fight for this. This might not go too well.
Well, there is no ulti available for Alone. The stun comes out. Boundless Strike gets interrupted. Affliction with a great Nightmare move. There's still Boundless Strike to heal up. Mini needs to disengage. Big, fat, juicy heal. Can he get back to safety? Because Sacred's very scary with that chakram damage. Also has himself the Timber Chain. Mini dropping low. Can they burst him down? And yes, indeed, Mini will tickle down to death. Sexy Fat with the roar onto Michelle. And Michelle will fall, but Sacred doing so much work on that Timber Sod. Nice addition on his rotation, and they're making it very tough to get a good early game on Apu King of Kings.
What is this? He still wants at least something here, but no, he's not going to get any earn charges to chakram to the face instead. Mid lane, Benny. He's going to at least force Lumiere to TP away. With the haste rune, might be able to get some tower damage in. And that's the advantage of this Timbersaw lane that I was talking about. That's why I thought this wasn't going to go well. You have an offlaner who loves these early fights, and an offlaner and a safe laner who really struggle against him. So this Timbersaw pick is looking really, really strong right now. They defend this top tower, and they repel the push from Apu Kings. They keep Alone alive as well. Very impressive. So he's got BOT, so he's going to be able to start farming up basically the entire waves. Naga is going to have to just farm up the rest of the map. This is a very promising start for Infamous. I'm liking what I'm seeing from them. As far as Apu Kings, they're not doing too poorly either. Again, Benny's doing a great job keeping up his farm. Looks like that is now going to be Dragonlance on the way. He's the CS leader, 70. Now tied with just about Lumiere. But with the net worth, keeping pace. So, not too bad either from Apu Kings.
Well, currently, they're playing a pretty even game. A couple of very nice fights coming in, but Sexy Fat's got his Orchid finished up, and that's a big timing hit. In the meantime, Infamous smoked up. They might just be able to get Sexy Fat the moment he gets his Orchid. And Sacred says hi. The rest of the team right behind him as well. Dodges the boulder smash, but the rolling boulder will not be dodged, and that is Sexy Fat taken down. It becomes a lot scarier the moment that Affliction also gets himself his level 6, because Fiend's Grip is very nasty to try and break on the side of Apu King of Kings this game.
Yeah, that's true. But again, I think they're going to struggle to get good Fiend's Grips off. They've got so much vision for Bane, for Earth Spirit. We've already seen a couple missed spells on Earth Spirit just because they have units to see them coming. I really like this push, by the way, from Infamous. They definitely recognize, hey, we're dire against a TA with all these kinds of buffs. We have to be able to apply some Roshan pressure, or at least not make it as free. I don't think they quite get this tower, but they're forcing heroes to be here when they'd probably rather be elsewhere. There's a big old Mouse Strike for Affliction.
Nice smack. I do like the warding as well, being placed from Affliction before he falls. He counter wards the Ancient Camp from spawning, which of course is superb against the TA. And a very deep lane ward in the top lane to make sure that they can see anyone TPing in if they in the future want to take down the tier 1 tower. It's a good vision game in an area that you normally, well, don't really have a ward standing. So that could surprise Apu if they want to go for like a smoke gank.
Yeah, again, it's indicative of tower pressure going to be applied here. They'd really love to give the boot to the TA. You know, despite Benny having a pretty decent start, he is still pretty heavily countered in this early game, and even again into the late game versus these Naga Siren illusions, he's going to be, you know, pretty much torn to shreds. But he's still farming up nicely. So if they can at least remove the most efficient parts of the map, or at least contest them, they will be able to buy Lumiere much more time. This sounds very similar to what I was saying all last game with the Naga Siren. Sorry, with the Medusa, the other snake lady that, what's his name, that Nico baby loves. So, let's see here how Infamous continue to amass farm on their cores. So, Vessel upgrade cannot come fast enough, though, for the Weaver. And this Orchid is going to be revealed now by Sexy Fat. Fortunately, does not have such a good kind of hit squad to join him here. Probably need the TA. But Benny doesn't have Deso yet, so it's not too easy of a kill onto anyone. I just Fiend's Grip him here. You need a Fiend's Grip.
Better safe than sorry. Definitely a kill that you want to secure, because we saw in the first game how terribly annoying Hanses can be. Sexy Fat dropping low rolling boulder connects. He doesn't even use his Orchid in the situation. Gets completely taken out. Mini with the DP and a very unfortunate timing. The slows on him. The chase from Sacred running in the trees does not help against the Timbersaw.
Yeah, and that's that ward paying off. They knew exactly who was there and who was going to be TPing on in. I really like that play from Infamous. They secure the early kill, they make it a lopsided fight, and they immediately go for the tower. This opens up the enemy triangle. The map's still really awkward. They're going to have difficulties sweeping across the map and finding pickoffs until they take down this tier 1 tower. But Infamous, just like that, are probably going to have their sights set on that next. Really, really great kill.
I mean, once this tier 1 mid tower also drops, the amount of spots that Lumiere can drop his illusions is pretty insane compared to King of Kings, because they still haven't even taken down the top lane against the Beastmaster, which is, of course, he went for the Orchid, so it's a lot tougher, and regardless, it is still very surprising that it's standing.
It's just harder now. I mean, I don't think we're going to see that tower go down for a while, as they are going to go in for Sacred.
Wukong's Wukong's Roar, Sacred eventually does die, does do a lot of damage before he falls, but they do manage to get a very big kill. I mean, that should have, 648 for the entire team. Nice money added in, XP as well, and most importantly, they knock him dead before he gets his Kaya Sanj finished.
Yeah, Sexy Fat's going to go right back top lane. He's going to try and get this tower down. Excuse me. As I was saying, he's going to really struggle. Of course, he had to go for the Axis build versus the Naga because she just kills boars way too easily. And that means he's not going to be able to push this tower. Mostly as well because they've lost their own tier 1, so any defense that this mounts is going to be super effective.
Fiend's Grip. Well, that is a good way to make it happen. You just roll Michael on top of someone, kick him back, and then Affliction just stands there with the Fiend's Grip ready.
Yeah, and that's a tier 1 tower down. This is a little devastating for Apu Kings. This is going to kind of neutralize the natural advantage that Radiant has when it comes to taking Roche.
Michelle in trouble, does get the Magnetize off, and will eventually get taken down. There is a chase from the rest of Infamous though. Can they get a catch? Mini very slightly slowed, rooted up. Oh no. That is Monkey King in a very tough spot. The haste rune right in front of him. Sacred tries to pick it up, but it's going to be Hanses securing it instead. But yeah, Mini's having absolutely a terrible game.
It's space for Sexy Fat at least. He kind of recognizes correctly so that without Roar and with only Orchid, he can't really do anything in that team fight. So he doesn't even waste the TP scroll. He just starts pushing top lane. This is big because this is desperate space that TA needed, not only to maybe even threaten Roche, but just to farm right now. And he is not having, as they say, a really good time. He's not really going to as this game continues, especially once Lumiere gets this Eye of Scotty up. He's already got one of the ultimate orbs on the way, his second, with one already in the Manta style.
Okay, so Sexy Fat's going for the Aether Lens. Do you think he's going to go Ags then, or is he going to go a Blink Dagger, for instance?
You probably go Ags, I would assume, with this build. I don't know. I'd be curious to see what he takes for 15 talent. Oh, they're fighting. Oh, they cut down Mini's tree.
Oh, that's going to be his 5th death this game already. That is just problematic. Serum's going to get caught out as well. And
yeah, they've got 2 ways of cutting trees, and, well, maybe more than 2, of course, with Timbersaw having basically 4 abilities to cut trees.
Oh, no, Benny. Fiend's Grip, yep. And Magnetize on top. Push him back towards the rest of his team. In comes the Timber Chain, and that is going to be Benny knocked dead. I mean, they've got the heroes to find all the vision, but they just don't have any vision on King of Kings. So Affliction and Michelle just walk around the entire map and find everything.
Yeah, what's really weird to me is that I take a look at this Apu Kings lineup, and I go, their pickoffs are not that bad. Especially with Sexy Fat's build, right? You have this Orchid, you have this Infamous lineup that's playing hyper aggressive right now. I mean, that was past tier 2s. They've taken all your tier 1s, but he's still kind of just pushing top lane with Aether Lens and Orchid. You know, not really with the Vlad's build. I'm sorry, Helm Vlad's build that we expect. Now maybe they can turn on to Mini. Or, sorry, Affliction, as this was maybe a little bit a step too far for Bane. Well, he's gonna live for now.
He's got a Nightmare. Haha! Ah, still dies. But he kept them distracted for a little bit. I'm actually noticing another, at least on my screen, I'm like checking out the Beastmaster's mana regen because he's got the Aether Lens and he's got the Orchid, so I'm thinking, you know, decent mana regen. He's on 5.2, which seems plus with the Ring of Basilius aura, so there is something busted. That is very annoying. Well, 5.2 seems a little bit too low considering Orchid already gives him 4 mana regen. Out Sacred. Drop in low. Finally does get taken down. Mini with the Wukongs. Roll on top. Still gonna take too much damage to stay alive though. Almost takes out Michelle. But yeah, just like in the previous game where we had the Rapier being bought out and it didn't really show out correctly.
Oh yeah, I'm not sure. But Sexify might just die here, actually. Alone's going to TP right on after him. There's an Orchid that's going to stop him from getting attacks off, but it's not going to save Sexyfat's life. Ooh, this is starting to look really bad. There's already Scotty finished, by the way. 18-minute eye Scotty for Lumiere. He could now easily start showing up to fights. Might decide to go for like a heart or even more stats to make these illusions nigh unkillable. But it is looking really rough for Apokings.
Yeah, and Alone has his Heaven's Halberd now done as well. So without the BKB, Benny cannot fight.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to say. I think they've got like a time, maybe like their 9 and 8 second BKBs have to be super clutch for Benny. It's doable, for sure. It's definitely doable for him this game, but until that BKB is up and that Bane is shut down, because if he Fiend's Grip you through BKB, you might as well call it the GG, then Apokings still have a chance. They can still recover this game. Mini is absolutely on the struggle bus, though. He's got even less farm than Sexy Fat, who, you know, granted did go for the Axis build, so he farms pretty decently with it. But, you know, this is the safe lane, Monkey King.
Well, the plus side is high ground defense is pretty solid with the Axis build. Downside is Sexy Fat's gonna most likely lose his life again. No one can actually get anywhere close, because if you do, well, Serum shows you exactly what happens in that situation. You're just going to get run down by this gank squad, who, yes, they were not the lineup that had a very solid Roche, but they kind of have the items to take it.
It's going to be a little slow is the issue, because I don't think they have any minus armor. Alone can't buy the shard yet, of course. Yeah, but it's only, I mean, I guess it's 8. It's basically a Deso. Yeah, not bad. More than a Deso, even.
Oh,
alright.
Hansa's gonna go for the steal, I believe. Ah, no, not gonna risk it. That's a little bit unfortunate. Would have been
Alone?
marvelous.
He's chasing Benny.
Found the strike coming now. Benny, BKB pop, but Alone's gonna get taken down. Michelle.
That's decent.
Rolls to safety.
Yeah, that's decent. That's exactly tipworthy. That's not exactly the rampage he needs with his first BKB, but it's definitely a good start. Now he can't fight anymore.
And Sacred definitely can. Feels invincible for the most part this game. Michelle gets a big roll up on top, and Hans is just gonna slither away on the Weaver. Lumiere Song of the Siren though, and that is well, they've got the Geomagnetic Grip available. Can they time it correctly?
Nice immortal.
Time lapse. He gets silenced up into the trees, and he's actually gone. Huh.
Not gonna really do much to save the tower, though. This tower is still gonna go down. Actually, no, it's not, because guess what? Mini has cut the wave.
And right now, the Weaver chasing in after the Earth Spirit, but yeah, there's still too much backup on the high ground. Oh, Alone spots up Mini. Tries to get the catch, but Mini just doing what Monkey Kings do best, hide in the trees.
Yeah, and he's very fortunate not to have either the Timber or the Earth Spirit there to hunt him down. Sacred's going to push right back down mid lane. Lumiere is going to farm up there's Hearts, E, just to make these illusions extra tanky, and then they can really look to force the issue. Sexy Fat is also going BKB, so it's going to be a triple BKB lineup, which isn't bad. It's going to negate a lot of the impact of this Earth Spirit, as Lumiere is hunting down Sexy Fat. Oh, yep, there's, of course, a Manta style there, so Sexy Fat is in a lot of trouble. He's got Hannes here to support him, but, well, there's Michael. That is going to be maybe a double kill, at least one. That is Sexy Fat.
nowhere that he can really run from the Illusion Army and Michelle on that Earth Spirit, who's been playing a remarkable game. He's honestly found he's been part of 19 out of their 21 kills.
Yeah, he's doing incredible. It's a really, really good Earth Spirit draft, to be honest. There's no one to give vision, but you've got a lot of really strong backup. You know, you've got maybe... I would actually count Timbersaw as giving vision, because he kind of just jumps in ahead of you and gives you the vision, right? So, you know, that's not a bad hero to play with at all. Mini has BKB now. He had to disassemble the Echo Saber, pardon me, to get the Ogre Axe for it. But the important thing is that he has it. So now you're at a double BKB timing. Lexifat's not going to have one for a while. Oh, they found Mini, though. They're hunting him with the courier.
Run, Mini, run. He's got that tree dance.
He does. He's got BKB TP, but he's just buying time. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Is there a Yules?
No, they don't.
Nope. Okay.
Help! Oh, Lumiere
Benny.
mid.
Yeah, they forced the BKB. If they kill Lumiere here, that's going to be a bit of a win. There's a Song in the Siren in 5 seconds, though, and still an Aegis. It's the first life.
Oh no, Mini pops the BKB. Can, of course, get that heal going. Bound the strike, but does not hit anything to heal himself up, so that's a little bit unfortunate.
Almost cut down his tree. They're on top of Hannesis. They're going to kill him in the river outside the Roche pit, and I think the push is just going to continue. No more BKB for Benny. Another 45 seconds, so he's going to be out of there. Benny's in contingency mode as well. He's queued up the Ag Scepter, and I think he's going to follow through with it. So that's like you know, the split push Ag Scepter. He doesn't have a tier 2 anymore. This that they're hunting. Benny's still on the run, huh? Come here. Let him go, man. He's the white whale this game, okay? You're not going to catch him.
Well, you know, they've caught him too many times already, but one mistake, he sees you jumping, a good song comes out.
Oh,
yeah, they cut the tree. They cut the correct tree. Oh my god. Well, the white whale has been caught.
Yep, the P-Quad is going to be able to get the monkey. And now, well, this smoke from Apu Kings is likely not going to pay off into anything. And
Sam trying to cut the creep wave.
Lone.
He got used up by the Earth Spirits.
Yeah.
And Sam's dead.
Zen was going to probably hit him, but didn't want to risk it. Here's, by the way, Lumiere. Yeah, he's going to go ahead and math to dodge whatever you were going to throw his way. Yeah, go ahead and work at me. I don't care anymore. I've already got my illusions here. Sexifat's going to live. Benny is quickly realizing he doesn't do any damage despite having negative 14 armor. And Lumiere's going to cancel TPs. There's a BKB, but there's also Affliction nearby.
Sexifat being controlled. Fiend's Grip onto Benny, and yep, that is disastrous for the side of Apu King of Kings.
Yep, okay.
He has almost finished up his Ags, which is pretty nice to try and keep the game split open. But they are 12k behind, and it's looking like currently his teammates are just nearly non-existent.
Yeah. TA is going to be super annoying to stop from split pushing because she can always just kind of meld and then TP away with her very, very strong Acceptor. The Monkey and the Weaver are pretty easily caught, however. But it's going to have to be some pretty impressive split pushing here from Apu Kings if they want to try and extend this game. And even then, yeah, the question is naturally asked, you know, extend a game for what exactly? I don't know if there's ever a case here where this TA is going to be able to, you know, carry this game versus the Naga, who's already got Heart and an Eye of Scotty and almost a Butterfly. Monkey is so far behind.
Well, there's Serum taken down. Wukong's command comes down from Mini. Roar onto Sacred. He does have himself the Mage Slayer of all items. Remember that item?
Wait, who has it? Mini?
Yeah, Mini has it.
That's fascinating. Now, that might be the first purchase this entire DPC, to be completely honest. It is a great budget item. This item is super cheap and does reduce not only magic damage, but all spell damage in general. So it is pretty strong versus the Timbersaw in that respect and gives you a lot of magic resist. But, you know, if you have to buy the item, usually it means that you're passing up on some better ones here for the Monkey King. I don't know if that's in Mini's repertoire. But I haven't seen it on at least the one Monkey King mid game that I've casted him on this DPC season.
Yeah, Benny doing what a TA should do best, and that's place traps everywhere and just constantly keep cutting all the creep waves.
Yeah, it's a full lane of barracks, though, in that push casually. And they didn't even have Aegis for that push. That was just kind of Infamous getting pickoff after pickoff after pickoff. So they are very much still in the driver's seat, especially when it comes to next Roshan.
There's a little bit of hope. With Sexy Fat almost done with his Ags as well. Makes high ground pushing fairly tough. Because if you just lurk around a little bit too long, you get that third stack of the debuff on you. And it's a big fat whooping problem.
His BKB is now 6 seconds. Not too big of a deal between 6 and 7, but sucks having a BKB just to TP away from cutting a wave.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen. Dire's courier has been killed.
Oh, the channel time is 1.5 seconds. They nerfed it?
Yeah, it used to be what, like 1 second or like half a second or something ridiculous. It's still super strong though. I mean, for a 4,200 gold item, it better be pretty good, but I still think it's a little bit on the scale of ridiculousness. And right now, Infamous say, okay, that's fine. You can have our bottom lane of barracks. We'll take a second lane and threaten to take a third lane as well if you don't come back. What will Apple Kings do here? We'll probably let one lane go at this stage, but they can't really afford to let the Megas go this early.
Well, I don't think they can do too much about it. They're cutting the creep wave as much as they can. Hansa's rushing in to take him down, but there's one melee creep walking around in the enemy's base, keeping it all going. Mini gets fiend scripted in the meantime by Affliction, and Mini is gone. No buyback available, and that's going to be Mega. Serum is dead as well. The Naga just does too much damage. And with that, Mega secured in 28 minutes. The roar comes out from Sexy Fat. He does have his Ags done. He's trying to get the kill onto Affliction, who gets dispelled. So the debuff is at the very least gone, and Affliction is healed up immediately. GG gets called, and that means it's over for the Apu King of Kings.
Yes, they are. For Valky, they say. Yes, that is going to be GG for them. 9-32, 21k advantage for Infamous. As, well, they kind of just crush it, to be honest. Mini had absolutely no game. This game was kind of just a non-starter for him. I believe, I just queried here on Dat Dota, I believe this is the first time Mini has ever bought Mage Slayer, at least in this patch. I don't think he's going to be purchasing it again, unless it receives some significant buffs in the upcoming patch. But yeah, that was not going to be the item, unfortunately, for him to save that game for them. Infamous play a super clean game. This Viper pick completely shut them down. Lumiere was way too big, and then they just couldn't bring the fight to them. There was kind of no hope at 28 minutes already for Infamous, or for Apple Kings.
Yeah, Infamous pretty much did what they do best, and that is win the laning stage, and from that point on, snowball. I mean, that's kind of the heroes that they love to play as well. I mean, Michel, like, Earthspirit was sublime. He caught everyone that his team needed to catch. And Apu King of Kings were just trying to run away the entire time. They got overwhelmed. But big props to Infamous, who are still alive in the tournament. Apu King of Kings, unfortunately, will get knocked out first in 4th place. But still, you know, 4th place in Division 1, not too shabby. And they'll definitely be happy that they at least got to play this tournament, because the prize pool is no laughing matter for that part.
Yeah, no, very true. Unfortunately, there are no DPC points rewarded for 1st and 2nd, so this is not going to be at least any progress towards that coveted TI invite. It's never too early to start thinking about that, because, of course, our next team that we're going to get to see, Thunder Awaken, were very shy, just short of the TI invite, and didn't make it through the closed qualifiers when it came time for that. But we do have ourselves a panel comprised of Mr. Alvaro Sanchez Velasco, Mr. Dota 2 Bowie, and RDO to break down that series a little bit more for you guys.
Thank you, Richie, for using my full name and doxing me on a panel. We did just witness Apple King of Kings, unfortunately, losing to Infamous 2-0. They got out of this tournament. They do take one game of Thunder Awaken, so honestly, not the worst performance for them. They were definitely coming in as the weakest team, much like Bowie has the weakest connection. And Richie was completely right. You know, we won't see Mini buying another Mage Slayer this patch because he's not going to get to play more competitive games this patch, unfortunately. He's going to be out till the next DPC season. So, you know, very accurate there. But I don't think Apple King and King should be too sad about this. I want to talk to Bowie first because I know you've been a big supporter of them for a while, and I want you to highlight some of the nicer things that they did, either in Thunder Awaken match or in this encounter.
I mean, I like how they are not afraid to stick to their guns. You know, that Monkey King pick, knowing the Timber was there, like they felt like the matchup was good enough. Okay, sorry. So yeah, I just wanted to highlight that I love the way they're not afraid to stick to their guns. I think they win Monkey King here. Sure, the Viper was something that was unexpected. I think I actually look up the numbers. Infamous only picked Viper once in the last 3 months, so it's not a hero you see every day. And maybe they got they caught by surprise, but they still win Monkey King versus Timber. And usually, I think they do make it work. But this time, I definitely felt like Infamous felt a little bit more prepared. RDO was talking about the fact that they were picking heroes really fast.
Mhm.
But I'm very impressed. You know, Apple King of Kings, they came from Division 2. They're now in Division 1, 4th place. They're the only Brazilian representatives. So I'm just very proud of them. And hopefully they'll be able to look better in Season 2, although I think 4th place is, already pretty good.
Yeah. RDL, let's talk about Infamous now. You had high praise for them last draft and in general both games. I know you talked really well about Alone, but I want to get your opinion as a carry on Lumiere and how you've seen his performance grow. He was kind of the star of Hokori when he first came into the scene, and now on Infamous he seems to be fitting really nicely. Do you think he's one of the next rising stars as well in the Peruvian carry scene?
I think he's a really good player, and he knows how to get a lot of net worth, and he fits so well in the Infamous team because the way this Infamous played these 2 last games, they just speed up the tempo so much with their 4 heroes, and Lumiere just gets to get AFK free farm, which I suppose he enjoys it.
Yeah,
I mean,
would you not enjoy that? Isn't that what you love to do as well?
I enjoy that.
Like, I think we talked about this hour, right? We were kind of scared about having Lumiere with Alone because in the past he was this mid player that would play, Morphlings and TAs. But he played Viper and a Shrek that was super sacrificial in game 1. So I think they definitely found this balance of where, Alone will step down and let Lumiere be the star, which he's doing a really good job of.
Yeah.
Thunder Awaken playstyle. The only difference is Thunder Awaken, they play a bit more for the mid lane. Like, they just pick a hero for Oscar to stay alone with, and they play 2-3 heroes mid or on safe lane to get Pakaz a better game.
Yeah. And you're on point because Oscar kind of likes playing the third support in the game, right? He's just there to fight. He's there to create space for his real 2 cores. But I like your point, and if you allow me to be an analyst for a second there, guys, I am very, very impressed with Alone's growth because, improving as a player is always hard, but Alone's issue, and a lot of his teammates said that, was this ego, right? He always thought he was going to be the carry into the game, and Infamous kind of checked that and cut that right off. And he grew from being a really selfish player into being just this stellar mid laner in very little time. So, Infamous, where's their ceiling? Like, where do you see them going from here, Bowie? Do you think they still have a lot of room to grow?
Yeah, I think so. With Alone now not being alone anymore, it's together with his team, and he's
Nice.
ready to play a team game. It really feels like they from the beginning. I really felt like the names on that team had a lot of potential. I'm not sure if they're ready to take either Beastcoast or Thunder Awaken because they are looking really, really good. But Beastcoast might be a target. I think that is possible. I wouldn't see them actually winning the whole thing, but I think they could possibly take Beastcoast because they felt a little shaky.
You want to say something, RDO?
I think if Infamous plays Beastcoast, the game is gonna be more on draft because each team they have the same play style. If you think about Thunder Predator against Infamous, I think Thunder Predator is gonna bring very early aggression on Infamous, but I think Beastcoast will just trade farm and a lot of this kind of thing, and it will be decided more on draft.
Yes, the classic, right? Beast Coast, they're both have the craziest drafts, and also sometimes their biggest enemy. They're the Team Nigma of South America. Sometimes Stinger will just flex himself so much he's gonna outdraft himself. And Axel has said multiple times, Affliction now. weird name change, by the way, but Affliction now is the guy who has their number, right? Because he's very good friend of Stinger. They actually watch games together. They'll get on Discord calls and communicate ideas, which is something rare for pro players. And this means they know each other very well because they're constantly watching Dota together. So as we talk about Beastcoast and Infamous, I'm excited about this because we actually do have a Beastcoast versus Thunder Awaken match next. There's a really difficult matchup here for Beastcoast because Thunder Awaken has been looking perfect all season, but in playoffs, Beastcoast is a different beast, and Thunder Awaken did look a little bit shaky against King of Kings, so they might stand a chance. Before we go into a break, and actually a special content video that we have for you guys, I want to hear my panel's predictions for that next series. Bowie, do you think Beastcoast can take on Thunder Awaken, or is it going to be another stomp with Thunder Awaken?
I feel like Beastcoast could win once, but I think Thunder Awaken will still win the whole thing. Like, I think they would get knocked down, beat Infamous, and then beat Beastcoast again. I would be very surprised. But Beastcoast, that's their thing, right? They surprise us. They are super entertaining to watch. So I don't really mind who wins. I just want to watch really good Dota, and I don't care who's going to be in the final. I know it's going to be a really good match.
Nice. Good job, Bowie. You're on for next season. Don't worry. RDO, I want to ask your opinion now of this next matchup. Who do you think is going to take it?
I think Thunder Predator has more chances, but I would never take Beastcoast out of it because they're kind of a weird team. Sometimes they're playing very good, sometimes they're playing like weird. So I can't really know.
Yep, that's the most accurate analysis you'll ever get on Beastcoast, guys. Genuinely. They're like 50-50. Where did the coin land? Who knows? And if you guys want to learn more about Beastcoast, I prepared a special video talking about their story and how they formed together, and also giving you a little bit more insight on the players, not just as players, but also as people. And hopefully you guys get to meet them and love them as much as I do. We're going to be playing this video next as we go into a break, waiting for that Beastcoast versus Thunder Awaken game to begin. So we'll see you guys in around 30-40 minutes with that next matchup. Stay tuned and see you then. Beastcoast is probably the most recognizable team in South America. Their defining 4-Protect-1 playstyle combined with their insane over-aggression have made them a fan favorite. Their wacky personalities have also helped fans love them, both nationally and internationally. Hell, Beastcoast was known for never scrimming for the whole first year they were together competitively, and they still play Top 8 at TI9. Their unorthodox drafts and unique way of creating space has brought them a lot of positive attention. Each player on Beastcoast has a special interpretation of their role, and that's what makes them stand out the most. Hector, also known as K1, their carry, has made waves as one of the fastest farmers in SA. He is known for playing strong late-game carries and has been the cornerstone of Beastcoast's playstyle since its creation. The team plays around him and trusts him to carry the late game on his own. He is the most defining part of their playstyle, and his consistency at acquiring farm and efficiency has molded them into a team that always tries to play 4-Protect-1. Hector is known for a couple of heroes, mainly Wraith King, but has shown the capacity to farm on anything. Strength carries are his specialty. He has a tendency to go for efficient items on all heroes. In fact, if he thinks an item is good, he'll build it every single game. Items like Silver Edge, Sanjay Yasha, and recently Lincoln's have become Hector's staples. His refusal to adapt to the meta has become one of his most defining characteristics, and one of the reasons fans love him so much. In real life, Hector is a quiet and shy person, usually avoiding the spotlight unless it is through his plays. His friends call him Tito, or Uncle, and Hector is usually the one aiming to be the most calm and level-headed before matches, even if he many times, fails and gets anxious. He will often talk to himself and try to remain chill, as he says, always avoiding having any expectations over the outcomes of a match. Hector is one of the few carries who still plays a strong role in the draft, often sleeping in the same room as Stinger, their captain, so that they can think of strategies together while they wait for a tournament to begin. Hector might be the pillar of his team, but he is only enabled due to a very peculiar mid laner, Chris Luck. Now going by C-Smile, Chris Luck is the most eccentric player within Beastcoast. He is known for having a hero ocean as opposed to a hero puddle, something rare from a mid laner. He has sometimes played heroes and officials that he has never practiced in rank before. His role within the team is actually as the secret captain, attempting to be the calming voice in situations of high pressure. During the draft, he will ensure the team is comfortable and Stinger and Hector can do their thing. He will call out heroes and say, "I can play this," which leads to the wacky hero drafts like the Disruptor bait they played against Nigma in the Leipzig Major, and allows his teammates to be more confident during the drafting phase, because they know, whatever they pick, Chris Luck will take the garbage. He'll play the bad hero. Don't worry, I can play this, is a key phrase in the Beastcoast drafting. Outside of the game, Chris is an easygoing guy who thinks of Dota as a blessing. He is happy to be in the scene and feels quite lucky that his life took him this way. He hates being in the spotlight though, and resents some of the judgments the fans throw his way. Many fans instead love another core. Regarded by many as the hidden carry of the team, Whisper has shown incredible skill and is often one of the deciding factors in the game. Many times, Schofield will leave the lane to go help his mid laner, so he has learned to solo the lane with signature heroes like Mars or Timber. He later has an incredible teamfighting impact, and is one of the main reasons why Beastcoast wins such difficult games. When the team was rising to success, his unorthodox picks of Puck, Leshrac, Tinker, Phoenix were often such a nuisance to foreign teams, the games against Beastcoast seemed to be never ending, due to the insane lane cutting and the amount of pressure that Whisper would provide. In real life, Whisper is a humble player in person. They call him Bato, Duck, but as he walks in a way that reminds the team of a duck. And he really only plays Dota and sleeps. He even said he had no use for TI winnings. Instead, he chose to buy a house for his mom, who supported him through his journey. Whisper hates losing and will even try hard in a casual custom game at 4 a.m. Let me tell you, I was there. He was destroying me. He was pretty much bullying. This is partially what led to the Beastcoast Never Surrender playstyle, because Whisper tries until the bitter end, even if the game seemed lost, it's an unranked game, he's playing with his friend who's 2K, doesn't matter. Whisper wants to win every single time, and he'll make sure to get that win, no matter the cost. Whisper is close to his form, who has a similar but even crazier playstyle. Schofield. Now known as Gojira, Schofield is the weirdest player on Beastcoast. And that says something. He plays 4 in a very unique way. Yeah, he'll gank and create space, but will often go on these suicidal quests to create space where he somehow comes out alive. He is often quoted as only being capable of playing melee 4s, but has, in the past, played some really odd heroes that even Chris Luck couldn't play. The Ursa 4 is a great example from Realms Collide. Schofield is, in real life, a quiet and reserved guy. They call him El Chala, and sometimes they refer to him affectionately as the Mute, because he is a 4 who does not communicate, both in and outside the game. He likes listening to rap battles, though, something very popular in Peru called Batalla de Gallos in Peru, and he will often answer people with phrases he heard in rap battles. Schofield is the wild card of the team, but he can be controlled thanks to a very experienced player on the team. And this player is Stinger. The most veteran pro of the bunch. Stinger is the drafter, he is the 5, he is the team captain. He is the glue, to be honest. Stinger has a wide hero pool, but is a particularly good lane winner. He excels at Viper, Witch Doctor, Trim Protector, Abaddon. He just wants to destroy the enemy offlane. He has a great laning stage duo with Hector, but his drafting sometimes makes their life hard. Stinger's drafts often take a life of their own, and his willingness to flex every role varies from genius to disaster sometimes. Oftentimes, his individual and mechanical skills are so high and so above their opponents that he is able to surmount this bad draft regardless, but this doesn't mean that the drafting is consistent. Outside of the game, though, Stinger is the true captain of the team. He is the most disciplined, he will set time apart to scrim and play tournaments as many as possible, and he is by far the most eloquent of the bunch. This is why the team jokes around that he is old and wise. Also because he's 24 and Dota years, that's ancient, you know. As you know, multiply by 7 to understand a real Dota player's age. They affectionately call him Pantera, or Panther. Stinger has the most ties with the SA scene due to his longevity, and is always bringing in new points of view to the scene alongside Papita and Axel, the other two respected captains. Maybe we could add Wu from Lava to the mix as well. These three, however, form the trifecta of veteran captains in SA and are the most established, with Matthew being the rising star that might be next in line for that title. Stinger was the latest addition to the team, but he helped them complete their most successful run ever. However, this season, Beastcoast has seemed to struggle even further, getting third for the first time in an SA DPC with some surprising losses. Their loss to the bottom of the group, SG, while traditionally a Beastcoast thing to do in third-party tournaments, secured them a third place and has made many doubt the team. The team is now looking to win the regional finals to show people that they are back to their former glory. They want to go back with modo serio, or serious mode, which is what their fans call it when Beastcoast dominates a tournament and they quote-unquote really try. However, there's some instability. They're coming in with a massive shuffle of coaches, going through 4 coaches or analysts in the span of the past 4 to 6 months, but they're still hoping for a high result, and their hopes are high, as are their spirits. They're optimistic. They think they can do well. But will they manage to succeed? Or will they fall to the stronger and scarier Thunder Predator, a team which has no weaknesses and has shown no inconsistency, unlike Beastcoast? For that, we're gonna have to watch the regional finals to find out. Hello, guys, and welcome back to the DPC regional, South American Regional Finals. Let's not forget the region here because we have what could be the grand final of this region. Two of the top teams are duking it out here in this winners bracket final. It's Beastcoast versus Thunder Awaken. Thunder Awaken, which has been looking perfect, honestly, all season. Beastcoast shakier, but with enough international performance to back them and to vouch for them. Honestly, anyone could win this matchup, even if one is favored. We've changed panels as well. We have changed the members, but they're still of the same nationality, as we've decided to employ all of Brazil in this DPC regional finals. Astini and Duster will be joining me for this next match. How are you guys doing? Astini, I know you're very excited for this match.
I'm definitely am because I think Beastcoast, as Duster said on the last panel, they have like a playoff style where they really focus on the match and they bring like their A+ Dota. That's very rare to see. And on the other hand, Thunder Predator, they finished 7-0 and they showed like some weakness against Apoking. So maybe Beastcoast can show something that we might not be expecting and really beat Thunder Predator or Thunder Awake. I'm sorry, that would be very surprising, and I really expect they can do it.
Do you think this change has something to do with the fact that they're playing 6 games before a match, Astini?
Warming up definitely does change how you can prepare to a match, and it shows a lot because last panel I was kind of like, I don't know if that's kind of a toxic approach when I say you don't respect your opponents, but that's just the truth about Beastcoast. They don't like watch their replays, they don't warm up, they just know they're better and they're gonna win. But they had some losses on the group stage that kind of waked them up. And as you mentioned, they have Valky now, and it seems like, I don't know if it's about Valky or what does change it, but they seem to be prepared to the enemy team. If they prepare enough to Thunder Awaken, I'm pretty sure a team that got top 8 at TI can beat Thunder.
Okay. Strong words. Duster, are you also on this Beastcoast train, or do you see some hidden strengths in Thunder?
I think if Beastcoast play 100%, they can win, for sure. I just doubt they can do it. But let's see how Valkyrie is going to be, like if it's a positive change for them.
Okay. We talk all about like, oh, if Beastcoast play the best, they're just better than Thunder, but Thunder is looking like they're just looking much stronger than last year, especially with the inclusion of Pakaz compared to HFN. Is there anything you noticed in their improvement that you really like to highlight? Something that you think they're doing this season that they didn't used to do?
I think Pakaz just fit them really, really well. I guess right now they're like full Peruvian team. So I guess just helps, not full Peruvian, but full Spanish. Before, when they play with HFN, I don't know how it was, but I can imagine it's a language barrier because HFN doesn't speak Spanish.
Yes.
So I think Pakaz is just a greater fit for them. So overall, they're just playing much better together. And Pakaz has been on a hype train since the TI quals. He's playing insanely well.
Are you, Astini, I'm going to ask you now because you have a looser mouth. Do you think that Pakaz currently is in a better shape than HFN as well as a player?
I love that you asked that because when Duster was answering, I was thinking about, of course, HFN is his current teammate. So, of course, he's going to say it's about language. Of course. He's going to just say like, oh, yeah, HFN speaks Portuguese and Pakaz speaks Spanish, so they're better now. Like, man, Pakaz, this guy has been showing so much improvement. This guy is like the top hard carry in the region as HFN was 3 or 4 years ago. The guy is just playing the best Dota in the region. That's why he managed to get a TI qualifier finals, even with a team that was not really up to his level. This guy is a beast. HFN is still amazing guy. He's pretty good. But we all know that HFN, he had really great results. He had like a top 3 at a major. That's the best result of a South American team. Of course, we go back to Infamous at TI.
When did he get top 3 at a major?
Ask you. Okay, camera here.
That was a ESL Birmingham major. Was that season where they had a bunch of majors and minors?
Oh, I forgot that was a major as well. I remember
Yeah,
that
just
performance. I forgot that was a major. Okay, never mind. Yeah, I actually thought the best performance that you, well, not you actually, you weren't on the team yet, Duster, but I always think of them in the Kiev major. Actually, I think that was the big, like, oh my god, I'm watching maybe the best South American Dota ever when they beat Secret and EG. I forgot about Bergman.
We also
Yeah.
got some top 6 and 8 at Pain Gaming.
Yeah, I remember that. Sorry to cut you off. Go ahead, Steenie.
But I'll go back to your point. Is because
Mhm.
the SG it was Swiss format, which I like it. I like it, and it was just one event, Swiss format,
Mhm.
and you had Secret first place 4-0, and you had SG last place 16-0-4, and then SG beat Secret. That's where the hype came from, and
Yeah,
then
I
they
remember that.
lost to EG 2-1. So it
Mhm.
was like 8th place, but it still felt like, oh, they won the major, you know? So it feels
Yeah.
like for a Brazilian, it's our best result. And if I recall correctly, the one they got 3rd place, it was 12 teams, because by that
Mhm.
time you had like some weird majors.
Yep.
So yeah, he got this result, and it feels like on his ego, he's still like the best South American carry. And he's not known to be the guy that's practicing, like try harding the most. And Pakazu, on the other hand, is definitely try harding the most. So people got to hear what like Yadomi had to say. I don't want to go into details, but at the end, it has a lot to do that Pakaz is practicing more. He really wants to improve more. So that's why they're showing best results. Sorry for saying what I really think.
I mean, that's why we have you on panel, STD. I see your tweets, dude. You're here to flame. Don't worry. But I do want to point out one story that is actually quite interesting and important to notice this difference. And something that Thunder has mentioned tacitly in interviews, which is that Pakaz listens to the team, right? When Pakaz, they ask him what he wants to play, he goes and says, Matthew, what do you think I should play? Because Matthew's the drafting captain, right? I think the biggest example of HFN doing the opposite was actually in the Animajor, the last game that they lost. Many people attributed that loss partially to the NP pick at last game. And that was entirely HFN refusing, and I mean refusing to play Sven during that draft. Like he actually told his team, I'm not going to play Sven. I'm not going to pick it a second time. Even though they just won with that hero versus a Terrorblade, if you guys remember. And there's a point to be made that, you know, HFN might have been right. Who knows? Like that's up to the question. But it's certainly easier for Matthew or Panda, because they both do this together, to captain a team where your carry is not going to do something like that in the middle of a major. So that is something that Pakaz has. He's a quiet guy. He fits better with the team. And maybe that's more than just a language barrier, right? It might also be a cultural thing. I always remember that performance as being like, okay, maybe he doesn't fit with the team in terms of like personality more than just the language. Not to flame. I feel bad. I'm sorry, HFN. I think you're amazing. I'm still a big fan. But yeah, after that story, guys, I just wanted to highlight because I think you're completely right, Destiny. I think Pakaz fits the team much better. I think Pakaz is really on a hot streak right now. I mean, the guy pretty much solo carried Unknown in the qualifiers. He was like by far their best player, and he almost made them qualify off his back alone. And right now, Beastcoast are kind of fighting a giant. And they're fighting a giant whose best asset this whole DPC has also been their mental fortitude. And I want to talk about that, talking to Duster, a player. I want to know how much you value that, because Matthew has been spoken about as being one of the calmest and best captains that you have right now in the scene. He always gets his team online. He actually gets them ready, like right after a loss. How valuable is that, especially in a playoff format like this?
It's pretty important when you have someone calm to make better decisions and stuff. And also, like, they as a team, they're 7-0. They have a lot of confidence. I think it takes a lot more than one map lose to, like, shake them up. Like, when a team is hiding so high like this, they all feel somewhat confident that it's just easier to be calm. You know, Matthew, as a player, he's been on the top for so long. So I think it also helps to stay more calm in like these difficult scenarios.
You agree with that, Astini?
Honestly, like it should be bad to say that because it kind of kills the hype, but it feels like both teams, they just care about majors right now. Like those are online finals, so they won't get tilted. Like, yeah, they won't get tilted at all because they're losing, because they're behind. they both feel like, okay, we deserve like top 8, top 6 at a LAN event, and it's just like online finals. So I don't think that both teams, like neither of them is gonna lose because of like mental attitude, because of getting tilted and so on. It's just like, you heard that on interviews, right? Like Panda, when you talk with him, he's mostly like thinking about the major. And as you know, Beastcoast, they're just thinking about the major. So of course they want to prove they're the best. Of course, there's a lot of rivalry going on between both teams. They want to show they're the best team in Peru. But I don't think any of them is gonna be like tilted, and the mental part's gonna make them play worse or something like this.
I want to ask you, Duster, now about that mentality, because I've noticed that much more prevalent among the South American, North American pros, where, I mean, North America, it's obvious, right? When you have 2-3 teams that always go to the major, obviously that's your goal. But in South America, where it's been, especially now, becoming much more competitive, it's surprising that you still talk to them and their only goal is the international events. You talk to European pros, right? And yes, the DPC is not the most important thing compared to majors, but it still matters a lot. Like, they still feel like they're playing in the higher echelon. Do you think there's a little bit of a maybe insecurity or desired, like the thinking the region is a bit less from the pros themselves, and that's why they take the international events more seriously?
Yeah, I think Beastcoast and Thunder teams that in general qualify for LANs, they start to care more about the LANs itself than the rest of the season. It was the same when we were playing in Pain Gaming. We were winning every qualifier. You start to not care and not want to practice against the team in your own region even. You're mostly just focusing on the LAN events. But eventually, at least what happened to us, by not paying attention to your own region, you're going to be dethroned by someone. So
When that was happening, when that process was happening to you guys a bit, and some teams started taking games off you, how did you react?
surprised, but also it caused internal conflicts because you started finding someone or something to blame for losing to what you think it's inferior teams.
Right. So sometimes that confidence can be counterproductive as well, right? Because it can be fickle. Interesting. Astini, I know you've had experience having to hammer down confident teams. So what's your technique there? What do you do when you think a team is getting out of hand in that sense?
I think very hard on players, and I apologize, Duster, and I apologize to everyone that I worked with. Like, there's actually a video that we won a competition, and the first thing I say is, guys, there's a lot to improve. We did really bad. And then I look at them and it's like, oh, but let's celebrate, you know? So I think showing showing replays that you can actually improve, because I think that you do make mistakes even against bad teams. So maybe you win against a team that is second division and you're like first division team. I just like to point out, okay, we finished this game in 35 minutes. Why we didn't win in 25? And there's always a reason, like, okay, we did that mistake. We got overconfident here. We overextend here. We dive at fountain. And maybe sometimes you should not do that. I know it kind of takes away the fun of the game out of the players, but if you want to win, if you want to be the best team, you should improve on the very small details. You shouldn't get happy just because you won a scrim against a team that you are definitely supposed to win. Definitely, like, you should win. Like, you should win faster. You should look at those replays and see why you didn't win faster. What was the mistakes? And players, they get mad because, like, oh, but we won. We're doing super good. So it's kind of a hustle between coach and players.
I want to hear your thoughts on that, Duster, because I know you've been on the receiving end of that.
Yeah, it makes what Astini said is true. Like, some players, I myself was like this for some time, and you have to change eventually. But you start caring more about the result than the process and how the game was. And I'm pretty sure, like, most SA teams that go to LAN, they also win most of their scrims. But I doubt they're actually paying attention to the game. They're mostly like, oh, we won a scrim against a big team. That's what matters. And when it comes to the major, the team that they just beat on scrims is going to be more prepared, and they are not going to be. I think that's what used to happen a lot, at least in my experience, and I can see happening still to SA teams that get last place on LANs. But I always hear stories about them like beating everyone on scrims, because of course they're going to take scrims as a game to win and not to learn.
Yep. Actually, I love that example because Thunder Predator, the old one, the one that went to TI 016 famously, that team beat almost everybody in scrims at TI. Fear was telling me about this. They actually demolished scrims. And it was an interesting topic that I do want to touch on as the draft is beginning, which is, Duster, do you find that in scrims, SA teams tend to may try hard more? Like, I've noticed they outskill their opponents more often, and a lot of other teams use it more as a learning experience, like you said. Do you think they really do just try to win, and that sometimes sets them back because of that?
Like against Forging teams, for sure, because as a region, everyone sees us weak, so you want to prove that you're better than people.
Right.
So of course, the screen is one of the best places for it. You can play any team and you can beat everyone, and I think that's a lot of the reason why you just want to prove yourself, your team, as a player, and as your region. You want to make, you just want to prove a point in a lot of the screens.
Is that something that, like, is there a chip on SA team's shoulder to try to prove themselves all the time? Because they always discriminated against as the worst region, quote unquote?
I feel like there is, but it shouldn't be like this. I think players should have the mental fortitude to not care. Because it's a lot easier to be the underdog. It should be a lot easier for us. We shouldn't have to put extra pressure on our shoulders just because people think we're weak and we need to prove something. Like, we should just enjoy ourselves. And I think teams, SA teams that did this, they had better results, for sure.
5 seconds remaining.
I mean, I get it though. I only cast SA and I get angry at these comments, so I can't imagine how the players feel. You know, like I can understand why that would get frustrating. Let's get into the draft. Sorry, go ahead.
It gets your skin, for sure. Not from the public, but when other pros think like this, you start to get triggered.
Yep, I've seen your tweets, Duster. I've seen those moments, dude. But we're gonna go into the game now as game number 1 about to begin. Beastcoast, they pick up the Mars themselves, usually Thunder Predator's first pick, and instead Thunder Predator will answer with the Timbersaw. Both Bolivian offlaners, really interesting, on each team play the Timbersaw, one of their favorite heroes, but a very big shift from Thunder Awaken's usual draft. What are your thoughts on this, Stevie?
It feels like Beastcoast like, hey, I'm gonna steal your hero, and then Thunder Predator's like, okay, I steal your hero too. Because usually you'd see Thunder Predator prioritizing Mars, and Beastcoast, every team bans Timber against them. So they're kind of changing the heroes, but I don't think it means like changing the playstyle. Also because both of them goes with support afterwards, so we haven't seen much from the draft so far. But something that both teams can do very well is like forcing aggressive 3 lanes. So when you have Timber, you can actually play Timber safe lane and force aggressive 3 lane. So Greenstroke's already a hero that's super good at 3 lanes. You can see a team like picking Luna, Jugger, heroes that are super strong at 3 lanes.
How do you... is this something that you think is the right style for Beastcoast? Because you've analyzed them thoroughly, and you thought that they had a couple of weaknesses that could be exploited. Do you think this is what they should continue to do? Or would you like them to adapt a bit more?
I actually like when they swap lanes and Whisper is playing alone in the lane because he gets more level, like more XP, more gold. And I feel when Whisper has a good game, the entire team also does have a good game, no matter what.
Okay.
If they get stomped on 2 lanes and Whisper is having a good game, he's unable to just create so much space. So even though they are the team that is playing against Timber, so it's way better for the Timber team to be playing 3 lane, I feel good for Beastcoast as of now.
Okay. What about Oscar? Let's talk about him, Duster, because he's always concerned like I'm in a team fight, I'm just going to go and sacrifice myself for the team. Timbersaw, kind of more of a carry here to a degree in the early mid game, right? Kind of taking more protagonism. Do you think that they can take advantage of this playstyle as well? Do you think Thunder Awaken is showcasing something they didn't really play in the DPC?
I think it fits Oscar. I think his position on this team is just to tank the offlane alone while Matthew's gonna rotate. This hero does it pretty well. Like, he plays this Timbersaw, the Centaurs a lot, Tide Hunters, which Matthew just need to give him a bit of advantage, and Matthew can be free to do anything else. And I think Timbersaw fits this strat a lot. It makes Matthew be free to play the game.
So you think it's still going to be the same Oscar where I sack his early game and he'll make space for my 2 real cores, right? Dark Mago and Pacas?
different probably because Timbersaw needs to have a good game in the beginning.
We got rid of Matthew's Monkey King. What other? I mean, Matthew's been probably the forward with the most diverse hero pool, or the weirdest hero pool, I guess, in SA, where he's been playing Rubik's, he's been playing the Monkey Kings. Well, he even played Oracle yesterday. Actually, you think they could break that out again, Astini? Would you like to see Oracle Abaddon combo?
Not really, because Weaver is still open, and like,
okay,
in my
good
opinion,
point,
Weaver is so strong that I wouldn't let it through. And you have Timber, which makes like Weaver free to play the map anywhere. Also, Mirana, which would be a good hero when you can play everywhere in the map because you have a Timber. I would like to see heroes that can actually rotate, because Oracle you wanna play the lane. So like Mirana, Clock, Dusk, any of those heroes would feel really better.
Okay. We'll see what Thunder Awaken goes for here. As they pick up the Rubik. Why don't you listen to me, Astini? That doesn't. What's the point of you being the analyst, mate? It's just Rubik.
There are so many great spells to steal. So yeah.
Yes.
But it's weird because Rubik likes to play the lane, and if you have Timber, you just want to be able to rotate. So
5 seconds remaining.
kind of weird, but I can see it working, especially like after laning stage.
Duster, now that I have a top tier support here on the panel, I get to ask you, why is Thunder Awaken been prioritizing this Rubik so much? I mean, because they even pick it Weaver or no Weaver, right? They just pick it a lot as the first pick. What is the strength of him this patch that other teams are not seeing?
Okay. His laning skills, is actually pretty nice, and he combo pretty well with offlaners in the meta. Like you can pick Centaur or Rubik pretty early on, and you're always gonna have a good lane, which is what they do. Same with Tidehunter, Mars, Timbersaw. Like you can just pick Rubik, and you're gonna have a pretty good laning phase, and kind of makes the enemy not want to pick heroes with good skills. You know, you kind of block good heroes when you have Rubik. Like you don't want to pick heroes that are gonna give good spells to him. So it's just annoying to draft against the Rubik, pretty much.
What are your thoughts as well on the DP5 that we've been seeing forced a lot more? Like honestly, people have been picking DP5 regardless of there being a flex or not. Do you think that's the support has a lot of value right now?
DP5 is the best support to play against strength offlaners. So you want to pick DP5 against Mars, Tidehunter, Timbersaw, which are the meta right now. So I think it's valid to pick the zero after you see the offlane. In this case, they see Timbersaw, so it's like every time DP has a Siphon, she's gonna be full health against Timbersaw pretty much. The lanes pretty well.
5 seconds remaining.
There's the Dark Mao Kunkka, that probably his best hero, up there with Tiny and Batrider, but I think Kunkka is still his favorite. This could mean a potential flex of the DP mid, so we'll be seeing that here for Beastcoast. They do love that DP for Chris Luck.
I was thinking the same. Yeah. Because like when you pick Kunkka into DP, it feels so good to be the DP, right? It's a strength hero, so much HP, so it feels good to be the DP now.
5 seconds remaining.
I'm gonna rotate and gank you.
This pick reminds me of a quote that Panda gave me when he was the drafter for Thunder or for Noping back then, or I don't know, what was it, Majestic, Pacific, whatever they were called before. He says, "I pick Dark Mao any hero and he will win the lane regardless of the matchup." What do you think of that, Tastini, as a coach?
I don't think it should feel like this. You can, but like it's because of the water runes. Now you can't really stomp a lane. But on the other hand, I guess what he means is that both supports, they are really willing to rotate mid and help with rune control. And if you're helping with rune control, no matter what's the matchup. So for example, he has Timber. Any support can go mid. They don't care about leaving a Timber alone. So you're gonna win the lane if you have both supports at the mid lane. So if you have like Timber and Troll, Timber and Ursa, those hard carries that are super well staying alone in the lane. Also Morphling, because it hits level 5 and it's unkillable on lane. So then you can play this style. You can pick whatever mid, and the supports can actually guarantee that he's winning the lane.
Last pick here for Beastcoast. Thunder unaware if they're gonna pick a 4 or a mid laner. That's why they get rid of the OD just in case as well. But Beastcoast, the one position they have seemed a little bit inflexible in has been the 4, where they tend to give Schofield one of his heroes.
But no melee hero so far, so are they picking like Schofield hero? Because like Chrysluk, he can play Greenstroke mid, Mars mid, DP mid. It's
true. Yeah.
Like the Sand
As
King
the Schofield
was,
hero.
yeah, was the first match he ever played as Sand King on a competitive game, and he won. So it can be Greenstroke mid. You never know.
Yeah, that is true. Chris does have a hero Ocean. If you guys watched the video we put before the games, you would have known that he will always say, "I can play that" to whatever hero Beastcoast picks, regardless if he's ever played it or not, as TD points out.
Just one comment. Seems like a free PL game, just for me, or
do you agree,
any
Dustin?
illusion hero?
Yeah, it's really nice actually. I just don't think PL is that strong in the meta right now, but looks like a good game for him.
Can you TB instead, or is Grimstroke too much of a nuisance?
No, the TB would also be pretty good actually.
There we go.
Yeah.
The core-to-core against Luna is just kind of guaranteed for TB, given a certain point of the game, right?
I'm not the biggest fan of TB and Oracle as a combination. Because you want TB to be low HP to Sunder, but then Oracle is not gonna cast ultimate on him. And also there's like a bunch of illusion. It's kind of hard to find TB in the fights. And yeah, you kind of want him to get low HP to cast Sunder, so... Could be seeing Pandabu using his ultimate on Kanka and Timbersaw a lot this game.
Okay, so not seeing the final draft, Duster. What draft are you favoring? Which one do you like more?
I think Thunder is just a bit better, mostly because they're on their comfort zone. It's the hero they love.
Okay, yeah, there's a lot of power to that. Astini?
I think it has to do something like with the lanes I mentioned, that they can try like 3 lanes, swapping lanes. So the team that places the deepest ward at the early game is gonna win. That's my prediction. Because you can read lanes with that ward. And if you read lanes better, you win early game. If you win early game at this match, you win the game.
Stevie comes on panel just to promote himself as a coach. He's currently coaching on Corey, but you want to poach him, he is available. Go ahead. Thank you for your predictions, gentlemen. We're going to now go to the casters to cast game number 1 between Thunder Awaken and Beastcoast. And for that, we have Beastcoast's biggest fan, SeekNStrike, joined by Avoplus.
Yes, I am Beastcoast's biggest fan. In fact, they asked me to make the Beastcoast introduction video, but when I submitted my take, it was just 3 hours of me talking about how much I love Beastcoast, so they had to have Alvaro redo it instead. But luckily, we do have a fantastic match here. I take a look at this Thunder Awaken lineup, and I kind of have a preference for it, if I'm being honest with you.
Same, much more so.
I see Beastcoast, this lineup, versus a TB, and a Kunkka and an Oracle, even though Duster highlighted maybe some potential issues with using the False Promise. And I see a lack of damage for Beastcoast. We've done a game like this before. It might have even been a Beastcoast game. I don't know if you remember this, Alvaro, where there was a DP mid versus a TB, and he just absolutely murdered him using Cryptstorm over and over again. So I've been wrong on this before, but I just feel like Thunder Awaken are going to be nigh unkillable in these team fights.
A game, if I'm honest with you.
I'm trying to remember. It might have been a Beastcoast game, but either way, there was just like eventually because
against Thunder, because they picked against Shadow Demon.
It might have been the same game, to be honest. But eventually, you get this 15 talent of -2 second Crypt Swarm, and you just absolutely blow through the TB. I mean, it's incredible when you're just spamming. That, 300 damage nuke over and over and over again. TB just cannot sustain it, even like at the 30-minute mark. So maybe that's where there's going to be a little bit of hope here. But Hector is going to need to really, really put on his farming pants here, because it is going to be difficult. Here's the deep ward battle going on, by the way, which currently looks like Thunder Awaken are going to be at a bit of a loss here. The Gojira
Again,
gets the
Steedy
D1.
is available as a coach in case anyone wants to hire.
And you know what else is curious? Maybe you have a little bit of insight as to this. It's actually Stinger playing the Clockwork.
Yes. To be honest, Gojira plays like a couple. You know, we make the joke that he doesn't play ranged fours. Obviously, he does. He's a pretty complete player. His biggest issue is that in Draft he plays carry, so he doesn't ever get to practice things. Pakas, okay, he's gonna be slowed down here. But I do think that Beastcoast are starting to, and I actually had this conversation with Schofield, Gojira, I guess, where he was telling us that they acknowledge their lack of discipline. I know the joke among players and especially panelists is that Beastcoast tries harder in certain games than others, but it's more of a weakness than people make it sound. Like, it does make it sound like they don't care about things and stuff. They do. They care about the losses they do in DPC. They actually, like, Stinger watches so many replays before games. They just struggle to actually put that into the game, right? And something that, particularly the person that's most concerned about this in the interviews, and if you watch the Beastcoast documentary, you'll find this out, is Schofield. He's the one who wants to professionalize the team the most because he feels like he doesn't do enough, right? And when it comes to the drafts, he's starting to adapt and he's starting to change his mentality and to pick the best hero for the best role rather than pick comfort as much, right? So he's been, for example, right now, they think the Clockwork is better as a 5, which I think is also true. And he's like, well, I might like the Clockwork, but at the same time, this is just a better draft. And it can't be that Beast Coast keeps putting this obstacle where, oh no, I like to play certain heroes better. Like that's just never going to work in international tournaments.
See, what I thought it was, maybe that may be the case. I'm not discounting that. I was having a different approach on it. I thought maybe Beast Coast took a look at this lineup and went, oh, you know what, Grimstroke, he's a pretty good hero to make a dark portrait of. Let's prioritize the farm on the Grimstroke. Clockwork, you know, quite famously does struggle versus illusion-based heroes. I think in general, he's going to struggle quite a bit this game. So long as he can give vision on the Oracle using Rocket Flare, I think that's good enough a job for him. And you don't need to give him position 4 farm for that. Furthermore, it gives you some more safe lane clear, you know?
Yeah, no, I mean, it's the better.
Yeah.
It's 100% the better pick here. It's 100% the better pick. As in, like, putting him 4, right? Because you put more pressure onto the Terrorblade. Like, the question, though, with Beast Coast is not always, like, is this the better thing? Their drafts tend to be actually, like, really good overall. It's just that sometimes their obsession with comfort will put them in a more difficult position than you'd expect them to be, right?
Yeah. And that's funny, right? Because speaking of comfort, we got Dark Mago on his second most comfortable hero. Tiny is his favorite hero. But I'm sure the Kunkka...
I like his Kunkka better, personally.
Really?
Yeah, I think his Kunkka's better.
Okay.
I just think... I think his
Here.
Tiny has had...
Okay.
Oh? I think his Tiny has had many moments where I'm like, oh, Dark Mago. And I talked to Panda about the comms, and apparently Dark Mago on Tiny will say something, and I'm going to paraphrase it, because I can't say it on stream, but he says something along the lines of, you guys are all being cowards, and he just links in. And he doesn't do that on Kunkka, so that's good. I think that's enough of a reason to pick him Kunkka over Tiny.
Okay. And you know what? You know, Kunkka quite tanky, right? A bit tankier than Tiny. He's got Ghost Ship to keep himself alive, and he can initiate from a distance, right? Which is sometimes a bit more useful, as they do get first blood, actually, onto Pakaz's top lane. Jira and Whisper stringing together their nukes, and they do manage to put him down. 10 armor or not, Avo? This TB be damned. Bottom lane, I wanted to just point out the first skill point for Oscar was in Whirling Death. This has really bothered Stinger quite a bit, but not enough, because Stinger already level 2 compared to Oscar is still level 1, so they've got a big wave pushing, but they've done a lot of work to get a lot of harassment, and most importantly, secure farm for Hector these first couple of waves.
Something I'm liking particularly about the Beast Coast that we're seeing in the regional finals is they're going back to their original style, and one of their best styles, and one of the things that also characterizes in general South America, is how much these teams punish lanes. Like, they play lanes really hard. When the South American teams go to, like, European tournaments, they always talk about how easy it is to win lanes in pubs, because they just don't play so much of the early game, right? South America, it's a big deal. And I think they're going back to that a lot more. We see Stinger really sacrificing himself, buying a bunch of region. Yeah, it's just to ruin Oscar. Like, his objective is not to kill him, right? Just ruin him as much as possible. He's bought so much region already just to kill Oscar, and he might die, actually. He will die. That is the Beast Coast special, you know? You gotta play just to the very edge and hope you don't tip.
Oh, maybe they even get Hector? There's another Mango for a Fade Bolt here. Do they have enough damage for it? I think it is. Level 1 Fade Bolt. Yeah, last auto attack, double kill from Matthew in this bottom lane. With these brown boots even able to keep up with the Luna, one of the faster range carries in the game.
This
You were
is the most
saying,
Beast
Alvaro?
Coast play. No, dude, that's what I'm telling you. This is what I like to see, though. Like, Beast Coast should play these lanes to the extreme. It's just that the problem we saw in the DPC is they would play super defensively, and they didn't know where the line was anymore, right? They forgot about it. Now they're starting to relearn it. I'd rather they try and improve on this than them just playing the passive Dota they played in DPC, where, oh, lose lane, win game. Okay, I've watched TI5 EG. It's done. Stop playing that way.
Well, you know, speaking of TI5 EG, that's one of my favorite, I think, probably player quotes, right? Offlane Universe. I know you know this one because I've told you maybe about 10 or so dozen times at least. But you know, Universe quite having famously said, you know, to play offlane, you got to find the line. You know, you're gonna cross it every now and then. That's the only way you learn the line. As Oskar, he's definitely playing along the line. He plays a very mean Timbersaw, by the way. One of his most played heroes, if not his most played, if I'm not mistaken. And something that's, it's just to talk about Thunder Awaken a little bit now, right? Something that's always really impressed me about this team is how well Dark Mago and Oskar play together. Honestly. They usually balance like initiation and damage just perfectly between the two. I think this lineup, especially, you talked a lot about punishing. This is definitely a lineup that can look to punish over aggression and initiations because they are deceptively tanky, these guys. And they synergize so well together, don't they?
I find that Oskar is a player that does not get talked about in Mago. That does not get talked about enough. I think his playstyle is that either shines when the team does well, and therefore he doesn't shine alone, right? He shines with his teammates, or he looks really bad when the team does badly. And I think that's because of that, people have just kind of discounted him as just one more player, right? As opposed to like the playmaker, like Darmago or now Pakaz is, right? But I do think that Oskar's playstyle is something that really brings this relatively greedy team together, and has been a reason why this team has worked so well. And that's also why I think Oskar stays with the team as long. Like, a lot of people criticize him as being the weak link. I don't think that at all. I think Oskar is actually one of the stronger players.
I think that would be wrong. I think that would be actually incorrect, right? Because
the weak link is Panda. We all know this.
Everyone knows that. Come on, Panda. You got to pick it up, man. You got to get more kills on this position 5 Oracle. If you're not maxing Purifying Flames to steal kills from your mid, what are you doing? Yes, thank you for the laughs, Matthew. Appreciate it, mate. As he maxes Fade Bolt. But what I really like about Oskar, and even if you look at his hero pool, like, he's just got such a traditional hero pool. It's like Centaur, Timber, Tidehunter's the other big one, right? Just like heroes that are not going to solo carry you the game, like we talked about in the panel on their previous victory. Top lane, Pakaz.
Panda comes in to save him. Yeah.
It's a push, though. They need to repel this top push. This wagon's going to get in a lot of damage.
Pakaz,
I didn't know the
cancel
Phantom did latch damage.
Yeah, it does.
Oh yeah, because it just does DPS. Yeah, that's right.
Yep, exactly. It's actually the second it latches, it hits once. That's why it's pretty good at canceling blinks too.
Okay. But he's so consistent in that role. I think they did lose. Thunder lost one game yesterday. Oskar was playing a Centaur, and I even commented it mid-cast because the enemy offlaner was a Mars, and the Mars was like doing crazy things late game as Mars does, and all Centaur could do is stampede and stop. Like, nice job, Stinger. Yeah, bit off a bit more than he could chew. He's trying to imitate Gojira, and instead he's going to have to go Homa, because he's going to be killed by Dark Mago.
Yeah, I agree. I think Oskar is one of the oldest players to ever come into the DPC, like, you know, late in his lifestyle. I think he started playing competitively at the higher level at 27.
Dark Mago's ganking bottom.
Of course he is.
Yep.
And I think his playstyle shows a lot. Like, he is the kind of player that, if you look at Oskar, you think, oh, Fear trained this guy, you know? Like, he is the Dota 1 kind of offlaner, very much so. And that's something that's nice to see because it's so rare these days where, partially because Dota now is all about showcasing yourself so you can get picked up by a better team, less people play this selflessly. C-Smile in the mid lane, they catch him with the Bolt. They also get the Fortune down to him. No root. C-Smile, though, against the Kunkka, is actually getting a lot of HP back. C-Smile trying to find a different way out. C-Smile surviving thanks to the Purifying Flames. Here is actually the combination from Whisper, and they go for Mago against that wall. He's going to die. Matthew, in a similar bad position, he is going to fall as well. And the DP does what a DP does best. Last far too long.
And even steal stacks here. Yeah, Dark Mago, he kind of just needed to back out from that. I know he's got Tidebringer max, and you always want to get in there with that big old cleave, but at some stage, you gotta recognize DP is doing, or is healing way too much off of you. Okay, Oskar, okay. There we go. There's C-Smile going down. Another big trait of this Thunder Awaken team is that both of the side laners are sometimes even Pakaz, more so than not, is very willing to rotate mid. TB's not the kind of hero to do that. We saw this a lot when he was playing Faceless Void yesterday. But very nice play from Oscar. Heads up as they prevent the stack from fully being stolen.
Yeah. Well done, Oscar. Yeah, he's hearing our comments like, what, you say I don't carry the team? Watch me. Watch me be the only person in my team to get a kill.
And I think, Thunder and Beastcoast has always been El Clásico here in SA, hasn't it?
I mean, Infamous kept trying to say they were part of it, but traditionally they haven't really managed.
Okay. Well, maybe it's a bit of the newer El Clásico, right? A reborn
yeah,
one,
it's been the newer El Clásico for the past 2 years. Obviously, it was with the current with Thunder that was Lava before,
yeah.
And that was the big team. But their playstyle was much more different than the Thunder right now. And something I do like is that, to be honest, both Thunder and Beastcoast are more teams, quote-unquote, than Lava was when they were Thunder Predator. And by that I mean that, not that as an insult towards Lava, but Lava really did sink or swim based on Leo Styles' performance many games. And he was by far the star player and he was a pillar of the team. And that kind of playstyle is just a bit too inconsistent. If you have one bad day that nobody can cover you, it's pretty bad. And I think in the case of Thunder or Beastcoast, it's not so much like that. We might joke that Whisper is the hidden carry, but truly, Ictor, he can carry too, easily. So can Chris Luck, right? Similarly with Thunder, except for Oscar, Dark Mago, and Pakaz are really good cores. They can always take turns carrying the game.
And was something I just wanted to point out was like you've just got so much experience in this lobby alone. The positions 1, 2, and 5 of Thunder are relatively newer, as Stinger is just being bullied by Oscar right now, needs another last hit. And oh, there he is. Down he goes. 3 heroes pressuring top for Beastcoast, though. Whisper was unable to get an arena off earlier onto Matthew because he got yeeted back by the telekinesis. Matthew now, oh my goodness, that spear just stopping dead at his feet. Luckily for him, he will be able to complete that TP, but he's not going to be able to defend the tower. But this offlane duo, Matthew and Oscar, are, I think, some of the more experienced players in SA. I know Matthew has been playing since 2016, Oscar 2017. And all of Beastcoast as a whole, but especially, Stinger, incredibly experienced as they catch Dark Mago. Dark Mago, what are you doing here?
I mean, yeah, you can tell Matthew's experience because of his hairline, right? So, Panda, he's going to be caught here with a hook shot. Poor guy doesn't have level 6 just yet, and Panda will eventually fall here to see Smile. So, Beastcoast right now, playing again, this is what the Beastcoast I know and love, the guys that play a good early game and dominate and play and pressure hard, and meanwhile, Tito is just farming the whole time, right? That's his job.
You know what that was? I think that was an attempt from Dark Mago to find El Tito farming in the jungle. Who is, going for the max farming build. He's maxing Glaives and Lunar Blessing with only 1 point in the beam. So, yeah, he's not really scary, but the rest of his team sure is. They will be able to defend the tower. C-Smile did not want to commit the usage of the Exo for the tower, as Oscar continues to chase after Stinger. Could be another death. There's a smoke play coming from Beastcoast as they actually head towards the top lane where they see Pakaz farming with the illusions. Oh, and he's going to go for the small camp directly into the smoke gank. But Beastcoast, we're expecting him to head into the jungle. So he's actually going to dodge this one out for now. There's the courier. That does give him a little bit of vision, but Pakaz is going to find the Spear of Whisper first. Jiro to follow up with the silence and no chance for the Sunder, even if he did have a skill point in it.
Yeah. Sometimes this is something that Thunder Predator struggles, or Pakaz would struggle more in general. Both the teams he played in for a long time, which was Infamous and now Thunder Awaken, are really good at giving him space. And sometimes he struggles to find farming games where he doesn't have any space at all. See that here, as they destroy Stinger in the mid lane. Not that big a deal, but this tower is very important. Like I said, opening up the map for Pakaz is super crucial to make sure that he finds farm. If he does have the space, though, he farms as fast as Ector, or close to.
Yeah, I mean, especially when you've got a pretty, we've seen this matchup quite a bit, right? Luna, TB, feels like this has been pretty much 2 heroes we've seen since this DPC format existed. I remember casting RDO on this matchup plenty of times in Eastern Europe, as they are chasing Hector now, not RDO. There's a TP coming, but it's a 6-second TP. Here's going to be the Blink Dagger reveal, though, for Whisper. Catches a big one. Panda, who did have the ulti ready to go, is not going to be able to cast it. Matthew, with only Elusive being level 1 stolen, as there's going to be the Soulbind, locking down Oscar a bit. And even more than a bit, 5 heroes surrounding him. He is not going to get that tantalizing kill onto the Luna. Instead, Beastcoast defend their core. Whisper with 2 kills off the Blink Dagger reveal. Ooh, what a fight for them.
I mean, Ector just danced around them, Like, usually, this is actually a good move, theoretically, because something that Ector... that you can do on a carry that Ector never does is the getting a point in a skill just to have a presence, right? An example, this is Luna in the Eclipse or Jug in the Omni Slash, right? Sometimes these carries will do this, so if they farm in the lane and you go and attack them, they can kill you, right? They can counter-initiate you. It's similar to like Stone Gaze or Terrorblade Sunder, but those are more defensive abilities, right?
And by the way, let's go the triangle, but go ahead.
Hector never does this, and it's good to gank him and abuse this a lot, but these ganks have to be on point, okay? Like, see, for example, this Beastcoast gank, even if they only found Panda, which is not the ideal target, had a much clearer objective than the more haphazard Thunder Feather gank we saw earlier.
Yep, and they actually managed to steal a stack. That is pretty big, especially because poor Pakaz ended up popping meta for that. He's not going to even get half the bounty from that camp. Matthew, though, with a pretty big steal. Rubik with Cryptstorm is incredibly annoying. Doesn't have any points in the Arcane Supremacy, but he can still nuke waves with ease, and you're not going to be able to hit him. He is standing super far away. He's going to just clear this wave. Oh, come on, Fade Bolt it. He's going to give it to Oscar. Very, very good, Matthew.
True
Very
support.
good. True support.
I mean, Oscar is the support of the cores, right? So the support the support.
Yeah, you have to.
As Beastcoast takes over the triangle. Good man movement by them. They find Oscar as well. Hard target to kill with a DP should be possible here. Spirit Siphon just starts to drain his HP. With a battery assault, he can't get away. Oscar is down. Panda went and tried to save him, but didn't work out. And a beautiful arena catches both supports. Panda, though, will try to save his fellow support by giving him the false promise. But in exchange, he might die. Matthew might be in trouble regardless. He's going to take some damage. Exorcism, they're chasing him down under tower. And again, the Beastcoast special. As they bring down Matthew, that Malo was just here. He wasn't expected to be gone on, but they burst him down. And Beastcoast, they're absolutely destroying this early game.
Yeah, they are. Dark Mago, I was wondering if he was going to boat to try and save his cores. I don't think they were quite on the same page because he was standing outside of the arena. He knew how many heroes had killed Oscar, and he didn't really seemingly want to use that boat either for his own buff to do damage or to save his allies with the buff. That means he doesn't have it for himself either, and Beastcoast very wisely read that, will take the kill. However, they used Exo for that, and just about everything else they had in the tank. Granted, it was a great team fight of 4 for none, but they don't yet get this tier 1 tower. Mataz continues to farm, mostly unabated, so it's still a win, don't get me wrong, but they're going to have to come back for this tower, is what I'm saying. But Dark Mago is just going to run in and probably die here. This was a very aggressive farming play for him.
Yeah, they're struggling to find space anywhere, and these plays a bit crazy. That Mago, they bring him down easily. Now with the Eclipse as well, so Hector is a bit of a threat. This is the build that we see mostly on Luna, by the way, these days, not just an Hector thing, where you wait until level 11 for the Eclipse, and you take 2 points immediately.
If Eclipse could hit creeps, I imagine Hector might consider putting points into it so he can farm with it, but it doesn't, so there's no point.
Yeah, but then he has to put points in Lucent Beam, right? And then he's like, that doesn't hit. That's useless for
you're
creeps.
Right. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
You're right.
But I do agree with your point. Like, this Hector has been doing this before it was meta, but it is a thing that we see on Lunas very commonly. You just wait until that Eclipse timing. Usually you get Manta plus Dragonlance these days. People don't go Mask of Madness anymore, much to the chagrin of my pubs.
I don't understand that play by Dark Mago. I don't know why he walks up the high ground like that to get the range creep, because you've got to cleave, brother. What are you walking up the high ground for?
They're desperate to find farm right now. They know they have a relatively greedy lineup.
In trouble here. Camp of Death.
Yeah, they got Panda first, though. Panda did sacrifice himself for Pakaz. Pakaz still has the Sunder.
Bad.
This is the issue that Thassa was talking about. He's going to lose a little bit of HP. Now he's still the Sunder, though. Okay. Again, Sunder still available. Both not used. They've both been silent. Sunder finds the claw quickly. He's might still down regardless. Exorcism from C-Smile. He brings down the Mago as he's made out of paper. Then Pakaz just falls. Matthew trying to do his best, but he's also going to die to the Sexo. And only Oscar in the backlines manages to kill the supports, but still a disastrous fight as the carry from Beastcoast continues to farm now the enemy jungle.
Yep. Oscar might not be out of the woods yet here either. Timbersaw's worst fear. Not out of the woods. Oh no.
Yeah.
Oh, with that Timber Chain, he might be out of here, though. Another blink in a second. Whisper's gonna not get the spear off in time. Oscar buying a lot of space. They still got that tier 1, though. And that was a 4v5 fight in which C-Smile gets 4 kills.
Nope. What is Oscar? Ooh, okay. That Yoseter almost stopped him. That's not how it works with Timber Chain, though.
No, I thought that was actually his own Yules. He's barely just a couple hundred gold off from finishing it off. Thank you, Oscar.
No, don't spam that when you're losing, Oscar. That's not how the contract works. No, I appreciate Oscar. Big fan. The guy, when he met me, he says, "I really like when you cast my game in Spanish, obviously, because you make me sound like a really good player. I don't think I'm that good, but thank you." And I was like, "Thank you." That's such a humble comment, Oscar.
And then
he's going for
100 of your voice lines.
Yeah, he actually sent me a message with that. I was like, "Okay, we haven't talked in 6 months, but all right, thank you, dude."
Oh, Matthew. Okay, he's gonna get denied the ward at the very least, but
Nice,
they literally
nice.
put down these wards at the exact same time. That was just that's just the worst feeling in the world.
It is a struggle for Thunder. Like, this is one of the issues that they've had with Dark Mao traditionally, which is when he plays these kind of... Any hero that's not tiny, Dark Mao farms.
Did you see that?
Yeah, they clipped to stop him from farming. Oh, Hector's looking for him. Vegeta won't find him. Dark Mao TP's in time. Oh, they even hook shot. Anyway,
I can't believe that he calls it a boat, and Beastcoast go, absolutely not.
yeah, because they needed the creep wave. Yeah, well, they needed the creep wave to push a tier 2 tower. It's actually a pretty good play. And if he gets that creep wave, he gets BKB. So honestly, that play was more clutch than it seemed.
Yeah, no, I was just I just love that. They hear the port bell announcing the arrival of the Ghost Fleet, and they go, maybe not. You know.
But Dark Mao was struggling. The only hero he doesn't really farm very much on is Tiny. The Konka is definitely one of his more farming heroes. He's used to playing with a little bit more than just the BKB, and they struggle to create space. There's a lot riding on Oscar's shoulders, and there's only so much a Timbersaw can do, especially when your kill squad is Rubik Oracle. Oh, wow. Fade Bolt, Purifying Flame, 600 damage. Ooh.
Yeah, no, it's not that good. I was much more expecting the kind of game where Dark Mago ganks the lane. You've got Oscar running in, Matthew to steal a spell here and there, but they just haven't managed to find a fight like that. It might have it forced here, but Hector's got well, he's almost in full fighting mode. He's got a BKB at the ready. Whisper is only 200 gold away from his as well. Under Awaken just not in a position to really contest this one. What was I gonna say though? I really like the atomization from Hector. This is always been a solution whenever Luna gets like counterpicked. Basically, whenever any Agi hero is counterpicked against like a TB or something like that, all they do is build. Oh, okay, that's cool. I'll just build Butterfly because you don't like building MKB. We saw this happen a lot with PL as well. You know, it is a very big shifting point in this core-to-core matchup, especially if Hector's an item ahead. So he's nearly got that on. Well, it's his next item. He's got the quarterstaff done, so that is going to be, and the Aegis, of course, where he's going to be able to farm up this item pretty safely. So this is a pretty big concern for Thunder Awaken, because this window where TB is really good versus Luna is going to rapidly close.
Yep. What is true, though, is that the TB will then come out on top in the late game, right? As opposed to, say, the PL versus Dusa matchup. Like, the TB does win, not because of his illusions, because he's just a better carry than Luna. But this is more talking like maybe 35 minutes in onwards, right? So you still have plenty of time. And with Luna, and this is why she's such a great snowball carry to fight around, compared to, say, Ursa or like, I don't know, Monkey King, for example, is that you give her one good fight and she will take all your throne. She will take your throne, honestly. She pushes crazy fast. And that's why Luna is considered much more reliable carry, even though her playstyle is similar to that of an Ursa, which is good lane, snowball from there, destroy the enemy carry, lose most core-to-core matchups late game, no big deal.
Sure.
Because you push fast.
Sure. And she's not like cooldown reliant like any other hero in the game. Like, you're not really going to ever go, oh, I don't have Eclipse, guys, let's not push. Like, very rarely is that the case on a safe lane Luna. Maybe on a support lane.
Just
TB,
BKB. Just the BKB reliant, right?
Yeah, just BKB. But with TB, like, I don't have meta, blah, 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 you know, it could be more problematic. All right, Hector, he wants this tower. He'll BKB for it, but out comes the glyph. There's no BKB now for his second life, and now we'll see if that BKB, or lack of, is going to back Beastcoast up.
Yeah. This will do a fair amount of damage. There's something we don't see Beastcoast do very often, which is retreat, so showing respect to their opponents here.
They did not manage to force the TP from Bakaz. I think he probably would have TP'd had they persisted. There's a DD in the river as well. Under Awaken, they're going to smoke out of the base. Beastcoast are going to scout this DD rune. They've got a ward on the high ground, so they're going to see enemies as soon as this ward breaks. Oh, counter initiation is good out from Whisper. The Yule Scepter into the Telekinesis. Stinger, he finds a couple of heroes. 3 heroes blocking them with the cogs. Dark Mago finally gets the BKB off, but Panda in a terrible spot in the river has to ulti himself. A victory for Beastcoast as Oscar is going to miss the Timber Chain. He's going to be stunned now by Hector, who's going to channel this Eclipse onto Oscar. Does manage to at least escape, this time connecting on the Timber Chain. Panda dies elsewhere in the jungle. Oscar leading them yet again another wild goose chase. Another fight win here by Beastcoast.
I mean, that was wild. I can't believe that He got a 4-man hook shot. That's a rarity to see. Not very impactful afterwards, but the play itself is always fun to watch. I do feel like here on Thunder Predator, because of how nullified the Kunkka is to a degree, now he can't really... He kind of has to play a secondary tank. He's in a very awkward position. Rubik and Oracle surviving are very important fights. You saw how much Matthew did there in the initiation, actually. He could loosen beam to stop to stop the DP, and even telekinesis the Mars. Like, he's crucial to these fights. So Stinger canceling him is actually a really big deal.
Absolutely. Now there's BKB at least finished here for Pakaz. So he's got BKB and Black King. BKB and Black King Bar. BKB and Eye of Scotty is the big item I meant to say. And we still don't have the money for this Talisman of Evasion. So I might just give the edge to Thunder Awaken in this very next fight. But I think they have to make it happen within this smoke duration. Aegis is about to be reclaimed. It's about a minute left, but I still think I give just a slight edge here to Thunder Awaken if they can get the initiation right. Big if.
Yes, and also I would say that you have to get the Aegis out, by the way, right? Like if you have to, if you clash a bit too soon, it's gonna be a problem. Because Luna is definitely here the front lines as a carry, right? So you kind of have to deal with her.
Oh, and check this out. The stronger that TB becomes, of course, with this position for Grimstroke, Gojira is only 800 gold away now from the Dark Portrait. That's going to very, very quickly be closing in because he has lost for Stone, and the team has given him space to farm. He has been sent into the jungle to finish off this item.
Yeah, and this is something that that Beastcoast acknowledges pretty well is their solution to the late game for the TB. When Luna falls off, as we've mentioned a couple of times, you're going to have still the TB to deal with TB, right? And the way to itemize against Luna is the opposite of how you would itemize against yourself. So it's pretty good. If you go from KB, for example...
He cannot BKB TP, of course, because of Clockwork, so I believe he just dies.
Oh, he will try BKB TP. He's like, I might as well.
I guess
he wasted hookshot.
Sure. Wasting a bit of time as well with his run buff, but they bull whip him and I'll send him back to the fountain. Okay.
I honestly think you should have walked around with a BKB. I get like you want to stop the TP and stuff. But I think if he walks around to just waste even more time, like every second here is valuable, and Darkmawa is not going to recover. It's honestly Pakaz or bust right now.
Yep. Whisper has Ag Shard now. As that's the second time Rubik's stolen Bulwark. Very, very annoying. You can steal that ability, even though it's a toggle. But Dark Mago dead for 20 more seconds, and bottom barracks exposed. There is going to make a very, very quick look at this. Crystal is finished for the TB. He's bought out for that item. There's no longer an Aegis on Actor. It has been reclaimed, but he's got the Butterfly online now, Avo, and this is what I was scared of. This is not really favorable territory for Pakaz.
Hector, continue to that BKB. Gotta get that Rax. The BKB just barely.
Just enough.
Oh.
I had to check that myself. I thought he maybe made a mistake, but shame on me for making that assumption. He had that timed. So both BKB charges, a 9 and 8 second respectively, both used for that bottom lane of barracks.
Worth, honestly.
Yeah. I think it's they weren't exact. I mean, sure, the BKB prevents a team fight. Don't get me wrong. It was a preemptive cast, but I just think it's not every single carry I see does this. You know, I think it's good usage of it, but interesting.
Yeah, I think holding too much value to your BKB is a mistake a lot of carries make. Honestly, I think yeah, the BKB timing is crucial, but if you're in a game where you trying to get the perfect BKB timing is necessary for you to win the fight, you're either losing the game because you played badly before or your draft is bad, but it's not ever a position you want to be in, right? I think that Mago's kind of in this position. He has to get the perfect BKB.
Yeah,
and
that's what it
he's
feels like.
Desperately trying to find farm now. Like, hola, Dark Mago! Oh, they missed a spear. I mean, he's dead, though. But the question is, how long does he last?
Stinger's ready again. Yeah, there he goes. And not very long. Very long indeed. Down he goes another time. Not Dark Mago's best Kunkka game, regrettably for him. This is definitely one for him to forget, as it's going to be his 7th death of the game. Beastcoast looking to set up vision and establish control over the Roshan area in preparation for second Aegis, for the Shard, and for the eventual high ground push.
Yep. It's scary because the moment, like, until TB is ready to beat this Luna, I think you still got like a solid 6-7 minutes, and I don't think Luna's gonna give you that much time.
Nope. Nope. Yeah,
Oh, they even have
Smile's not
DP.
gonna give you that much time.
Yeah, it's true. We haven't even mentioned DP's pushing ability because Luna has been so impactful, but it's true. EXO will make sure this tower is destroyed quickly.
Yep. Lucent Beam casually doing like 400 damage on each cast for Rubik is something to just be aware of. But Gojira, just because I haven't mentioned it yet, has finished up his Ag Scepter, unsurprisingly, with the bounty from bottom barracks. They're going to pop the EXO to get out the Fortify, and then they're just going to back up. I like this. More patience from Beastcoast, not forcing anything. Unfortunately, Roche
Where
not
is
yet
this
up.
coming from?
To be another 70 seconds.
I
Dude,
didn't
it's
know they
Modo
had
Serio.
patience.
Modo
Oh
Serio,
my
man.
god. It might be because now Hector is 21, right? Like, they've all increased a year, and the wisdom is showing, really. The patience is something not very characteristic of this team.
Well,
and interestingly enough, Thunder Awaken is actually doing the opposite. They've been quite patient with DPC, and we have not seen that today.
You've discussed this as well during the quite long break we had before this game started, because this is a symptom both teams have, and a lot of teams in other regions have as a result of this DPC format. But if you win this match, you're guaranteed at least 130 DPC points. That's a big deal.
Yeah, that's true. Okay, Soulbind. That's not going to really help. Stinger's dead immediately. Whisper doesn't initiate now. Whisper actually allowing to block Pakas well. He comes out of the arena at the moment Pakas can leave, but unfortunately, Pakas' damage is just too high. Their initiation, that was the ideal one. The only problem is that was not the right fight. And no matter how great you play Whisper, tactically, they're going to beat you.
Yeah, and that's a pretty big deal as well. It's going to allow them to establish a deep ward. They're actually going to go back and do Roche. Oh, Matthew was patiently waiting in the pit. If only he was 5 seconds more patient, he probably would have been able to snag a huge prize away from Beastcoast. They still just might be able to be quite honest. They're going to have to know it's up here within at least the next 90 seconds. A good chance it's even sooner than that. With the man, well, a 2-man advantage, but one for another 15 seconds, especially one as big as the Mar is. Certainly going to be a big turn of events if they can find it, but they don't. They're going to be able to do it fast enough here, especially if a bit of trouble is going to be the Timber.
Yeah, you need him to tank that Roche. Nope, he's not able to tank the spell, so how could he ever tank Roche? Dead.
And that's probably Roche then for Beastcoast with that death. As, yeah, that Rocket Flare is going to confirm the big man is home.
Yep, EXO is up on C-Smile. That's when they're like, yeah, perfect timing. Like, worst case, if they think they're being threatened, just activate Exorcism and you take the Roche quickly enough.
Yeah. Luna's got another item, by the way. Satanic fully completed. Not only is it going to be the Strength, but a second Dispel on top of the Manta Style, and of course that Unholy Lifesteal. So, yeah, it is...
Unholy Rage.
Holy Rage, thank you. Unholy amounts of Lifesteal, more like it.
Yeah, and I like this, the order of the items here for Luna, right? Because the Butterfly before the Satanic is clutch, as 1 or 2 misses will make sure that you don't have the Scotty debuff as you lifesteal back with Satanic, right? So it's very important to make sure that they can't constantly just reapply Scotty to you and you can't really heal.
Speaking of unholy things, this TB as well, picking up his own Satanic. Again, leaves him without buyback.
I mean, they still have a chance on Thunder Awaken, but they gotta survive this next fight. This is the most important push, right? If they can survive this next push, I think the game starts swaying in their favor a little bit more. But I don't know how they
Just need
survive
one
this.
more wave for meta to be up, and Beastcoast is not going to give it to them. They're going to lose this tower before they have meta.
Yep.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Rax will fall super quickly. Again, the threat of Luna. How many bodies do you throw against the Luna? It's too many. It's not really worth it with all the illusions as well. This is gonna take the Rax and leave. I think this might have been the best play for Thunder. If they lose heroes here, the game is over.
Yep. They still have Dark Portrait as well, so they have to be careful not to overextend.
Oh.
Oh.
Okay, Mago, they forced the BKB. And they realized a bit too late they were retreating, so Thunder Awaken gets away. Sorry, Beastcoast gets away with another later Rax.
And there's like, wait, they're not going to Fountain Dive us? What is this? What's going on, guys?
It's true. They're gonna find C-Smile here, Dark Mago.
Oh.
Not able to complete that combo, unfortunately. Matthew's
Yeah,
like, let me do it, as he forces himself as opposed to Kunkka.
Yeah, unfortunately, they had lost vision anyway across the river as soon as he got up, so they wouldn't have gotten the X mark anyway. There's a smoke, but I believe that would have been scouted by the ward, freshly placed as well. The Beastcoast in a very good position here. Of course, C-Smile holding on to the Aegis, not the Luna. They're Awaken are going to end up rotating through the jungle, but Beastcoast, again, not even taking any chances here. They just put Stinger out in front to bait, everyone else holding a position on the high ground. was not going to find anyone.
Yep. Again, the turning point is, I mean, it's not guaranteed, mind you, but Thunder Awaken is getting to the point where they actually have a fighting chance, right? And that's a very big deal. Like, the problem with Thunder Awaken, though, is as a team, they mostly get ahead because they're superior tactically to their opponents, or they always make the right plays, right? That's kind of more their style, rather than outplaying their opponents. In a position where you're losing, and when Beastcoast is for some reason being incredibly patient, I don't know, they read the Art of War right before they played this game, and it's much more difficult to force them into the wrong tactical mistakes. And we've seen the team fights, the execution of Beastcoast is just slightly above Thunder Awaken. I mean, hell, when Beastcoast is on their A game, their execution is honestly slightly better than most teams in the world. Like, that's where they shine. So,
my favorite chapter above Sun Tzu's Art of War is do not dive the enemy's spawn point, for you will be punished and potentially throw your humongous lead that you worked 35 minutes for. But yeah, again, I think this really comes down to the DPC points on the line. It's a really big deal, 130 and 0. In fact, this Thunder Awaken lineup is also just barely avoids the tail end of that hook shot. This Thunder Awaken lineup, you know, back in the Kiev Major, back when they were as no ping with HFN, had they won their match versus Quincy Crew, they would have qualified to TI. They just needed 300 points, well, 225. And, you know, you can get a third of that right here, especially for Beastcoast, who finished, what, third, fourth? They didn't earn as many points as they were probably hoping to in this first season.
Yeah, it's very true. And last time, funnily enough, Thunder Predator, or Noping would have taken Thunder Predator's spot if they had qualified. Hey, Pakas in trouble. Cogs. Oh, not the best Cogs, actually. Stinger in trouble. Whisper does initiate, though. Yeah, good arena. Matthew gets saved by Panda, who's properly outside of the arena. Well, he gets saved for a couple more seconds, and Matthew will eventually die. There's way too much damage. Panda also falls. Stinger did get killed off in the backlines, though. As we see Oscar and Pakas, the duo, trying to take this fight. Unfortunately, they catch Oscar, and Oscar against a tree will die immediately. Metamorphosis has not been used yet. Thunder Awaken still biding their time, still playing this slightly defensively. There we go. The winner used my line. We can take it now.
Yeah, there's a refresh orb on the way for this DP, so this push is not stopping anytime soon, Avo.
Oh no, C-Smile could be in trouble though. Metamorphosis has been used. They're going for him, but they realize he still has the age, just 20 more seconds. And you betcha, Matthew's telling him, don't kill him. Don't kill him just yet, you fool. Can they wait it out? They're just gonna go for it. They think they can kill a second life. They're going for Mars as well. Oh, he took way too much damage. Whisper might just fall here. One more attack will do the trick. Whisper's down. And they're going out for DPC. Smile also in trouble. Can't kill again. Does have the Ghost Scepter. Stinger will die in turn. They dispel the Ghost Scepter. Panda with a really clutch fortune. Then Ghost Scepter for a couple more seconds, but that's T-Smile down. Hector's been left alone. He's forced to BKB TP. They don't have enough damage to bring him down in time. But Thunder Awaken, they defend.
They do. That was a dieback as well there for Stinger. And very interesting start to that team fight. They both kind of had the same idea. Really, Thunder Awaken had no other choice. Pakas, more like it, had no other choice at the start of that team fight. He was stuck on the opposite side of that arena and just decided to run at supports. He ran at the back lines because there's no one else he really hit.
Oscar did the same thing, and I think actually that was the right play. While Matthew and Panda kind of sacked themselves, it also could have been argued that it was a misplay by Whisper, by going a bit too far to try to get that kill, right?
Yeah.
Like, they're playing, that play is the kind of play you make when you are really far ahead and you're above the enemy team. And like I said, there's now a fighting chance for Thunder Awaken. I don't think that is the best play anymore when you are in that position.
Oh yeah, especially when Pakas gets this MKB online. Again, it's not really an item you want to get too early in the progression for TB. You can still, he's probably still considering whether or not he wants to turn this Demon Edge and Crystals into an Daedalus. Maybe he had Shadow Blade queued up. No, he's going to commit now for MKB.
Can't Silver Edge
the right choice.
Earlier. Yeah.
He did, yeah, he did. Okay, I like this. Also, great job controlling C-Smile through his second life. Shout out to Panda, just sitting in the back lines, making sure he can get that Fortune's End off and throwing it out as necessary.
Yeah, honestly. He canceled both Ghost Scepters. I mean, sure, he forced the Yols, but like that's a win in itself, right? Very good, very good. I mean, hell, he had to refresh for a second Ghost Scepter Yols. Like, that's the degree, right?
Yeah, and the EXO too, but yeah, it was...
Of course. You get my point, though. I actually think that was a refresh for the Ghost Scepter, to be honest, because he was dead otherwise, right?
True.
So.
He refreshed for spider legs and face.
Honestly, refresher. You guys, like, people are still stuck in the Dota 1 ideas of, oh, I refresh, I double ult, but sometimes refreshing for items and stuff like that is as valuable.
You know, we saw even last series Mars build a refresher for the double arena, but I've seen double spears win games.
Yes. Yes. I mean, everyone thinks it's double BKB, but sometimes it's the double blink that wins you the game.
You know, sometimes it is. Hector, by the way, who is level 25, hoping to still win this game for his team as he takes the 35 blessing damage there. Hector getting pretty
Not a
close,
big
and he
deal.
has gone for this 15 talent. Yeah, none of those are really too major. Any other really big
Honestly,
talents going up here?
Luna's level 25 talent are actually such crap. Like that's the Lucent mini stun is kind of okay if you go for the axe build, and then the lunar blessing damage is okay if you're leading by a lot.
Hector, okay.
Matthew.
I mean, they're not going to kill him, but they might kill the rest of his team.
Oh, that was actually clutch. Killing him is very important here. Stinger's also in trouble. Here comes Whisper, though. They're going for the supports first once again. Whisper did kill the support here. So it's going to be supports for supports. If anything, the Eclipse comes out, and maybe Thunder Awaken bit off more than he could chew, as Oscar and Dark Mago are stuck in a hard place. But as far as TP, he does get it back home. Unfortunately, Dark Mago will be the sacrificial lamb, and then make a great stew with him, as Oscar tries to get away, but that TP is unsuccessful. Now, C-Smile cancels him with a nice Spirit Siphon. Everyone's dead but Thunder, sorry, but Pakaz. How will he carry this alone?
I don't think he can. Thunder, they were there to do some shopping, and they got dragged into a fight unintentionally. They started fighting with the bagger, but this bagger was a Whisper, and he fucking buried them in the bag, pardon my French. There's no buyback here. That was the Scythe of Ice reveal, and that was the MKB just purchased for Pakaz, and he just has to fight through this one, and he's going to be pinned, satanic or not, and killed. That's the full team wipe. GG. Beastcoast take game 1.
What a game, though. Thunder Awaken actually did have a solid fighting chance to that mid game, but I think a big misplay, or maybe just Whisper playing out of his mind towards the end, kind of gave him the win.
Wow, yeah, agreed. That last arena onto both supports immediately destroys the teamfight for Thunder Awaken. And then they don't expect Hector to approach from the dire jungle. Oof. Look at that. Look at that big old bottle.
Yeah, honestly. What a final. I actually love that they kill the supports first constantly in these team fights. We pointed it out earlier, the impact of Matthew and Panda, but the few team fights Thunder Awaken won was majorly due to Matthew and Panda not dying. Like, they were or them buying back, like in the case of the high ground defense, right? Them being alive was so crucial to these fights that the identification by Beastcoast was really, really appropriate. Well done, Whisper especially.
Yeah, I think there have always been times where Thunder Awaken, I will say, draft these duo supports. This game was Rubik Oracle. Yesterday they drafted Oracle Abba, and I'm always dubious of it. They have proven me wrong time and time again, though, especially this DPC season, so I didn't comment on it this time. But I think we saw that the support duo didn't really bring a whole lot to the table when the team fight started breaking out. Matthew
they would
in the
die too
laning
quickly.
stage, yeah, they would just die too quickly. I think was kind of the circumstance that we saw play out time and time again for Thunder Awaken. I don't know.
Yeah. They didn't have a contingency plan, right? These supports are just not the kind of supports that bring you a contingency plan. They don't cut lanes. They don't, get pickoffs easily, mind you. Rubik can sort of do it, but not really, right? Like, imagine having a Hoodwink or a Wind Ranger as an example, or a Weaver, right? You have a lot of options if you're losing, but not with these two supports. And I really do think it all rides on the mid lane and what happened to Dark Mao. Him being so sacked and pretty much a non-existent factor this whole game is what led Thunder Awaken down this hole.
Yeah, no, very true. Yeah, very true. That was a little bit surprising, kind of the lengths he went to find farm. I think, that's a natural kind of result of having a TB, especially one when you kind of play a 4% 1-ish style on the TB, because he just absorbs all the farm on the map. He doesn't leave you with a whole lot of else a safe farm. And, well, I mean, I think the way this game kind of went for Dark Mago was that way he died top lane when he tried to boat the wave, and then they fortified it and almost killed him. And did kill him, I think, even.
Yeah, so, he TP'd, but he didn't get the farm and didn't get his BKB. That said, we're going to have to ask what the panel has to think, because they're smarter than us, especially the host. So we're going to have to see what they thought about this game. Thank you, Avo. As we get here to analyze game number 1 between Beastcoast and Thunder Awaken. My panel, so intelligent, was completely right. Beastcoast playing 100% is just a little bit better than Thunder Awaken, and we saw it in game number 1. Thoughts on that game, Mr. Astini?
Okay, I have a lot of notes on the game, so
give me a couple.
Thunder Predator side. They've played Timber the last 10 times, they are 6-4. Last 10 times they played Centaur, they're 7-3. Last 10 times they played Mars 9-1. Last 10 times they played tied, 9-1. What does that mean? When they play a hero that's also an initiator with Oscar, they tend to do way better. So they kind of played against meta, which is like going to win lanes instead of protecting their farm. So that's how they kind of got away of their playstyle, even though Timber likes a hero that you love to see Oscar with, but they got away of the meta, so they lost. On the other hand, if you think about like Beastcoast, Schofield has played Clock over 100 times. On the other hand, if you go with Stinger, he played Green 24 times and Clock only 10 times. But even though they swap roles. Why they did that? Because that's the meta. You want a position 4 that shows waves, and you want a position 5 that provide vision and break smokes. So that's what they did. So they went to the side of the meta, while Thunder went away of the side of the meta. That's what I see, and that's why I love why Beast Coast won this game.
Okay, I would allow you to graduate. That was an incredible dissertation, Stini. That was wonderful. Congratulations. I want to hear Duster's thoughts on the game, though. There, would you agree with that assessment? Do you think it had a lot to do with that, or are there anything else you want to point out?
Yeah, that's a fact from Steve for sure. But also like a free DP game, in my opinion.
Right.
Chris Luck just showed to us how free of a game was. He played incredibly well, and not much that can stop this hero. Just those cute plays from Panda Boo to purge the use. That was pretty nice. But even though you can purge rules, just incredibly free game for DP, especially when she plays against a strained mid hero. And yeah, I think they picked Kunkka into this DP.
Yes.
Was it?
Yeah.
So I guess Thunder read the situation wrong. They just went too much in this comfort zone, and yeah, just made an incredible game for Chris Luck.
That's one of the things that was always the Achilles heel of Noping, right? But when they were called Noping, which was Dark Mago's hero pool. I like quoting Panda saying that Dark Mago beats any mid laner, but when they went internationally and the level was a bit higher, they tend to struggle because of that. And in fact, if you actually watch in the Animajor games, well, I talked about this a little bit in the game, but you notice that teams will ban heroes for Dark Mago that he tends to farm or he tends to play fast on. So they used to ban his Tiny a lot. And all the analysts wanted to say, oh yeah, it's because he's a comfort pick. Yes, but it's also because the only hero he doesn't rely on farm on. Gets a fast blink, plays with his team. Kunkka, not the case. Bad Rider, not the case, for example. And they always let those through because he's so greedy. And we saw it this game. What was he meant to do half the game? I actually don't know. I don't know what impact he could have had. I don't think he played that badly. I just don't think that pick could have worked.
Yeah, also his supports are very like Oracle is very defensive support, and Rubik it doesn't do much damage if he doesn't grab the right spells. So Kunkka had no much follow up to his combo. Like the combo itself is not gonna finish the enemy. You need like a +1 or +2, and the supports couldn't contribute to this. Thunder always picks these safe supports, and I agree with SeekNStrike. I also am not a fan of these incredibly safe supports like their duel they do with Oracle and Abaddon. And yeah, when they play against an aggressive lineup, it shows the weakness for sure.
This brings me back to something that Notail like to say on OG, which is it's all about how many plays you can make at any given moment in the game. And I don't know if you would agree with the statement, Destini, but it seemed like for the first 20, 25 minutes, there were not really many plays Thunder Awaken can make, besides maybe cutting lanes. I mean, their smokes were not bad tactically, but as Duster points out, no damage. Like, Timber would come with Rubik and Oracle and go, like, let's kill someone, please. So did you think this was a draft issue then, Destini, or would you change some parts of the playstyle? Because you talked a lot about the supports, a lot about the meta, but do you think anything in the playstyle was missing for Thunder?
I think the playstyle was missing because of the draft. So totally I would change the draft. Because I guess they go to the right playstyle that is like having 2 initiators. But if one of your initiators is a Timber, like, does he provide an initiation? Like just throwing his body? No stuns. So I really think that's where they strive. Because they play with 2 initiators, so Dark Mago jumps at you. You're not sure if you should pop your BKB or not. If you don't, Oscar comes and kills you. If you do pop your BKB, they just back up, wait for the BKB, and he jumps at you again. And with a Timber, you cannot do that. So I'd love to see them go with any other hero than a Timber on the offlane. Of course, like not Bloodseeker also, because Bloodseeker is not an initiator, but Centaur is fine. Even X is fine. You know, like Tide, of course, and Mars are top priority. I don't like where the Timber is right now with the meta. I think they were confident with the hero because definitely they were the best team in South America playing Timber at the last season. Every team had to ban like Panda Boo Viper. Yeah, Viper 5. I know it's weird, but they had to ban
That's
it.
Panda's thing.
Yeah, and Oscar Timber. But now the meta has changed. Like Timber is not like a first phase hero unless you are OG, and I don't think they are OG.
Okay. Strong words here by STD. I see you took a... No, I'm kidding. We're going to go and take a small break now as we get game number 2 underway. Remember to stay tuned as Thunder Awaken is still a solid chance to take on Beastcoast and probably force the game 3. But for that, as my wonderful panel has remarked, they might have to fix their draft. Will they? Stay here and find out. Welcome back. Game 2 between Beastcoast and Thunder Awaken. Hopefully not the last game, because I just want to watch more Dota. That is honestly could be the finals as well. Infamous is probably the biggest question mark here right now. So Beastcoast and Thunder Awaken giving us a great game 1, and Thunder Awaken goes and says, you know what? Astini was right the whole time. We should hire him as a coach. We'll pick Mars. How does that feel, Astini? Do you feel validated?
Yeah, I feel way better that they have Mars, but Beastcoast have Timber and they know how to play Timber better. So now if they win with Timber, you can't like blame me. Yeah, they won with Timber, the hero's not wrong. Especially if you like Timber is better if you're against the clock. If you wanna play the fast Dota. So if you wanna play Radiant Dota, you're fine with Timber. If you're playing Dire, it's super weird. So if they play Timber, I would be okay. And they go with the support duo they have used yesterday, if I recall correctly.
Yeah, I think so. It wasn't an opener like this, though. They picked Tusk in the second phase, I believe.
I guess they played like exactly same matchup against Infamous. Because Shadow Demon is pretty good because it offers some save. And Tusk, especially when you have Blink Dagger, it also offers some save. So 2 heroes that are pretty good against Mars.
I do.
There's Batrider.
We actually have seen this combo. They ran this combo against Thunder Awaken as well when they played Mars. So in the DPC, if you remember, they forced Tide. They banned Tide, which would force Mars because they were only picking Tide and Mars in DPC. And then they picked up the Tusk and the Shadow Demon as a result to the Mars. So they are once again going for the same counter.
I'm checking here. So they lost to Thunder Predator when they picked Mars and they picked Tusk. But then Thunder Predator had the Shadow Demon. Now they have both.
Oh, that's true, because they had DP. They went for the DP versus Shadow Demon, which was the big issue in that draft.
Yeah. But at least they didn't pick the DP into Shadow Demon. That's what we saw yesterday. Okay, just like recalling every match in our mind so we can go through this draft.
Awesome. What do you think, Duster, of opening with 2 cores? As a support player, is that a great thing for you because you get to actually play a real game?
Yeah, I love it when you open with 2 cores because your support can be a bit later in the draft and you can pick the right support for it. Like for example, in Beastcoast side, if you pick Shadow Demon or Tusk this early on, you can regret by the last pick. So I prefer a lot when my hero is second phase. And like this TA, as I was seeing, like it was undefeated in the regional finals in Europe. This TA is proving to be most OP hero so far, and I really like picking on 8. Just really strong hero, and you already saw 2 supports, and they are not 2 supports that are gonna do much to you. It's really, really good pick.
What about you, Astini?
I'm just thinking that Duster is biased because he's a support player. Because like,
of course. That's why I asked him. Of course he is.
Like I'm Thunder Predator. Like I've seen Tusk and Shadow Demon. What support can you pick now? Like, is it a Wish Doctor amazing game because you're against Tusk? Is like amazing Dark Willow? I don't see that much impact on the supports on that way. I think like Beastcoast are in the upper hand now, especially because they manage like. They still have 2 answers pick, right? They have second pick, so they still can they can win the matchup on carry, on mid lane, on off lane. They can win the 3 matchups.
Okay.
So it's pretty decent for Beastcoast. Of course, Thunder has Mars and TA. They can flex the heroes. But if you know like TA is carry, you can just pick a carry that wins against TA. You can pick TB, Morphling, Razor, Monkey.
Not Morphling or Razor because it's Ector. Let's not go crazy here.
Yeah, okay, he won't.
Or Monkey, actually. Only TV. We're stuck with TV.
CK. Okay, let's go back. It's Ector. CK. You can pick CK, you know? Basically, yeah, you can go CK. That's probably what he's picking. Yeah.
Okay, and they themselves take the Batrider. Some Chris like us played that a bit, but not particularly his hero. Dark Mago did used to play TA as part of his core pool, but they haven't played on Dark Mago for a long time. But I want to hear you, Duster. Like, how can you use the supports in the second phase to influence these picks more? Is there some supports that can have bigger impact and can be utilized better there?
Yeah, in this example, you can just pick a save for a Batrider now, and you're not gonna bother much. Although they are banned, Oracle and Abaddon are banned, so I don't think you have a lot of choices.
Thunder
I would say
Predators
like
turn
you
to
need to
pick.
have a save against Bat. Yeah, they go for Ogre. It's really good lane with Templar Assassin. So that's also an already nice combination, but I feel like they need a save after seeing this Bat Rider. I don't know which one they can go though.
Beastcoast's turn to pick.
You're in pure offense.
You know what?
Yeah, not quite a
You know
save.
what's a good save? Pudge. I'm not kidding. Honestly, like totally honest.
Oh, Snap can have X also. She can save from Lasso.
10 seconds remaining.
But here I think they would just went for good lanes. Both Snapfire and Mars.
5 seconds.
It's really good lane, and Templar Assassin Ogre is also really strong lane. So you're, at this point you don't care much if Beastcoast pick a good carry against Mars, because you're gonna have a decent lane anyway. Same for Templar Assassin Ogre. I don't think they care much about which offlaner is gonna come. They're gonna have a decent lane also.
Okay, so that's another option, right? You just pick up solid lanes that can't be countered easily, and that way your cores are protected. Okay. What do you think of this Darkseer Tusk lane against Ogre TA? Is that a lane that can be strong enough?
They can, actually. It's gonna be a more skill-based matchup, I think.
Okay. Yeah.
There's Templar and Ogre can play this lane, but if something goes wrong, Darkseer and Tusk can snowball pretty hard.
Turn to ban.
I totally agree with that, sir. I've seen this lane being played in some screens as like Hokori, Vitaly playing Darkseer, and we just stomped the lane so much that we won the game with the lane, Darkseer Tusk. If you play correctly and like TA steps on the wrong place, you can really stomp the lane.
To be fair, Vitaly might be one of the best Darkseers in SA, so I mean he's
This guy is pretty good.
Yeah, exactly. I Whisper's Darkseer is like it's good. It's Whisper, but it's not a signature hero or anything like that. So that should be mentioned.
On the other hand, I feel Beastcoast is on that end that we discussed last panel. Is Jugger, like, are Jugger and Lifestealer heroes at Dota 2 right now? Because like against Mars Snapfire, you really want that early BKB. Do you want it that early that you would pick those two heroes?
Aren't they both bad against TA though?
Lifestealer's terrible. Jugger is okay-ish.
Yeah. I don't know. I think Jug is awful. I think Jug is already like a -5 on your draft, no matter where you pick it. Like this seems so bad. What other options do you have against the Mars? The other traditional option is PA, but she also has a very bad matchup against TA.
Wraith King also could be an okay Wraith King game.
Let's see if Victor wants to play that hero again. He absolutely hates it now.
I love the hero, but I recall you saying, Avo, that after the ultimate cooldown, he thinks it's the worst hero in the game. But I would love to see Hector playing this hero, especially with Darkseer. And that's why also Lifestealer came to my mind, because I recall he has played Darkseer, Lifestealer, and Darkseer Wraith King so many times.
That's true.
Also
That's true.
Van.
Beastcoast's turn to ban.
Well,
not Mars Van.
Not Darkseer's Fed, but those are good ideas. What about heroes like a range carry, like a Drow or Dusa? Can you take advantage of those, or is the Mars Arena too much of a deterrent?
I don't like Draw. I don't know. Draw doesn't feel good for me here. I don't think the hero would have a decent game. Dusa, yes. Like you can see, they getting like a early Roche and just snowballing, but Dusa is also bad against TA on a carry-to-carry matchup, and they would still have last pick, so they can punish you with I don't know with what actually, because like there's PL, but they don't want to play like TA mid and PL. That would be crazy. And actually, Beastcoast has the last pick, so they won't pick PL here without seeing Dusa.
Beastcoast's turn to pick.
Last pick will be for Oscar. There's the team fight here you were asking for. That Kmal will play mid Mars. And so this back to what you were talking about, Astini, the idea of having like 2 initiation, 2 ultimates to do this, right? And Underlord is Oscar, or used to be Oscar's best hero. He was rivaling Lelis as best Underlord in SA for a while.
10 seconds remaining.
And the root is amazing against Darkseer. Like, you have lots of heroes in the same area with Tusk bringing Snowball. It really seems like a very decent Underlord game. So, yeah.
Is Wraith
I
King
like what
still
I see.
attractive here, Duster? Do you still like him, or is the Underlord a big deterrent?
No, I think you could go Lifestealer here. It's gonna lane amazing against Underlord. I'm not a big fan of this Underlord. I think it can be now a decent game for Lifestealer, and then there's not many ways Thunder can kill this Lifestealer. It's gonna rage through everything pretty much. And also as a melee to go lane well with Shadow Demon. I think if you go something in range like Draw Range or Aduza, it's kind of a weird lane with Shadow Demon.
Yeah. Even I hate Lifestealer and Jugger, I really think those are the best two heroes here. There's also Ursa, but it doesn't seem like Beastcoast.
Oh. Okay.
Interesting.
Something troll. Not all at once, please. Astini, your thoughts on troll? I'm gonna put you on the spot
No.
here.
Like, I was just thinking about, like, I don't like troll against Underlord. You have a hero that can tank through, like, all your ultimate. On the other hand, I do like troll on the reason I was suggesting Ursa, because a hero that takes Roche fast, that can snowball, does really good use of Surge and Ion Shell, so I can see the hero snowballing. It's not really Beastcoast playstyle, like to snowball. They want actor farming most, so not like building Maelstrom. They like to see him building Battle Fury, but I love to see them playing on a faster tempo and managing to grab this win with troll.
Duster?
I feel like if he can get on top of TA, he's actually a really good hero. Like, TA is not gonna be able to escape with the nets, bash, and everything. So if he gets on top of TA, he kills for sure. But yeah, I also don't like troll against Underlord. It's gonna be interesting to see if K1 can make it work.
Okay. Will Beastcoast be able to use this troll effectively? Get on top of that TA and also somehow find the faster tempo? Or will Thunder Awaken utilize their bread and butter to beat Beastcoast in the second game and force a third game? We're going to have to see as we go over to the casters, Avoplus and SeekNStrike. Thank you, Avo. I listened to your analysis. I completely agree in every single one of your points. But to really emphasize how smart you are, we're going to have to go into the game to figure it out.
Yes, we are. I think we're seeing the modern day equivalent of crap. What's his name? The guy that fell in love with his reflection in the pond and drowned in it. Narcissist. Thank you very much. Yeah, it's. By the way, really quick. Of course, yes. I'm sure you interpreted that as a compliment.
Everything for me is a compliment.
I do like the idea of the Troll Warlord, especially because you have tools of pretty easily getting on top of this TA, generally speaking, Troll or not. And that's going to be, of course, pardon me, Whisper with the Surge, and, of course, Gojira with the Snowball. Surge pretty heavily countered, though, by Pit of Malice. At least you're going to probably waste most of it just sitting inside in that long-duration route, especially if Underlord decides to go for the Yule Scepter build to dispel it and then also set you up for another pit. But Snowball seems really, really strong here this game, generally speaking. It's a save from Snowball. It's a save potentially from Kisses. It's a save from Arena. It's a save from TA. Like, it's going to be a really, really great Tusk game. I really like this offlane generally from Beastcoast here.
Yeah, I like their supports as well, in general, not just Tusk. I think Disruption fulfills a lot of the things that you were talking about as well.
True.
Because you combine that with Snowball, right? You disrupt in the beginning, you force one of those area spells, and then Snowball. Pakaz. That's a very Pakaz play.
Boy.
Yeah, he might surprise them, actually. Oh, he's going to take the bounty. I did not know you could click with that. All right.
I didn't know
I guess that makes sense. Matthew could be in trouble, though. He gets stuck because his teammates are blocking him. It's a Fairy Fire. Forced to use the Cookie level 1, though. And Matthew, can he still get away? Gojira chasing after him. Matthew between the trees. He's not going to die today. In fact, Hector could be in trouble. He is going to be the first blood, and they give him to that Mago of all people. Stinger is also in trouble. Pakaz nearby. Stinger trying to use the vision of the Roshan. Pretty effective. They do have a Fire Blast, though, and that's going to be enough to set up for Pakaz to kill him, or Matthew instead, who utilized the Cookie for good measure.
Yeah, use that Cookie level 1 for good measure indeed, right? It kites out Hector. You get a kill with it. All right. Much better start for Thunder Awaken compared to last game. That being said, this top lane is still not going to be too much fun for Pakaz, but I think that's a pretty important mental reset here for Dark Mago. considering how poorly his last game went.
Yeah, no, it's pretty. So it's pretty great. I mean, I think that this game is going to be also like easier for like Mago because I think Mars is with the other hero that he didn't have back in the anime major, but now he plays it fairly. It's not a hero he does to farmer, right? It's the second time. It's closer to Tiny than it is to say Kunkka.
Okay, sure, yeah, okay, I can see that.
I'll
He's
put it
also
this way:
actually-
he can't first item Radiance on this hero, so that's
No, he cannot. No,
which he used to do on Kunkka every game, guys. In case you did not watch that Mago in his early days.
To be fair, it used to be a thing, and then Attacker changed it up by going Armlet, and then now the Kunkka build is what it is. But I agree, actually, and to Dark Mago's credit, they even in this series, I can't recall the bans in this game too specifically, but actually in the second phase, Beastcoast banned Tinker, and that's because Dark Mago actually has been spamming a bit of Tinker. He's been spamming the hell out of Storm in pubs, so I think that is going to be the secret weapon, but in upper bracket, you don't break it out quite yet.
Yeah, Tinker and Storm have been the move picks he's been doing. And Mago is honestly just kind of sick. Like, he'll play like 12 pumps a day, easily.
Yeah, actually, because I did an in-depth video on him, he played, hold that thought, Oscar is continuing to fight. Hector is not out of trouble here. He's going to tick down a little bit, but that Tango will keep him alive. And Stinger, with now 3 stacks of the Shadow Poison, they need a little bit more for the Underlord. He decides not to invest in the stick charges, so he will fall there.
Huge.
But
Underlord
he played,
actually... Sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, he played 16 games of Dota once in one 24-hour period, which is literally sleep 8 hours and play Dota the rest of the day.
Yep. There's a long time ago I casted with an old veteran South American Dota player, and he told me as we were walking around, he was just telling me why he's better than me, essentially, right? And he goes, no, you don't understand. It's not that I'm smarter or like I actually do anything better. Like, genuinely, I'm not. He was very humble about it. He's like, think about it for a second. How many matches a day can you play? And how tired do you get? I go, well, maybe 6, 7. He goes, yeah, I can play 12, and I still want to play more. That's the difference between you and me. That's why I'll always be better at Dota than you. I'm like, well, yeah, that checks out. That Mago is that guy. He wasn't the one who told me this, but he's the same mentality.
He wasn't the one that told me this, you know. The guy we brought to Dota Intervention.
Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, I can't mention him, unfortunately, the other guy, but he was a well-known player. Yeah, let's just leave it at that.
Oh, it's 12 games of Dota a day, man. It's tough, especially in the mid lane. Oof, top lane, they're still sparring away as a second snowball here is going to put Gojira in a safe spot. There's that double ion shell, level 2, so they have to be careful about this.
Actually, you make a really good point. Can you imagine playing 12 games of Tinker in a day? How? What? He must have. He's gonna have arthritis at the age of 30. I am telling you right now. Wow, you are ruining your health, man.
That's generous, dude.
Fear texted that Mao. Like, I know all about this. Let me tell you.
Let me tell you. Or you could still win TI after. Easy.
It's true. And
the mid lane. TI? He was like what, 26 or something?
Yeah. Oscar is trying to emulate that. He's like, how old can you go to win TI? But yeah, this lane is going much better for Mao this game. Not only does he have less pressure because of the Mars, but also he's just not being crushed at lane. He hasn't needed to get the supports to rotate for him. But unfortunately, bottom is going really well for Beastcoast. They're utilizing Troll's inflicts quite well. And the panel pointed out correctly, Underlord should win this lane by a fair amount. And the fact that they're even in farm and they're putting a lot of pressure onto Matthew is good for Beastcoast overall.
Yeah, I think the issue in a lot of Underlord lanes is there are not many heroes that will stop him from doing exactly this, which is just continuing to push the wave or find the side camp with Firestorm. He's just really, really good at doing this, and Troll especially is not going to really bother him. Oscar has only the 1 point invested into Atrophy, and he's already basically just getting tickled along with a string of health. In fact, Hector might have just overcommit there. There's going to be the cookie that should guarantee another root in the pit. No, it does not. Hector almost walked back in it, but if he did, he would have been A-okay. Top lane, they're going for Pakaz. Good ice shards here. Does lock him in underneath his tier 1 tower. Double ion shell again, level 2. He gets off refraction, but that's not going to last a second. Big kill there for Beastcoast.
I mean, these two heroes are so good against TA because tag team also counts as 2 instances of damage, right? So between that and ion shell, how will you ever get away? Yeah.
Saving grace for Thunder is definitely going to be this mid lane. If there is one mid laner who knows what Bat Rider hates to play against, it's definitely Dark Mago, and he is doing pretty darn good here. The Spear and the Bonk are both extremely powerful tools to have versus the Bat Rider.
Yep.
Unfortunately, you don't really kill a Bat Rider because Firefly allows him to go over your arena walls, but he doesn't stop you from farming.
Yep. Mars is the mid hero that feels melee, but isn't really. Like, the matchups that melee heroes tend to lose, Razor, DP, Mars though really well in. Bat Rider is one of them as well, as Bat Rider trying to kill C-Smile, and he will accomplish it. They just need one more hit. The Flame Break will save him. No, little Shredder by Matthew ensures the kill gets acquired. Well done there, Thunder Predator, or Thunder Awaken, and that's more space for the Kamago this game.
And I just... okay, Stinger kills himself to the neutrals. He probably meant to do that. Although it is a really long respawn timer, I think he just wants to be back in lane here. Oscar is an Underlord specialist as well. Like I said, this guy likes to play your traditional offlaners, your big tanky people that just stand in front. And Underlord is certainly one of them.
In my opinion, it's his best hero. Genuinely.
Really?
When I used to cast Oscar and was first coming up, people were asking me all the time, in Spanish obviously, because in English nobody cares what I think. And they were telling me, like, who do you think is better out of the Bolivians? Is it Oscar or is it Whisper? I was telling him, I think that as an offlaner, right, not as like hidden carry in the team, as an offlaner, Oscar wins, and particularly his Underlord stood out a lot. And I was always comparing that hero. You don't see Whisper playing an incredible Underlord, and the reason is because it doesn't have, like, he would play like a Mar, right? Whereas Oscar still builds the auras on this hero, like an oldie.
Well, he's got the Hood of Defiance ready to go, which means Stinger is no longer going to really bother him. And the Poison Atrophy makes it so that Hector doesn't really bother him. And Oscar is just going to continue to slow Siege away. Although a Snowball might change that. Not really, actually, because luckily Matthew saw him coming. And what's really nice about this Underlord hero is that this is a pretty tough lane between, well, I don't know, Shadow Demon Troll. It's a lane that's going to get farmed because Troll is one of those heroes who is also
best carry laner.
Yeah, right. You said that Mars is a melee hero that also doesn't feel like a melee hero. Well, Troll is a melee and a ranged hero, so he's got the best of both worlds. But luckily, Oscar is a good answer here, and that's freed up a lot of time here, especially for Matthew in these past couple of minutes to make these big old stacks.
Matthew in the mid lane though. Yeah, this guy is struggling. Tag team ensures that Bat Rider's attack items actually
snowball.
works. Nice snowball. C-Smile though is like, guys, I can't fly over these walls, but he keeps trying. Third tries the charm. Unfortunately, that's going to ensure that he does die. Bottom lane though, they do use the battle trance to kill Oscar here. As a result, he went for the Hood, not going to help him against the Troll Warlord, obviously. But the rotation for Kamago might ensure a kill against Hector, who couldn't control his hero, and now he's going to have an uncontrollable death.
Yeah, 3 heroes
now
dead
you spam it.
So they're going to get both of them. I wonder who they're going to give the stack to. Probably Dark Mago, right?
Yeah, I would. TA.
Oh,
I think you can actually give it to TA. Yeah. Because, like, her timings can be really fast, right? She's not the carry that will take a while to get online, so I think there's that power. I usually agree that I think giving it to someone like a Mars mid particularly is really good because the tempo is insane, but TA could also fulfill that role to a degree.
Yeah, that's fair. I feel like actually Picasso probably needed this not too desperately. I think all things considered, only taking 1 death in that top lane is not the worst thing that could have happened, considering how deadly this lane can be. That being said, of course, Whisper is still going to take your tower.
C-Smile. Mid lane. They have the spear. He's dead. Oh,
nice. Yeah, the kisses there picking him off bottom. Scott is going to be okay. Again, bit of Malice, a powerful tool against the Troll.
But this is very common in... Sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, but Picasso certainly could have used a little bit of extra gold injection here, just to make sure he gets his items with a reasonable timing.
Yep. I was gonna say this is very common in C-Smile. It's kind of he's kind of a sink or swim, especially in the early game. Like he either doesn't die at all and dominates the early, or dies 5 times in a row, and he's on the 5 times in a row. Sometimes he's impressive because he recovers rather well, but I think this game he might have to play more of an offlaner and let the Darkseer be the mid laner as a Stinger. He's being chased down by Matthew. They have Low Shredder. There's the Pit of Malice. Well done. Stinger's dead. And 1 more kill for Oscar here, who is going to be going for Atos' second item. So not full aura build like he used to build. More of the Lilith style of a hybrid Underlord.
And just to compare this kind of impact from Matthew this game to last game, he's already 4-1-2 on a hero that's... It's really weird, right? Because Rubik can definitely have a lot of impact early on, depending on, you know, the enemy draft, mostly, funnily enough. But Snapfire doesn't really care, right? She cares more about how your team plays together. And this team plays pretty darn nice, actually, with the Snapfire and the kisses, don't they? Between Pit of Malice and Arena, you've got a lot of synergy here with kind of 2 offlaners. And yeah, he's really having a big impact this game, I have to say. Gojira is about to hit level 6, so we're going to see the impact now from himself begin to kick in, as they actually have prioritized giving XP
These
to Shadow
arenas,
Demon.
man.
That's a really good snowball.
That's a perfect snowball. Yeah, on point. Man, a good Tusk player, right? Like, this hero has such a high skill ceiling, and I'm so glad some people still play in this meta. It's always a pleasure to watch.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. Smile is going to farm up a big old stack of Ancient. Lots of money in the bank. I assume he's going to go for a BOTs, so he can start pushing around the map a bit globally. They will kind of have a hard time catching him. Pit is not bad to find these heroes that like to hide in trees, though. That might be slightly problematic for him.
Okay, Oscar. We're gonna find this pit though. Whisper does deal a fair amount of damage, even use the wall of replica, but Oscar's just tanking through it nicely, and in fact Armalo joins in. Whisper's dead. Oscar will tank this to the very end so he can die and hopefully get 2 kills as a result. This is the most Oscar play you can get, honestly, which is he will oftentimes sacrifice his life even for support, because he's but a means to an end, essentially.
Yep. That being said, that was in itself a Beastcoast play, wasn't it? Because Hector the entire time was farming top lane with the space that Whisper makes for him. See Smile, though. He's going to die in the mid lane.
That is a very good point.
He just dies to TA, just straight up. Not a lot of armor on this hero, so the meld is going to very, very quickly put him into that damage amplification category. And look at Dark Mago go, man. He's got an Arena of Blood with the Arcane Rune. He's probably going to throw it down here if he can. Nope, doesn't need to. And wouldn't have and shouldn't have anyway, because it probably would have allowed Stinger to TP away. And is going to die as he was trying to block the camp, and does block the camp, at least with the ward.
Okay, Oscar. Still staying in this bottom lane. I mean, he hasn't really been able to push the tower, which is unfortunate for an Underlord. Usually that's one of the advantages this hero has. And traditionally, actually, one of the reasons why he stopped getting played as much, him and Centaur, were that they're the offlaners that will auto-take the tower without much effort. They're not Beastmaster level, right? But they're like, or OD, but they're there. They're stronger, let's say, than, say, an LC, for example, or Timber. And now a lot of offlaners can do that either better or have a better mid-game for it. So if you can't really utilize this advantage here for the Underlord, if you could just rotate the Batrider, this is one of the reasons why this hero kind of left the meta.
And a very respectable timing here on the Deso for Pakaz, as they almost spear Gojira in for killer range there. He's probably still in killer range, and it indeed is. And Pakaz will make very quick work of him. Could be a tier 1 tower, of course, because Dark Mago has not yet utilized the Arena of Blood. Has a blink ready in a second, and is going to go forward to find Stinger. Nearby is going to be Whisper, but not really much a Vacuum can do in this trying time of Stinger. It's going to be a kill beyond the tower.
Yep. Rough. It's rough for... They're in the same position as Thunder Awaken was last game, where they have a relatively greedy mid laner in the Batrider. At least he can cut lane, so he's better than the Kunkka in that, but
yeah,
still, your plays are limited. You don't really have a kill squad, because Darkseer is not that kind of offlaner. And your best bet is just to elongate the game as much as possible and wait for Hector to get farmed.
And at the very least, right, see Smile, he is going to get farm as well, because he can take a little bit more of the dangerous farm, and if they hunt and kill him, then that's fine. You're Beastcoast, you're making space for Hector. The casters love it. But what that really means is that even in the late game, he is a pretty hard counter to the TA. EKB or not, he's going to burn through her refraction charges and hold her down for Troll and the rest of the team to close the gap to her. So he's still got some impact in this game, as that's a very nice spear dodge, and now Dark Mago finds himself in trouble.
Dark Mago in trouble. Vegeta, there's a snowball. I do have a lasso here for the Underlord. And Underlord is going to be burning alive. Nope, just TP back home. The Hooded Defiance will save him there.
Wow, no one dies in that fight. Gojira and both Dark Mago barely making out. Let's get another team. Awaken are going to smoke now. Feeling quite confident without Kisses, without Arena, and without Oscar. Where are they going? Are they going to try and sneak Roche here with the TA? No, they're going to look for Hector, actually. But Hector is not home. And home being, of course, the... well, he is home, actually, as he walks into the triangle. Oh, all right. Not really sure what that smoke was hoping to accomplish.
Oh, get the Batrider once again. And that's... I mean, they have a lot of catch for this guy. He's just gonna die a bunch. Like, it's his role this game. If you're gonna play in the split pushing, it's kind of like that Malo last game. Ideally, you don't die as much as the Kunkka. I think you have a lot more options to split push, but you're still going to be in a bit of a difficult position. They just swapped roles, honestly, between games.
Yeah, they really did. Oh, and they're going to look for Hector here, and in fact, they're going to blow him up. Gojira can't quite close the gap in time for a snowball. Oscott as well is joining with the Dark Rift, saying hello to Gojira. Walrus Punch is at the ready. He's going to get it off, but Oscott just way too darn tanky, man. Stinger now in a lot of trouble. He's already disrupted himself, so he's just going to throw down the ulti in an attempt to slow Pakaz, but the Blink is going to allow Pakaz to pick up the triple kill. Cleans up the illusion, and that certainly is going to be Roche. 6-18, a 7k net worth lead here for Thunder. Man, when Thunder are on it, they just look unstoppable, don't they?
Yeah, that's the Thunder we know and love, right? They make the right tactical plays, they make zero mistakes, and they leave zero opportunities for Beastcoast to kind of come back. That's what is beautiful about this kind of team, right? They're much more consistent than Beastcoast in that sense. And the last game, they just didn't really have many opportunities. In this game, we're seeing Thunder with full potential.
Oh, and a big jump there. Whisper going to be nuked down by Dark Mago. That's a lot of your team fight and counter initiation gone. Dark Mago with the big old blink. Stinger even slow to a crawl disruption. It's only going to buy him about a second. Forcing Pakaz to take the kill, but he is more than happy to oblige. Oof. And, well, Hector, he's farming, but my goodness, Pakaz basically out from that laning stage has been unstoppable. He did take one death in lane, but he's been flawless since 1 and 4, pardon me. He's got a 50% kill participation now with Blink and the Deso, and is very quickly building into BKB.
Okay, once you get that BKB, I think the timing will be done for Thunder. This time, the only saving grace that Beastcoast has compared last time, if we're swapping it around, is that at least they don't push as fast as the Luna, right? Like GTA versus Luna. So
does he smile?
Does he smile? No, he gets away. He gets away. You still have the option here where you elongate this game long enough, and your core-to-core is good enough because Troll does beat the TA to manage to make this work. The problem, of course, is like, it still is a tall order, right? TA's faster than Luna in her timings, so she's gonna hit towers a bit quicker, you're not gonna be as ready. There's a couple of drawbacks that you have compared to last draft, but you do have the saving grace that her push is not as fast.
And I think a big problem that Troll Warlord suffers from generally, because the hero is, you know, canonically the dumbest hero in Dota 2, 1.6 mana regen at level 13, and 471 mana pool. He's incredibly easy to kite out. You know, even in 2K MMR pubs, he's incredibly easy to kite out. Snapfire alone between Cookie and now Yule Scepter, which he's purchased, is going to do a really, really respectable job, let alone before she gets this Ag's Blessing online. Not to mention, of course, Mara's Spear, Pit of Malice, right? Like,
yes, exactly.
There's so many tools to deal with him.
That's another issue, right? When your team fight is, what, Darkseer, right? Vacuum plus Wall. It's not a very impressive team fight to have to deal with, right? It's pretty much Troll or bust. And really the big team fight here for Beastcoast is, how do I get my TA close enough to Troll, right? Because Bat being able to initiate and getting a lasso is very dependent on TA not being in the way and not killing him as he gets out, because he's very vulnerable with just Butcher Travel and BKB.
Yeah, and Bat really actually, I mean, other than the TA, has a hard time, I think, getting just solo pickoffs. Everyone is really tanky this game. On the side of Thunder, except, of course, with the TA, notable exception, but that's why you give her Aegis. By Gojira, he gets deleted in the mid lane.
I mean, she's deceptively tanky, right? If she has Refraction on, she's quite tanky, unless Iron Shell. So.
Yeah. Oh, or Batrider. But yeah, I mean, agreed.
That's true, that's a fair point, actually. There's a lot of ways to break Refraction. Maybe she's the real target. And if it's going to go for it, yep. If you see opportunity for Pakaz, just go for it. However, Aegis, so you can't use the Battle Trance just yet. Or the BKB for that matter. In fact, he might be in trouble himself, has to use the BKB now with the Battle Trance on top of that. But he's Dark Mago instead, not the TA. That's not much lifesteal. Dark Mago playing towards the edge of the arena. Hector trying to get back as much HP as he can. Dark Mago will not fall just yet. In fact, it's going to be Hector dying at the same time as the enemy mid laner. And all because of Stinger. And here's why the Troll seems to be kind of weak. Not just because of the Underlord, but honestly, he just sucks against Mars. You can't ignore the shield.
Yeah, he's so bad. I totally neglected that fact, actually. Bulwark is a 70% damage reduction. That's more than Bristleback gets if you hit him on his back. Of course, you don't spit Quills back at him, which is why he's not called Bristlefront. But it is still going to do so much work at cutting him out. Even BKB, he walks through the arena walls, and Dark Mago just doesn't care.
I mean, I just don't think it. Like, this matchup is why Troll doesn't get paid at all. We've seen so many teams going, oh, Troll's a ranged hero in lane, so he beats Mars. Oh, he's melee in the mid game. That's good against Mars. He must be good against Mars. And then, what's the game like? This is exactly what the game looks like. So many teams have tried Troll versus Mars. In SCA, I've seen it. EU, I've seen it. Lower division, upper division, doesn't matter. Always a loss. It's a really bad match.
Yeah, and through that, because they do lose Aegis on him, but he stays alive. He's continuing to farm and farm and farm. Is that a Midas on Panda? Oh, okay. I thought I heard Midas. Sorry.
Wild. Do you think Panda deserves farm? His team will flame him. They
I
caught
was
him.
just thinking whether or not he should save his core.
Yeah, because it's like, does Panda deserve it? He decides somewhat, but it's more because he saw the kill on Stinger, right?
Wait, counter initiation's coming though. Dark Mago closing the gaps. Got Blink in 12 more seconds. Ooh. Shards, but Gojira, you're the target, not Hector. And a Blink in a second. He's actually going to do the work for him, but trapped inside the Pit of Malice. Space created. Hector safely farms a camp.
I guess he thought he was going to escape a spear or a Pit of Malice there. And that, by the way, I was like remarking this, but that smoke the Thunder Predator just used is the South American smoke. Smoke invented by Elite Wolves. The first time ever used was actually in the We Play LAN. They were banned already, doesn't matter though, still got to play that LAN. And there's this kind of smoke where you use it more for the movement speed and use it right after you get a kill. So you use it right after you get a kill and you go for more kills by using the movement speed of the smoke rather than the surprise factor of the smoke. Very common by older players like Papita or Matthew, less so by newer players like, say, Hector, for example.
Yeah, smoke is mi pastores, I believe they say, right?
Yes, that is exactly what they said. No, in South America, they never understood the point because they're like, who cares? They just fought right? But when you talk to the players, they will talk about the importance of the smoke. I always like bringing this cultural approach to it because other regions didn't start doing it until much later.
Well, here's a different kind of smoke for Beastcoast now. As Stinger is going to be scouted. You'll Scepter used defensively by Matthew as the Shards are just going to make a nice little cozy igloo for Pakaz to bury Stinger in. Arena of Blood, though, as Dark Mago cutting off the backliners. Gojira, having already used Snowball, is just going to run into the Spear Wall 3 times, and he is going to end up dying too.
Okay. In bottom lane, C-Smile's also in a difficult position. There's Pakaz. Like I said, you just burst down the Batrider. But Batrider's fast enough, actually. He's going to get away. Okay.
He is.
Not bad.
Not bad. Didn't have to use BKB on the Batrider, so, you know, we still have that tool to deal with her. 9-second BKB. Pretty powerful for a hero like Batrider. You know, I did commend Hector for just kind of using it for barracks in exchange for that. But when Bat's got, like, you know, Yule Scepter, Pit of Malice, all slowing him down and preventing him from doing Batrider things, I think that these initial charges are pretty important. Hector. Very fortunate for him. They didn't multicast that stun.
They also thought, like, Hector surely is not alone here, right? that was the thought process, and I like it. Beastcoast is using the respect that Thunder Awaken has for them to their advantage to make these kind of plays. If it was another team, if it was a team of young ones who don't know who Beastcoast is, they wouldn't have cared, right?
Yeah. But Thunder, they know about the SA smoke. They know about the Elite Wolf smoke, so they back up there.
Yes, exactly. They respect. Matthew's giving the history lesson right now, actually.
No, you fools. It's for the move speed. We want to fight more, damn it.
That Mao was like, oh, this Matthew always talk about the past.
Did you know
I used to have hair.
Back in my day, DC had an SA team.
Okay, Matthew.
Okay, Grandpa. Okay, sure thing. No, Scott's like a pick-me pit lord. What do you mean, dude? It's 2022. I was playing that hero.
I used to play on Thunder before Thunder was you guys, you know? They used to have a team. Now they're in lava. I don't care.
I played on Thunder twice. Dark Mago's in, but he's disrupted. As Hector is going to go in and use the BKB. Immediately onto Oscar he goes. Battle Trent still at the ready as the wall will pull back the corpse of Oscar. Pakaz is now fighting, but out comes the ulti. The battle but Dark Mago is going to take him for a walk.
What?
So much damage, though, but the heals from Dark Mago sustaining him through as the spear pushes Hector away. Pakaz stands and delivers. There's going to be the kill there. A flaming lasso only for Panda, but it's not going to be enough damage. In fact, Stinger is going to have to use the disruption to save C-Smile. Dark Mago alive through all this as C-Smile trying to kite them back through the wall of Replica, at least picks up the kill there onto Panda. Pakaz as well, having taken a dive. Oh, but Matthew is going to absolutely obliterate C-Smile to complete the team wipe as Thunder take an awkward fight in the triangle. Make it work.
I actually cannot believe that this team fight was almost decided by the fact that Mago does not know what part of his shield is the front. he actually was looking the wrong way, and the troll was hitting him on the side. Again, Hector is not controlling this hero, so he could just have turned like 30 degrees, but didn't do so for a solid, what, like a 1.52 seconds? What a fight.
Yeah.
What was that? Oh my god. It's called an SA team fight, which is when you can't tell what's going on. That's also invented by Elite Wolves.
Yeah, and now Matthew is starting to be really strong, actually. He's incredibly farmed on the Snapfire. He is about to overtake C-Smile, actually, in fact. That's how farmed he is. This shard is, again, incredibly powerful. Blink Dagger, Yule Scepter, Cookie. He's got so many tools at just continuing to kite out this poor Hector. I mean, we're just seeing, like, every single time we see Troll, even like, oh, somewhat decent Troll games, we just see time and time again why people don't want to pick this hero. It's like this and Jug, isn't it?
No, I actually think Troll is just countered by the meta. I don't think Troll is as bad as Jug, to be honest. I honestly just don't think it's a decent Troll game. I think there's a lot of hidden counters, right, to Troll that people don't consider immediately, and I think Mars is one of them.
I just think ulti needs a little bit of a retouch. That's all.
Don't get me wrong, I don't think Troll's a strong hero, right? But I think like Jug and Lifestealer, even in a game where I'm like, this is a good Lifestealer game or a good Jug game, they still feel bad. But in the case of Troll, it's just that there's so many games that are just bad Troll games, right? So I think his problem is a bit different. I just feel like a lot of teams still rely on they're used to the older Troll, and now a lot of heroes make it like that.
Oh,
all the offlaners.
Whisper, no one saw it here, but I did. Whisper, I saw that. He's accidentally activated the BKB. I think it was delivered in maybe his Soul Ring slot, so that's going to be on cooldown for a minute. But no one... Well, that might have been scouted on a ward, actually. Thunder Awaken might know. I've got a ward in the mid lane here.
All right.
Well, no.
Hey, look, you got to test it, right? The BKB comes. It's like, are you even sure? Shopee delivered it to you.
Wrong region, my friend.
All right. I actually don't know what the delivery is.
Wish.com. That's the one.
Is it? No, come on. That's offensive to South America. I'm sure they have something better than that garbage.
Hector pushing bottom lane. Is not going to be punished yet. As TA with ungodly attack range is going to be able to demolish that tier 2 tower.
Like, if you get a BKB on Wish, I guess that's like you get a Force Staff instead, right? That's the Wish BKB. Oh, they missed the spear. Okay, he still died. I guess the spear didn't matter, and Beastcoast might just lose the racks. That's it.
Well, Beastcoast might just lose the game here, I think, is really what we're about to see.
I mean, nothing's going to stop Thunder Awaken now. They don't have the, again, fastest pushing power, but it doesn't matter because they can just walk all 5 heroes into the high ground.
Yeah.
Because they know they're stronger.
Oh, I thought they had a pipe of insight. As I say, just to say how old-fashioned Oscar is, he built a pipe this game, but not quite. He's not that old-fashioned. He's with the time. He's hip. He's with it. He's got Lotus.
I hear the Zoomers between TikToks. They build Lotus orbs, right, guys? Okay, Oscar is not that old, guys. He's 28. All right, he has at least 3 good years left. Sorry.
Come on, man.
4.
Yeah.
There's the arena. Oh, Whisper, that BKB. He tested it earlier. He knows it's going to work out. Hector activates his as well. He knows how to use Battle Trance because Mars is still alive. And now he has a chance to go for Pakaz. There's no Mortimer's Kiss to try to zone them out, but it's going to be just poor Gojira dying in the middle of this fight. Pakaz will die to the illusions, though. Almost uses the meld to save himself.
No
There's the
way.
Shadow Poison. They actually use the last one, but the Lotus Orb will save Oscar, and instead it's C-Smile who kills himself against Arcmago. They do get rid of the Aegis on Pakaz, but still lose 2 in the process, plus a couple of ultimates.
Yeah, pretty costly. Pretty costly indeed. You know, not that bad, though, for Beastcoast. They lose 2 heroes, they lose their ultis, but also Thunder Awaken lose Aegis to kill, at the end of the day, an underfarmed mid laner and a position 4. They had already gotten the mid barracks. They were just they got pulled into a fight there, right? That they maybe didn't exactly want to take. But they're just so far up that the fight still turns out pretty acceptable for them. And this TA is nearly 6 slotted already. It's just a disgusting amount of farm on this hero right now for Pakaz. Again, with Bloodlust, and not to mention, not the best game here for the Ogre Shard. We saw, a Wraith King game earlier, right? And that's where this shard really ends up shining. But it's still quite a big deal. 3 instances of damage block is definitely nothing to sneeze at.
I mean, yeah, against Trolls, probably one of the weaker matchups it has. Actually, against this whole enemy team is like,
Pretty much.
Yeah, it's not that good, honestly. I actually think this game might be one of the worst short games. But then again, what else do you buy on Pan or on Ogre?
Yeah, it's still a really good Jard in general, but yeah, not in this game for sure. But at this stage, I mean, you're up so much. It's maybe just I mean, it's a Blink Dagger canceller. Who knows, man?
Yeah.
Who knows?
Yeah, that's true. Again, like I just don't think there's that many great items. Like, yeah, you can buy Glimmer Cape, Big Whoop. You know, this game is not that great either.
I wouldn't mind an Atos, really. Atos or Yules, multicast that on some enemies.
Actually, yeah, Yules might have been nice. Yules was pretty good. I guess they just think, do we have to do anything against this troll? He's just gonna just target Mars every time.
Yeah, he's just gonna try and use his axes to break through this God of War shields, and that's not gonna go too well for him.
Matthew had to stop the game halfway. He's just teaching Dark Mao where the front of his shield is. That's it. That's what they're really doing to deal with the troll. Who, by the way, went Ags. Pretty good this game. Being able to dispel, obviously, the root is the biggest reason, I'm assuming, that they got it. But you also have some nice offensive dispels, including the Fire Shield, which is fantastic. I think that's the only big one, to be honest. I think
I think that's the only one, in fact.
Yeah, I'm looking at... Yeah, I spoke too soon. Yeah, I actually have a lot of good defensive dispels, though. The Underlord Root, obviously the biggest one, but you also... Even small things like God's Rebuke Slow, the Meld Mind's Armor, right? Or even Dezo in some situations.
And in
Null
case,
Shredder.
I feel like we had a troll patch since this Axe was introduced. I don't quite remember when it was, but I remember lots of trolls buying this at one stage. It only dispels once.
Yes.
So, you know,
it's not a constant
don't think
dispel.
Yeah, it's not a constant dispel, but it's still really good, though. I agree with you, and I like the item here for the troll. I just think that this far behind and with redundant ways of locking him down, and again, the Axe not helping still the problem where you just want to slap the shield, it's maybe not going to be the saving grace that they need.
I think this makes it so that you can actually position yourself better in fights because you can constantly avoid the Pit of Malice, and hopefully you battle trend something that's not that Mars. I think that's it, right? Because again, battle trends is not tandem, right? It'll try to pick the closest target. So when that happens, the reason why he's hitting the Mars every time is because he's closer to the Mars, because he always uses it just kind of desperately. Okay, Oscar, this is the target, but Oscar will activate the ultimate. There's Mars just in case, by the way, and Oscar might just die here. No. They vacuum it in, which allowed them to now go for the Mago, perhaps, but he just took a couple people with him, and Oscar just TP's back home, or back into the fight, sorry. As there's a lasso, Hector still preserving that Battle Trance. They're going to get rid of the Mars of the fight. It's like Battle Trance, it's free now, Hector, but Hector's really low on HP. He has to heal back up. He is silenced, but just last second, gets the Battle Trance up. Will go for Pandaboo. He needs to heal back up, but the Yosef's controlling him, and unfortunately, he's not going to get any of that lifesteal. Hector dies immediately. Whisper also destroyed. All three cores of Beastcoast are dead. So is Stinger, and so is Schofield. That's going to be the GG called by Stinger, as a team wipe sends him over the edge.
Yeah, that was certainly the team fight ended as well. Pakaz saved BKB through that entire fight, and then just uses it to wipe both supports off of the map. Very, very strong Thunder game for them. My goodness, they kind of just swapped roles, didn't they, between Game 1 and Game 2, where this time Thunder was the one that was doing a bit of the spanking, especially in that mid lane. My goodness, Dark Mago was out to prove something this game, wasn't he? Completely turned it around, 14-1 and 19 on him. Pakaz as well, despite a pretty rough lane. It's hard to think of a lane that would actually be more difficult than a Darkseer Tusk lane. Maybe something with like a Venomancer involved. But that was certainly one of the harder TA lanes that I could think of. But a solid draft all around. I think a really shining star was actually this Oscar pick early on. Just delayed and bought a lot of time and forced a lot of heroes down bottom. Especially C Smile, who couldn't really look to farm anywhere else. His split push game was really hard between Dark Mago hunting him and Oscar hunting him with really powerful abilities to stop these split pushers. And most importantly, Oscar playing kind of one of more of these independent heroes allows Matthew to get off some really important stacks, which just immediately increases the pace of the game for Pakaz. And Beastcoast could not keep up with that tempo.
Yeah, I want to see what the panel has to say about this, honestly, because I'm curious to see Astini's analysis, because he was kind of right on the money with how Thunder Awaken likes to play, right? With the two initiators. I think it worked really well for them this game. So let's go to the panel. Thank you, Apple. And Stini, I want to hear from you first, obviously, as my brother just said on the broadcast. I'm curious. You were really on point. You even pointed out a play that actually happened that game, which is how you don't know when to activate BKB because will Oscar kill me or will it be Dark Mago, right? And in this case, it was opposite. It was Oscar initiating and Dark Mago dealing the final blow. And they even got Hector once like that. So tell me, why are you so right, Stini? What was so correct about Thunder Awaken here?
Okay, you said that you would love to hear from me, and you're gonna hear very long thought, because I was taking
Awesome.
notes, and I'm like, oh, I realized what I did wrong as a coach at this season, and it's a very long thought. I would love if you interrupt me if I'm not correct with any thought. If you don't follow the line, it's gonna be a long thought.
Okay, let's go.
First
TED
thing,
Talk.
if I could bet, I would say Mars will be banned next match. Banned, Bane, the hero, sorry, come from Bane. Bane was the most picked hero in 4 regions. Mars was the most picked hero in South America and Southeast Asia. Those are 2 regions that just love to fight no matter what. And as Lely said on a previous panel, like Mars, the hero that doesn't lose lanes, you don't care about the matchup, and it offers a lot of team fight. That's why every team in South America loves Mars.
Yep.
On the other hand, why does every other region pick Bane? Because Bane is like a wall in the map. So you use Bane to break smokes and to read all the other team movements. So you have extra night vision. If you see a hero, you can sleep on hero. You can fence grip the other hero. So you need at least 3 heroes to go through Bane and to punish a hero that is farming the map. If you look at Team Spirit, they will always first pick Bane if it's available because they just love farming. They farm. If you try to kill them, the Bane is gonna be killed and they still farm. So you need to commit 3-4 heroes. While 3 heroes of them farm, they're gonna have more net worth, they're gonna win the game. So that's about Bane. Let's go back to South America. Also, another thing that Lely said was that Thunder Predator, they don't give freebies. And when he said that to me, I'm like, okay, so they're playing wrong. And you might ask, like, what is wrong in not giving freebies? You should give freebies. That's how they play in Europe. They like, okay, please kill this hero. I'm going to be farming. Please get Roche. I'm going to be shoving waves. That's how the tier 1 teams play. And then I finally realized that Thunder Predator, they don't play like the other tier 1 teams. They play their own style because they actually play Abaddon so well. It's not that they're like just looking to farm and avoiding team fights. It's that they're actually farming. And if you're looking to team fight, they're going to have an Abaddon on the cover and take the team fight. So they want to have the upper hand at team fight. So they're not actually a team that they just want to farm and hit their timings. They want to farm and they want to fight. So they're like the next level on that sense. So they will always look to pick team fights. So all this around, that's why heroes like Mars and Tidehunter work so well for them. And the Timber doesn't work so well. That's why Abaddon is one of the most picked heroes in South America, and no other region picks Abaddon because we are a region that we can just fight and fight and fight. I'm not saying it's good. I'm not saying it's bad. What I'm saying is other regions, they don't do this besides Southeast Asia. And just a closing thought.
Again, not really, but that's the only thing I'm going to counter you. Southeast Asia is not really like that, but okay.
Okay. Not like South America. Yeah, they're quite different, but they still love Mars on a different sense. Yes.
Yes, exactly.
Agree with you here. When I coach Hokori, I try to make them avoid those team fights. I'm like, hey guys, that's how you show waves. You avoid the team fights that are offering, and we're gonna win the game. That's how like we won against Infamous. We gave them 4 or 5 Aegis in the matches. We didn't get any Aegis, and we won the game, the 2 games, because we knew how to avoid team fights and win the game by shoving waves. But still, the team would lack the discipline to avoid team fights, and on other matches we lost. On the other hand, and that's my final point, going to no ping. And why I'm going to no ping? Because it's a team that I really like the guys. It's a Brazilian team, and I really support them. And all the time I was thinking, like, what's wrong with this guy Manguzo, their coach? Because I really think he's really smart, but their draft makes no sense. They draft like 5 team fight heroes. No one drafts that. And now I think the guy's a genius. because if you draft team fight in South America, you're gonna win. I just think his team actually lacked also the discipline of not taking team fights when they don't have cooldowns, because like they picked Phoenix, Magnus, Puck, all heroes that offer you the best possible team fight, but they wouldn't take the right team fight. So summing up everything I said, the team with the better team fight wins. That's it.
And you know, to add to your point, by the way, Astini, on that, they were the only team to beat Thunder Awaken.
Yeah.
And in the DPC, mind you. And how did they do that? They actually did that by getting a team fight that beats Thunder Awaken's team fight. So if you remember that match, the clutch pick was the Phoenix, and they banned the Mars, so they forced the enemy team to go and pick Tide, which was the only thing they were picking back then, and they picked the Phoenix into the first phase, actually, which made Tide's life really difficult, made his counter initiation really difficult, and then the team fights actually went Noping's way, much like you're saying. So you are on point on that. South Americans love to team fight.
Yeah, we can't hold ourselves. We just wanna like kill heroes, click spells. So
Yes.
big team fight. Yeah.
Yeah, entirely. That's exactly where like South America and SCA differ a little bit, right? That's what I was telling you. Like SCA, they value lanes and they value like team fights, but they are not looking to like fight 5-on-5 the whole time, right? They really do play around their timing. South Americans don't care about their timings at all.
Yeah.
That's what's amazing about it. That's why you watch Beastcoast and they get away with a fight. You go, how did they get away with that? They had no ultimates or BKBs. It's just they're used to it. That's all they do. So now, Duster, I'm going to ask a pro player now because we asked the coach. Is he right? Is this the mentality of the South American Dota players?
Yeah, it always comes down to fights and fighting well, but I think one of the biggest points of South America is the carry matchup is very important. I think the most important thing is not only the hero, but the player matchup also. I think teams that have the better carries, they are going to be the better teams here. And you need like a good carry that can farm well, but also fight. And I think that's Pacaz where he shines the most. Like he probably the guy that kills creeps the better right now and also fights. And on the other side, I have K1 that, you know, he's awesome at killing creeps, but he's not going to fight well with this Maelstrom troll.
Yeah, that's another point. You know, I mean, Astini went on this incredible analysis, but you could have also just said, don't pick this trash hero against Mars, and that would have been fine too. But that was a good point. Though I like your point on Pacaz because I noticed the difference between Pacaz and Hector. I think it's fair to say they're on the same level-ish on carry, right? Like they're kind of similar as in terms of like the playstyle. But when Hector's excels, as you said, is at farming. So you'll see Hector doing a lot of plays by farming that are very interesting. Like he'll farm aggressively in parts of the map that usually other carries won't touch. He plays more like a European. He plays very tactically. He knows understanding the map control. He finds farm when he's losing, something Pacaz struggles with. But he won't fight as well as Pacaz. And that's what Pacaz hasn't beat. Pacaz's team fight inclusion, always on point. That's why Pacaz's best hero is something like Morphling. The idea of weaving in and out of fights, being able to play on your timings, much more different than Hector's best hero, which is Wraithinger's Ven, which is, you know, a mass farm win game, right? Walk in, be God. That was Hector's playstyle. So, very good point, Duster. Do you think this can be fixed in the next game? Do you think they can play around this? Like, is Troll the kind of hero you'd like to see in the next game? Or would you like to see something more traditional for Hector?
It needs to go back to something more traditional for sure, but I also think both teams need to prioritize this Templar Assassin more. I think the hero is just the best carry out there. And in this game, for example, they could manage to pick an 8, so they had 3 bans to help TA. And I don't think Beastcoast can let it happen, or they maybe need to do the same. But I don't think Hector plays the Templar Assassin, though. Does he? No? Then yeah, I think they need to have something on their opening that prepares against TA, or ban the hero, honestly.
I love, because this is the storyline that Beastcoast has been having this whole patch. Oh, people are playing Carry Razor in other regions, but Hector does not play Carry Razor. Oh, but now they're trying Carry Queen of Pain. That can't play Carry Queen of Pain. And you're like, well, I guess we're just going to draft Hector when he can, and then at this point adapt as we get into the draft, because that speech took us that long. Thank you, Astini.
Carry Kunk also. Been happening.
Oh, yeah, it's true. Yeah, he doesn't play that either.
Sorry for messing with our break, man. I know you have to cast after the panel.
Nah, it's okay. Who needs a break when I get this much knowledge from like panelists? What a great speech.
Yeah, Abba don't ban, and I really hope they ban Mars. That's like the 2 heroes that I just talked about. So, like, shut up, Astini. Abba and Mars are banned. Forget about everything you said.
No, I mean if you get the Mars ban, that's what you predicted, right? So you get a job for the rest of the DPC. If the Mars is not banned, though, we need to revise your contract.
Yeah, if it's TA, then it's Duster. Yeah, it's more.
Okay, well, good job, dude. Nothing more to be said. You can pat yourself on the back. That's very impressive. They do get the Monkey King though. To be said though, if you actually look at Thunder Awaken's drafts, they've only picked the Monkey King once when the abandon was not available. They really do try to force this combo in, partially because of the nature of the Monkey King and how they usually like to play with at least one save.
5 seconds remaining.
It's pretty good to have one save, especially when you have this hero that splits the map and give you vision, because you get so much of what's going on in the map with Monkey King. And if you have an Abaddon, like just standing between two cores, you can guarantee that they won't get killed because you get so much info of where all their heroes are at. Unless like 5 heroes are missing, then you just like go back to your tower, but then the other team's not farming. Otherwise, you know which exactly hero is missing into which direction, and Abba is gonna cover that hero. So it's a pretty good combo. Monkey Shadow Demon, Monkey Abba, Monkey Bane. It's pretty good.
Beastcoast immediately picks up the Clockwork though. What is the strength of this pick against the Monkey King?
You can find him on the trees, right, with Rocket Flare, so it's already enough of a reason because you're against Monkey King. But then they have Schofield. Like, just by that is enough of the reason to pick Clock. Oh, team fight! Yeah, I like it.
This is the no ping answer, actually.
Phoenix also, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's one of his signature heroes. I actually don't think Schofield plays it, so I'm pretty sure it's going to be.
10 seconds remaining.
It's most likely his hero, yes.
Thunder Predators turn to Bat Rider.
And there's like Mao's Bat Rider. What do you think of this opener compared to last one, Steenie?
Turn to ban.
I like... Oh my god, I like the two drafts, honestly. I like really, really well both drafts. And I think Thunder Predator still has the upper hand because they still can go for the TA, especially having Bat Rider themselves. I know both Clockwork and Phoenix are decent against the TA, but TA does build a very early BKB, so any hero that builds early BKB are good for Phoenix. So let's say it's an even draft, and the team that can pick TA sounds better for me as of now.
But I think Phoenix does really well against TA. Should do pretty well in lane and in the game because TA can't really kill Egg that fast, and also just burns Refraction. So
and the spirits obviously are a nuisance.
Yeah, so I don't think TA is looking that hot for Thunder Predator. They could still go, because the power of TA is just farm so fast that you actually don't care about counters. So they can still go for it.
It's what we saw last game against Troll, right? Like, Troll is technically, like you talked about, a good core-to-core, but who cares? TA just has much more farm than you do.
And also, the same goes for lane. No matter if you get counter in lane, you're gonna go jungle 4 or 5 minutes, and that's it. You're top net worth.
They still have the Morphling though, because I'm just thinking on heroes that something that Avo mentioned a lot, like that Supes were dying first at the team fights, because they know how to team fight, both teams. They focus support so much. And like, when you're a Troll, you can't enter the back line. When you're a TA, you can, because you build Blink Dagger. Although not many TAs do build Blink Dagger as hard carry, Pakaz did on every match he played. So, like, picking Bat Rider is not that good against Phoenix. Not like a Storm that you jump at him with Orchid and you can kill. But I think if he plays TA properly, or like a Morphling, a hero that can enter that backline, it could be really interesting. Like, we can forget about a bit the TA, but Morphling would do the same.
What about a classic Pakaz hero that's also decent against Phoenix, the Dusa? He used to play a lot back when he was first on this team. Could this be a viable hero with a protection on the Monkey King and Bat Rider to deal with a Supernova? Or is there some deterrence here?
Yes, but so far I see like Beastcoast, they can kite the team fight so well. Like, if you're Dusa, you press R and you are supposed to win the team fight, but like
Right.
Clock and Phoenix can just run away from that, so they need more lockdown. Like, they have so much AoE damage if they go with Deuce and Monkey King, but what's the real lockdown? It's like one lasso, I don't think it's enough.
Fair.
But if they go like Tide, Tide is also bad against Phoenix, but
Yep, that is very bad against Phoenix. What's the DP and versus Batrider matchup like? Who comes ahead in that matchup?
5 seconds
it's
remaining.
pretty good for the bat actually.
What is your opinion, Duster?
I think in lane both should farm, but Bat should be able to kill DP with Lasso and before Exorcism every fight. Like if you have follow-up damage, it's really good to catch DP.
Okay.
But Bat should do well, because if it comes to Siphon, you can always Flame Break and break this Siphon also, so should be a good matchup for Bat, I believe.
So then why pick the DP into Bat? What's the logic here?
Probably DP5 then?
Oh, right, because Phoenix is 3. That's true.
Yeah.
They have never
It's a
flexed it.
decent team fight. Sorry.
No, you're right. I just want to point out that they have never flexed it. In fact, the game they lost against Thunder was partially because they refused to flex the DPS 5, even though they had the option. And they decided to DP mid against Shadow Demon.
That's unexpected.
Yeah. Well, they did this yesterday against Awaken King, kind of forced the Void in a couple of games. They lost the second
They
one,
won
they won
one.
the first one.
Oh,
Yeah.
they lost.
Yeah, so
What do you-
here's the AoE lockdown. Like, it's so much team fight. I ask for it and I'm having it, you know?
What is the
A lot
strength
of
of the Void here, though? I mean, besides, obviously, yes, team fight, right? But, like, why Void over other team fight-oriented carries?
Honestly, I think it's
sure.
too early for a Void.
Me too.
Maybe they pick up a combo here now with Void?
Yeah, then it would make a bit of sense. Like, I'm waiting for the hero that makes Void make sense, but, like, I don't think they're the kind of team that picks something like an Elder Titan. There is no space. They banned Invoker themselves. I don't
Shit
know.
apparition.
I don't. Yeah, AA, Elder Titan. I don't know which 5 makes sense. Like Witch Doctor, but I would never pick Witch Doctor here.
ET?
Elder
Alright.
They went for Titan.
Then it
That
makes
is
sense.
not a very Panda hero, though. I don't recall him playing that anytime recently.
Yeah, and it's also a weird lane against Phoenix, like both melee heroes. She's gonna free farm this Phoenix, I believe.
10 seconds.
Yeah, it's true. Phoenix is usually considered pretty good against Elder Titan, right? Because he reduced the attack speed, and then the damage doesn't matter as much.
Yeah, and also Clockwork is really good against Titan.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a sick Oracle game now. If they wanna play DP mid. Oracle amazing against Batrider. You have the Dispel against Elder Titan, Dispel against Monkey, Hover against Chrono.
Oh, wow. The anti-Void counter instead. Is this Stinger's Phoenix then, right?
Yeah.
Could be Chris, man. Who knows?
It could be Chris, to be honest, this team.
Yeah, being Beastcoast, the only thing we know is that they're missing the hard carry. Like, because
Yep.
Hector is not playing Venom anymore, but he did play some, I believe, in TI against OG.
I think in the group
Venom
stages,
play.
right? I think in the group
Yeah.
stages they ran the Venom, yeah. Yeah, Hector used to be very versatile. He used to play Husker carry and everything. Like, you know,
10
it's...
seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
What's open here?
But he's also good against CT, right? You mentioned, and Void, so...
Yeah, but Venomancer should do the job against ET and Void by himself
Okay.
already. So
Right,
Phoenix
right.
would be able to win top for win.
So what are you missing here, Duster? If you're looking at this draft and you're trying to fill the carry, what role should the carry fulfill?
I feel like they need a damage, some right-click damage. They don't have much of a right-click damage.
10 seconds remaining.
I think they miss a bit of damage and a bit of stun. So I think Sven would be great here. It's not great anymore because they cannot pick the hero.
Yep.
Yeah.
Can you get away with a CK? That's a more actor hero.
Sounds decent, actually.
Yeah.
So
Thunder Predators turn to pick.
Without Legion and Tide, I actually don't know what Oscar's gonna play now.
it's a sick Bloodseeker game, but I don't think it make any sense when you think about his hero pool. Because Bloodseeker is amazing against Phoenix and DMP.
He does play Bloodseeker. He plays like really good Bloodseeker.
10 seconds remaining.
It might have been a while though since he played Bloodseeker. That's the thing. But he did used to play a really sick Bloodseeker actually.
Turn to pick.
Well, Astini, I know what you have to say about this.
And it's like, Timber, like, I don't know. In my opinion, like DP is amazing against Timber. Phoenix is decent.
10 seconds
I don't like it
I think
that
his
much.
pool was just over. They didn't have
But
choice.
Maybe he wants to force something like in Gyro here, and it's a good matchup for Faceless Void.
Right, I guess this blocks the potential strength pick with stun, right?
Yeah.
You don't feel
There's
much comfortable
Gyro.
picking CK now.
Yeah.
Gyro, Luna, Ursa. Well,
yeah.
The Ursa we've seen against Void did really well, and it's the best hero against Timber in lane that you can get here.
Yep. And Diffusal Blade Ursa is good. You talked about damage. You would be lacking a bit of lockdown, but you kind of just run at the enemy with Ursa, right?
Yeah. Also, Bloodseeker for them is not that bad. Like, it's terrible against Batrider, but it's decent against Timber.
And it's very good against Void.
Yeah.
Luna. Let's go for the basic ones. It worked in the first game. Why not? And it does beat the Timber lane as well.
Yeah, and if every hero at Beastcoast press R in the team fight, they do like 5k damage. So
yeah, that's the perfect kind of Dota. I love it. We call it Wombo Combo as casters, Astini.
Yeah.
So, are you siding with the Beastcoast draft then, Astini? Are you going for the more team fight? You gonna stick to your word?
Yeah, I do like the team that doesn't have the Timber here.
Okay, Duster. Do you have any more faith in the Timber? I didn't seem like you did.
For me, it's the Faceless Void is the issue here.
Okay.
I don't believe on this pick, such early pick, and also no hero to follow up with the Chrono. Like, who's gonna do the damage in this Chrono if Faceless Void doesn't have enough items? Like Firefly, Flame Break, like, maybe a Monkey King stun. Like, there's no damage, I think.
When the whole panel agrees that you did one thing bad, that's bad. But when the panel all agrees that you're doing something bad out of the many things you're doing, and they all pick different reasons, that is that might be a bad warning sign, especially when we have a pro player as Duster in the team in the panel, and a great coach like Astini. So we're gonna have to see if the Awaken are capable of making this draft work, or if the panel will be correct and Beastcoast will be taking game number 3. Let's see what happens as we move it over to our casters with SeekNStrike and Avoplus. Well, that draft really took a weird turn with the Void. I kind of have to agree with the panelists there. Not sure what they were going for. Not only is it not part of their comfort picks, because Panda is not like known for particularly playing ET or anything like that, though he has played it in the past. Nor is it something that like it doesn't seem like a crazy pocket strat either. I'm not really sure what the idea was, honestly.
Yeah, I'm not really seeing it either. I don't know where this Thunder Awaken Faceless Void kind of itch has really spawned from. That's unfortunately going to be a pretty fast D ward for Matthew, but he's at least going to know there was probably a ward placed down as well around him. Whenever I see that first inventory slot missing, that makes me think of a ward being placed. Okay, this is indeed there's a ward there. Okay, we're going to fight. We're fighting. Panda. Look to get a little bit of bonus damage as the Gale has been used against Matthew. That's not going to be enough follow-up, though, for him to die. And they're going to get the D-Ward first. Beastcoast fight underneath a ward, as they will actually be able to get Matthew. Cogs level 1, the second usage, finding a kill. And D-Ward for D-Ward, so no vision in this top lane. Yeah, I don't know. They really forced the Faceless Void yesterday. It worked in game 1 where they won like 4-37 or something, and eventually they lost with it the next game. And I think Stinger was right on the money. I really would have loved to see the Ursa pick. Diffusal into Ag Scepter, and I don't know what you do if you're Thunder. Yes, Thunder. Duster, yes. Who did I say?
Stinger, who was playing in this game. But yeah, he was right on the money by not picking it.
Stinger is in this game, yeah.
Yeah, the issue I have with the kind of Void pick is I also feel like the Awaken Kings game they won with the Void was kind of because they're just the better team, right? I just don't feel like it's the case with the Beastcoast. I actually do feel like as a team overall, the teams are equal, but in terms of team fights, usually Beastcoast is better, right? Yeah, I think in the last game you kind of saw it, where like they're not winning because they're outskilling the enemy, they're winning because they're better tactically, they have a better draft. That's the Thunder Awaken style. They're not bad players, just kind of Beastcoast is ridiculous because
this.
What?
Sorry to cut you. Is this try on try? Is this happening?
No. All right. Oh, a blast from the past, huh?
Yeah, and this is actually pretty good as well for Beastcoast. These guys are pretty sick in a tri lane compared to a Monkey and an ET who kind of both want levels. And Faceless Void, not to mention.
But this is very much a Thunder Awaken mentality. Even when they were no-ping, something Panda told me multiple times, it's like, if my carry is countered, I mean, what am I going to do? I have to try lane. Like, there's no other option.
Okay. So there goes Stinger. That is going to, pardon me, at least free up a little bit of space here for Pakaz.
Yep, and they actually can utilize this to their advantage. Unfortunately, though, for Thunder in the tri lane, Veno is just really strong here, especially with Venomous Gale level 1. You have to really be careful against them. In the case of the bottom lane as well, Oscar doesn't really do much against Luna. Probably one of the best lane counters.
Yeah, I think there was that patch a while ago when Timber was actually pickable and Luna was in every single game, where we saw a lot of Timbers kind of learn how to deal with it, though. And I'm sure Oscar is still going to have those very, very recent memories still in his bank to make sure that he's not going to lose this lane too hard. Stinger is
oh yeah, sure. That was the major where they lost, right? Oscar's like, I can't play my hero. They've all figured out how to counter me.
Yeah. Yeah, Stinger is this hero is kind of hit or miss against the Timbersaw. It's really weird because all your magic damage is amazing versus Oscar, and you don't ever really attack as Phoenix. I mean, every now and then you do, but that's not your main source of damage, not even close. So you don't really give him reactive armor stacks. So this lane's deceptively good against the Timber, but Timber also really just shreds Phoenix, strength-based hero. Phoenix has 1 armor. Timber's got decent damage, so it's kind of dangerous here for the Phoenix.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that Phoenix beats the lane for Timber. Usually Timber just farms, right? He just kind of ignores the Phoenix. What does happen is in the mid game, though, that's where Phoenix shreds the Timber. Because he has Sunray, of course, percentage-based damage, and then even if it's not pure anymore, it doesn't matter. And the Supernova as well. All right.
Dude, that hero was crazy when it was pure damage. Oh my god.
Yeah, Holy Lock at first build, remember that was the thing for a while?
Pure percentage-based. I don't think it's been pure for a long time. But,
I mean, I don't know. All the patches kind of go in together, you know. This is all I do all day, you know. I log on and build. I don't know. It's my life. It's like, do you remember what you did when you were 4?
Early rotation. C-Smile's got 5 stacks of the sticky napalm, and that is going to trigger lots of TPs. Oh, Matthew turns into a tree. Unfortunately, he's a tree now on fire, as both, actually, Fire Spirits will find him. Unfortunately, it's Fire Spirits level 1. Nothing to write home about, and Matthew with some fancy footwork. Not fancy enough. Does get caught by that second one. Trying to escape here. Stinger with like 80 million years on his cooldowns.
Messed up the mischief, which means he gets the South cancel. It's a big deal.
He's just wasting time. He's got TP. He's ready to go if he needs to.
Well, yeah, but he TP's back home, right? A bunch of wasted time for the Monkey King compared to the Phoenix, who didn't go that far, right? And since your Luna's beating the Timber, it's okay. You can actually rotate your 5 more effectively. 5's rotating early and wasting time is not that big a deal compared to the 4, so it's actually kind of a win for Beastcoast there. Especially when your Void is in this position right
Luna's out of regen here, and Oscar is going to be able to bully her out of the lane a bit. I don't know if I necessarily agree with that.
I mean, that's true. Hector will lose 1 creep wave, probably.
Yeah. Because the Phoenix can't TP anymore, because the Phoenix did TP mid. Scott is, just going to get right in Hector's face. Hector with boots, though, luckily does give him a little bit of immunity here to just getting ran at.
One thing I do like actually about this is that Matthew used his mobility to get to the lane faster than the Phoenix, and now he's going to punish Hector for it. And there we go.
Yep.
That's a kill. You could also argue that was a mistake by Stinger, though, by taking the long route home. He could have actually gone there faster, but he went through the enemy triangle and underestimated Matthew mobility.
The mobility, not only is it alliterative, it is also very deadly. This is also, they really like this monkey into Faceless Void as well. It's the second time they've ran at this kind of mini-major. As there's going to be a little bit of a slow here onto Whisper. Pakaz, though, of course, with Gale applied, is not really going to want to go for this kill. Has Time Walk level 2 and is going to get it off. And a Moo, though. No such luck for him. Gets pushed back further underneath his tower, and that's going to allow him, nope, not to live. Go down to the Rocket Flare. Matthew, again, lurking in the mid lane, but has been scouted by the ward. So C-Smile this time around is not going to end up dying.
Okay.
Dragon Ice for C-Smile. Wow.
Yeah? I mean, against the Pad Rider, right? It's kind of easy. Like, the Armago is good, but once you're up against a good mid laner, I don't think it's that easy to win this lane. Bottom lane, Stinger did receive a fair amount of damage. Matthew's nearby. The creeps did see him. And Matthew will just take some damage. That's it. She's here for moral support for Oscar.
Yeah, pulls the creep wave away, which means Luna's going to have to tank a couple of creeps to make sure she can kill the wagon. This is going to be free hits.
She's fine. High base armor, right? On Luna. And good agility game.
Not too bad.
So.
But it's 800 damage done to your tower in the first wave, as a Timbersaw is fairly respectable in a lane that he can't just kind of cut.
That's true. But I do think that Luna will just leave this jungle. Leave this lane as soon as possible to go to jungle, right? Yeah, and Hector's already doing it. Like, Hector's not the kind of carry that will stay in lane too long if he can find a more efficient way to farm.
Another TP triggered. This time it's Gojira. Dark Mago is but he just leave though.
Malo knows this matchup very well, though. Yep, there's the lasso. Okay, he decided not to use it. But
he might have died in her tower.
No, it was the right play because he was waiting the spirit. He's wasting the Spirit Siphon charges, right? But he's actually playing this matchup really well. No points in Flame Break, right? Which shows that, like, the Flame Break point is good to break the Spirit Siphon, but if you can just use the Firefly movement speed instead, that's much better, right? And that's what he's doing right now. So well done.
Yep, and Hector's already away. Matthew, though, with all his mobility, has been able to set up a multitude of wards, so he knows exactly where Hector is. And they probably know exactly what kind of build Hector is going for. And now they know which camp he's farming in. Looks like now Dark Mago on the way. Firefly active, Lasso at the ready. Last time Thunder Awaken tried this game 1, that ended up with like 3 or 4 dead heroes underneath the Beastcoast outpost. Very underwhelming damage, because of course it's a support monkey. And Hector will just walk away, live through this one.
But definitely though. She used Panda, immediate TP by Panda. Do they have anyone to cancel it? They try the cogs, not very fast enough. And said they'll settle for the tower, which is fine. Now Thunder Awaken is, a flaming Panda. Like, why did you die? At least waste 5 more seconds. Where's my space, Panda?
No space, man. But Oscar is going to be able to get in a decent push. It's not at least EXO for the mid wave. So now Dark Mago can freely look to rotate to a side lane and maybe finally look to actually use this lasso without having to fear the DP Retribution taking his tower mid. That is some small comfort for him. Stinger is again feeling pretty confident here with Icarus Dive at the ready. He's going to take Oscar for a bit of a walk. And back up the hill he goes.
And you'll find Stinger though. That's going to be a dead Phoenix. Good kill here the way of Thunder Awaken, as they do get rid of the support defending the tower, right? That's what Panda was supposed to do.
Yeah, and Whisper's starting to set up in the jungle, much like a Brood Mother or like a Beastmaster would. Is setting up the wards. Yeah. He is not going for a max Plague Work build, instead 3 points in the Gale, currently saving his 7th skill point. But already has the full Spirit Vessel on the way. Being just the recipe. He's got the Bit Booster and the Urn. Next into the Blink and Ags.
Yeah, the Max Plague Work build is actually kind of bad on Veno these days. Like, unless you completely dominate your lane like we saw earlier. I think it was against, what, Infamous that they played?
I think it was, yeah.
That's fine, right? But if not, the Max Plague Work build is much worse than getting multiple points in Gale, because Gale scales so well as an ability, right? So a lot more Veno players are doing this. Lelis was talking about this on panel. And you know Lelis, if there's anything he does is play Venom.
Yeah, he plays toxic offlaners. In Kiev, I think he was just playing Viper all the time, wasn't he?
Viper
It was him
Veno
or Quinn.
Underlord, dude.
Yeah.
Offlaners meant to make you cry.
There's Gojira chasing after Matthew. Matthew's got mobility in a second. He is out of there.
Maro in the top lane, though. He is poisoned, but fire beats poison, as many European monarchs realized.
Is still quite poison, though. You can't die to Nova, and he's going to dodge the rocket flare. He will actually live through this one. Just barely, but enough HP to get home. You're an Exo for mid. As there is going to be a kill onto Gojira. Don't use the Chronosphere for that.
Not a big deal. This. Oh, are they actually gonna fight against Seasmell? They don't have lasso though. How are they gonna bring?
Yeah, they
him
don't
down?
have flame break either.
Have you not learned anything from game one, guys? Guys, the DP, Matthew, no, not again. Oscar comes by though. This time they did have a counter plan. Their counter plan was kill Whisper instead. He's Veno, barely any mobility, can't even turn in time to actually poison the Timber.
Yeah,
that's sticking napalm.
Okay, and that's a tower successfully defended, and now without Exo, perhaps Bakaz looks to potentially get in here. Although again, to Duster's point, with what follow-up damage, even though you have the ET, he's not level 6, so the follow-up is going to be extremely limited. Pardon me, Matthew as well is not yet level 6. He's been basically spending most of his time in the trees, kind of just watching Nectar farm. So there's just no damage inside of Chrono right now. I guess you throw Chakram in there for a couple of seconds.
Well, okay, look, this is the play. You Chrono perfectly on the edge, right? So you get one player, the carry ideally, on the edge of the Chrono. Then you Astral Spirit everyone in the Chrono, right? And then you use the damage of the Astral Spirit to smack the guy on the edge to death, ideally Hector. And then you win the fight. Easy. I mean, this is not even that hard.
It's not even that hard. Although, counterpoint, 17 base armor right now for Luna. You know.
Counterpoint, I have ET with 1 point in natural order. That's what?
Yeah,
that's 40% of that 17 base armor. That take away like what?
You know, that's a fair counterpoint. That's a fair counterpoint. You're not wrong.
Look, I'm meaning the idea that you can get the Luna on the edge of the Chrono is already a miracle. Like, she doesn't Lucent beam you at all. She just lets you do it. Let the Void do his thing.
In the meantime, there's like a Icarus dive into Supernova on your other side of the Chrono. Gojira's hook-shotting in to defend his ally.
Also, even in this ideal situation, it all gets countered by Stinger hitting a single Fire Spirit on the other side, and then that's over, right? So it's not like even in this situation you have any damage.
All right. A bit of a slower game as the pressure's on. Again, only the upper bracket finals, but again, the winner of this match at least guaranteed, what did I say, 150 DPC points? So
I know we always mention DPC because it's all about TI, but don't they also get like a lot of money?
Well, yeah, I mean, the money's not bad. I think 50K for first and 25 for second, I believe.
Yeah. That's so much money.
25 Dota Plus sets, by the way. $1,000.
Oh, $10,000. No, it's just 4th place. That's his 4th place. 2nd place gets 25K.
Yeah, a lot of money.
Sometimes when I know that we're not supposed to talk about money as casters and stuff, but when we do this and we just gloss over the money, it makes me feel so poor. Like 25K means nothing to these people. You know, it changes my life. I mean, I know they only get 5K, but that's still a lot more than I make in a month.
Yeah, it ain't bad. It ain't bad.
And he made 5K in 3 days, Richie. Let that sink in. 3 days, dude.
Well, they had to play in the league for a couple of months, right?
Oh, that's true. Actually, that's a very good point. Yeah. No, if you look at it that way, it doesn't look that great.
I think we're gonna team fight Oliver. I think it's gonna happen. More than 2 heroes sparring at once as Beastcoast wrapping around the tower. Only Panda is here for now. He does at least put C-Smile to sleep, as in goes Gojira now with the hook shot. Whisper to follow up there. He's going to spit on him with the Venomous Gale. C-Smile releases the ghost, claiming the soul of the ET, who is still not yet level 6.
So that interaction, I've seen the chill mics on Thunder Awaken. Matthew just told him, this is why you're not level 6, Panda. And Panda's like, okay. Every time he dies, Matthew or someone in the team has a comment about it. It's become a meme. When the game ends, the first thing that Matthew tells him to like make him chillax, right? Because Panda had a lot of anxiety with the pressure that these games bring, and to make him chillax, I started to make a joke where they tell Panda his deaths at the end of the game, so he realizes it doesn't really matter. He just has to chill and play his best game.
Mago, Okay, nice little jukes. Icarus Dive is going to slow him only briefly, as C-Smile's got to take the scenic route. Oof. Not go flying over, and Big Pole, with all this move speed, is going to allow him to really get out of dodge quite quickly. TPing away. There is no hook shot. Still on cooldown for just a couple of more seconds, and, well, the only stun being Icarus Dive, it means that they had nothing to cancel that TP.
Did you see how cute it was that Gojira was helping by pinging where he was going? Like, my teammates can't follow, so I'm going to ping exactly where he is.
Sure.
Oh, he does use the Poison Nova here. Can they counter-initiate this?
There's no TPs. They TP top to kill, to try and kill, pardon me, Dark Mago, so they very wisely know that they can make that aggressive play. They also have 2 wards set up for this, by the way, for Thunder Awaken, because they really, really want to make plays down here between Oscar and Matthew.
I think it's pretty wild that the first Earth Splitter we see is not with the Chrono. It's going to take another 2 minutes for the Chrono to actually be useful again.
Yeah, that is kind of surprising. I mean, I guess not really, because again, they have like no damage with Chrono. So
yeah, exactly. I'm making a joke about it. I don't think it's surprising, but it is true that like Chrono, it feels so unimpactful this game until you get Void enough farm, right? But I will say, commending Pakaz for his build, because he did go for a build that maximizes damage in Chrono, which is Maelstrom Mask of Madness, right? A build that's not very common these days, and it's probably the only build you can make this ultimate useful with.
True, and I think it's the only build that you're going to be able to kill a Luna with, right? Because, of course, Bash is magic damage, and, of course, the Maelstrom procs are. And, well, like you said, you memed on it before, but you're probably not going to be able to take advantage of Natural Order against the Luna in a Chronosphere. Yes, the ET can throw his Spirit in, but, okay, or...
Good Eclipse, actually. Yeah, he's taking him with him for the Eclipse, and Darkmao will die. He was not expecting such a quick reaction by Hector. He goes down. They even find Matthew. They break his 3. Gojira is nearby, and that's going to be Matthew going down here. No TP for him. Nice kill.
Lived on 19 HP there. Very lucky to be alive. Strength treads and this brand new ultimate orb really, really coming in handy there. That's a big, big deal for Beastcoast. Great Eclipse.
Another point to be made about the Void build, by the way, that I want to add on is that the other alternative usually to Void builds, like you have 2 builds, right? The build that plays around Chrono, which is this one, or variations of it. They've blocked so many of his camps. And then the build that tries to play on Void's Time Walk more, which is with SNY and more tanking items, right? But against a carry with mobility like Luna, that usually builds Scotty and tanks a fair amount, right? And usually can frontline, as opposed to, say, TP or Dusa, the Time Walk build does not feel as impactful, because Luna can just chase you down most of the time. And it's hard to play between Time Walk as well. Especially with a constant Lucent Beam spam with a shard, right? So this is probably the best build you have for this game. You have to play around Chrono, even if you don't have much to do in Chrono itself.
Shot is possible here for Gojira, but the follow-up is very weak and almost non-existent, even if Whisper does have a Blink Dagger. Again, you have 2 stuns this game. Well, I guess 3 with Lucent Beam.
It eventually becomes relevant, right, with the talent? Oh, he didn't go for the talent. Never mind.
Simply going to teleport away. Goodbye. Both teams actually pretty shy on reliable lockdown, aren't they?
Yep.
Let I take a look at things.
If this was Papita playing, he'd be like, you know what, I'm going to build Atos first on Timber. And I would be happy with that, to be honest with you.
Too. I would too. I even wouldn't mind an Orchid on this Timber Saw. Orchid versus Phoenix, Orchid versus Fano.
I've seen the Darkseer and Beastmaster Orchid builds are somewhat popular in pubs these days. I think Timber is overkill. I'm not a big fan of that. I think Atos is better.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Let's say Tanic. You're gonna go for a greedy item. At least go for Amar. The Amar build.
What? Amar would say Tanic on Timber?
Yeah. Quite famously, I believe. I think like during his first outing on OG, he built Satanic on Timber in the official and won. Matthew?
He's done so many weird builds on his offlaners that at this point I lost count. I'm sorry, I must have forgotten. Matthew? Okay, there's a Supernova immediately. Matthew's like, should I stay in the circle and die? Probably not. He's getting burned up, poisoned, Spirit Vessel, he's dead. Oscar. And he gets hit by Lucent Beam right as he was trying to TP. Hector still has that Eclipse, but realizes he doesn't have to use it. As Oscar will die to the Spirit Vessel and the Sunray instead. Here's the Phoenix counter we're talking about. This has to only go 2 points in the Fire Spirits, instead maxing the Sunray. Definitely the correct choice.
I'm surprised Hector's not sticking around. I mean, am I surprised? Where are you, Hector? Where is he gone? Is he back in the jungle? Yes, he is. He's farming his way towards the triangle. It is 18 minutes, and he was hoping to get that bounty. Dark Mago, TP cancelled. Okay, he's got pick pull still, right? No, he doesn't have pick pull. He's got Essence Ring, but he does have a BKB, which may or may not be a little bit better than pick pull. Light breaking out now as Whisper with Venomous Gale does connect it onto Dark Mago, forcing the BKB. As the Poison Nova is now out.
Gojira, ooh, missed hook shot.
Whiff.
Radiant's top tower.
Yep.
We hear Pakaz time walking around nearby. Beastcoast have vision of that, though, with the ward.
Yeah, he's just farming, though. Pakaz will be fine. He still needs to BKB. Like, when you go for this build, you're very specifically playing around timings, both item and chrono, right? So you only play once you have that BKB, and then you can actually chrono initiate. Because every time that you waste chrono, or you don't have the best impact with chrono, with this kind of build on Faces Void, you lose the game a little bit, right? And you can only afford, maybe in this game, 3 or 4 of those. Not even, 2 or 3 of those. Of, like, bad chronos. Not even, like, chronos that are, like you whiff completely, you know? Not atrocious chronos. I'm talking, like, a chrono that doesn't have any, a great impact. Doesn't catch at least, like, 1 support and 1 core, and you kill them both, and you lose the game. This build is just really difficult to play.
Just something, I think Astini pointed this out after the Game 1 panel, after he said that, oh, the last time Hector won on Luna was like in 2019 or some stat. Something he was talking about is a lot of Lunas, like for example in this fight, to make sure that they would have BKB if a fight broke out now, would instead of buying the Ogre Axe, they'd buy the recipe for BKB and then disassemble the Dragon Lance for the Ogre Axe and have BKB ready. He doesn't do that, quite curiously. Yep. It's not going to go. It's going to go unpunished though this time around.
Vegeta in trouble. Here's a Spirit Siphon. Pakaz. Will he hit the BKB? Okay, he's gonna whiff that chrono. That was an atrocious chrono.
Oh no!
He even dies in the middle of that. Okay, he heard my speech. He's like, at least I won't have a bad chrono. I'm just gonna completely whiff it.
Oh, yeah, that was not very good. I think Ice had one of those before, didn't he, when he black holed the Chronosphere or something like that. Oh, man, that was rough. Your very first team fight, your first Chrono, BKB. Oof.
Yep. I mean, look, the Supernova is a 0 cast point ability, right? So technically you shouldn't be able to get the Chrono off as long as the Phoenix is looking. So it was a really tall order, honestly. That's actually one of the situations which would justify a potential Orchid on Timber, and I wouldn't have minded if actually Matthew would go for Orchid instead of the Monkey King.
You know, I think he did actually in their previous win when they did play this combo.
Hector though, he's gonna die to Wolfscar alone here, but he has the Aegis, so he's just gonna come back with more HP. Whisper, using the Poison Nova, Matthew's the target, C-Smile chasing him down, Matthew will die to that poison, they can leave him alone, Oscar also taking down, but he does have the cover of the Hood of Defiance, so he should be fine. Instead they concentrate Dark Mago, who activates the BKB and runs down Whisper, says, let me take this guy for you, and Whisper will be brought down.
Okay, not bad. Yeah, I think I actually would have really liked to see an Orchid on someone here for Thunder Awaken.
I think Monkey King is the best target.
Yeah, their lockdown's not the worst. I think Beastcoast, if they were starting to lose this game, would actually struggle a bit because everyone is incredibly mobile on Thunder Awaken. At least the important heroes are, right? Timber, Bat, and Faceless Void, and even Matthew. Really, just Panda is a little bit immobile. But really, no one can quite match the mobility. Even Whisper with a Blink Dagger is pretty easy pickings for the rest of Thunder as soon as it's off cooldown. I'm always really curious on, because Dark Mago, you know, he plays a lot of Bat Rider, and not every single game will he decide to go for the Blink Dagger, or even for Aether Lens, and I'm always really curious how he makes these decisions, because he's just kind of relying on his move speed, and it seems like that'll find him a kill. No, it might not. Stinger is enough to scare them back. He does have Supernova at the ready, and these are not heroes that break an egg very quickly.
I think the factors for the Blink Dagger are 3. Mainly. First of all is, do I have enough kill potential? Sorry. Pakaz, we'll talk about this in a second, as he's been silenced, he could be in trouble. Panda move, he's like, I'll sacrifice myself, no problem. Pakaz, you shall live. Pakaz, my child, don't watch me die. Oh, Pakaz, why did you go this way? Pakaz, did you really have to relish my death? Pakaz, no! Oh, this is why you shouldn't be sadistic, guys. He walked by just to see his teammate die, and that was the reason why he lost his life.
Yeah, he dropped some flowers on the grave of Panda Boo, and unfortunately fell inside.
What was
fell
that?
inside the tomb with him.
Oh my god, that was like a M. Night Shyamalan twist, Namafi movie or something. Anyway,
Not much of a twist if he dies at the end, huh?
Well, that's the twist. He was dead all along, right? Gojira, slow down, Chakram. He doesn't have the Yule Scepter, so he's gonna be fine for now. Oscar still want to chase after Gojira. There can only be one robot here. He needs to find a tree though. He finds Gojira. Good tree. Flame break as well, and they'll cut him down. However, the Cogs put him in the high ground, and now he needs a way to escape instead of TP.
Yeah, Phoenix gonna just take Icarus dive down, of course, but yeah, the lack of stuns kind of making things somewhat awkward there as Oscar still getting to play the Timbersaw Dream. You know, the enemies can't run from him, and without the magic immunity, these supports are very easy pickings for him. Little smoke play now for Thunder Awakening, as they are liking the numbers of advantage they currently have. They're going to look for C-Smile first, who has a BKB, will activate it, and his own Yule Scepter to buy some time. Inside the Wukong's command, of course, it's support Monkey King, and they're even going to be able to drag back the Phoenix to his death, so no Supernova here. C-Smile's BKB is going to expire after he pops the Exo. DD Rune active for Pakaz and the BKB. Oh, and a great Chronosphere. He's stunned momentarily, but he finds two heroes, and the follow-up is there this time. Hector's going to pop the BKB. He's manning up with the Eclipse active, as now Thunder Awakening spreading. They're just dying everywhere. Hector's still alive. Of all things, it's going to be Dark Mago picking him off with the Flame Break.
Yeah, they kill Whisper there towards the end. That was actually a huge blunder there by Beastcoast. The initiation, the Yule Scepter to right as the Poison Nova was coming out, and instead of protecting a more valuable hero, they weren't able to save Hector. It was not the fight they were looking for at all. I mean, the loss of C-Smile in the beginning of the fight, you still could take it, right? It was just really weird. This is the thing that Beastcoast is their biggest weakness and one of the biggest strengths of Thunder Awaken, right? Thunder Awaken is a team that knows when a fight is good for them, even if it might not seem that way to even us, right? And that's something that, yeah, I don't know. They kind of screwed over there on Beastcoast. They need to acknowledge that Thunder Awaken will always be laying in wait for these traps.
Yeah, an awkward fight, but a win nonetheless for Thunder Awaken. My goodness, did Hector come out of that Chronosphere with an absolute bloodlust, though? As it does most of the damage there to the Faceless Void. Now that Scotty is just about to be completed, he can basically kiss any hopes of actually getting any HP back with Time Walk. Goodbye. I guess he's got BKB,
no,
but...
it doesn't work that way, right?
Well, against Vessel... Wait, yeah, there's a Vessel, right?
No, isn't Time Walk like time lapse?
Is it?
I don't think it counts as a heal.
I think it is, right? It's Time Lapse and Sunder, or the three?
I think I just looked up Time Walk and I got magic cards.
I don't think so. I think it's Sunder and Time Lapse. I'm trying to remember if it's the same interaction as it is with Ice Blast. Only Time Lapse and Sunder, I believe, will adjust your HP, right?
It says, oh, okay, it is a heal. No, you're right. Yeah, you're totally right.
Yeah.
It is fully affected by heal manipulation. Interesting. So I guess can you go Holy Locket on Void and then heal extra on Time Walk, or a thing?
Actually, you know, new meta right here.
Or new, slasher. It's your way back, my dude. But okay. I was unaware that you're right. So the Time Walk does not work like Time Lapse. Good. Thank you. Good, we checked that. So you're right about the Scotty point then. I mean, that's also partially the reason why Void didn't go for the Time Walk build, as I said. Though, to be honest, I didn't think he would have this much damage in Chrono. He got stunned and he's still almost 100 to 0 Nectar in a single Chrono.
He's pretty close. Mjolnir is a fantastic item, attack speed, pseudo evasion proc as well. Not that Luna has any right now. Yeah. Decided against Butterfly. Okay. Don't disagree.
I think it's the right
play
choice.
From Hector.
Because if you think about this build, right, this build also would like MKB. Like, it's not a bad item for the Void, right?
Good point.
So, and Mjolnir also, as we mentioned. So I feel like those two make it more viable to go Satanic. Because on the other hand, this build is pretty... Like, Scotty sucks for this build. Because it gives you a bunch of stats you don't need. You want burst damage, right? So the Satanic is a bit more free for Luna. I love seeing how both carriers are adapting to this game, though. I think the optimization of these carriers are actually crucial for this game. Particularly Void optimization has become really interesting these past few years.
Yeah, agreed. I'm going to rely on a couple of less common items as Thunder Awaken now with Chronosphere at the ready. Going to go for a smoke play. Lasso's up in 8 seconds, but Beastcoast have everything ready to go. Roshan, it's going to be a long one, so this fight is not going to determine the next Rosh spawn.
Oh!
The nice blink, goes in aggressively, only finds one there with the Poison Nova, and the Echo Stomp is going to set up for the two-man Chrono. This time, Stinger cannot escape, pulled with this way, that way. Pakaz can't even get the kill, so the Supernova's out. Oskar locked down, does get the Timber Chain off and away as Gojira chasing after him, does get vision for another Lucent Beam. The Yule Scepter reflected by the Lotus Orb as Panda can offer nothing, but well, just really an Astral Spirit. Oskar, though, he's going to use that space and time to escape off into the trees, his mortal enemy, as Panda will die in his place, and Oskar is going to get the TP away.
How did he get a Supernova off? If that is not a sign that you don't have damage in Chrono, I don't know what is, dude. You literally got a position 5. You hit him with the Earth Splitter of all abilities, and nothing else, and he just got away with a Supernova for free.
Well, you know what the problem was there? He got flame braked into the Roche pit, and then as Pakaz was zooming around, as he was zooming around the terrain, the Earth Splitter pulled him back to the other side of the Roche pit.
Okay, all right, okay. So just a bit of a meme.
It was a little bit of a Wile E. Coyote situation there for Pakaz, unfortunately. He was kind of getting yanked around by the by the pathfinding.
Fair enough. There's been a couple of like infighting between the teams, between the Schofield Yule Center earlier, and now with this. I feel like the teams really need to get on the same page. These team fights are hard, though, to be honest.
So I knew you could vacuum while people were inside a Chronosphere. I had no idea you could also flame break. I guess it makes sense, considering it. You know, you can also hook and all that stuff, but you know, you can't cookie, so I don't know.
Yeah, I'm interested in what movement speed abilities, because you can't force stuff either, right? So I don't know.
Oh,
like,
you cannot force staff.
Yeah, that's why I also thought the flame break wouldn't go through it. Yeah, that's
but I mean, that's definitely what happened. It was very goofy, but
is it because allied? Is that why? Like, if it's an allied ability, you won't move. If it's an enemy, you will.
But I mean, force staff doesn't, you know, do it
That's
either,
why.
right?
That's
well,
why.
Well, I don't think Pudge Hook discriminates either.
Oh, that's true. That's true. Okay, I see your point. Like, if you went to offensive force staff, right, or like a Hurricane Pike or whatever, it still wouldn't work.
Yeah, that's
okay,
what. Yeah. I don't understand it. I was surprised by that. I thought it wouldn't have it affected it. I don't think the shard has anything to do with it because it just gives you a second charge and applies napalm.
No.
So.
I mean, it's Dota. You could.
It very well could. Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, if anything about Dota, it is a consistent game. That's the most important part about Dota. Yeah.
It's true. It is true. And now the Satanic is nearly completed for Ector, alongside this Titan Sliver.
BKB on Oskar, actually. Pretty big deal. Because now he can be the, like, we talked about this with Astini. Timbersaw's not really initiator, he just puts his body forward, right? But when you have BKB, just putting your body forward does kind of become the true initiation. Because you give vision, so your team can do that, right? And now you have 3 sources of somewhat vision. Monkey King, the Spirit from Elder Titan, and also the Timbersaw, right? As he tanks. It's a big deal to get good Chronos.
This is a big deal as well, this incoming Roche fight. I was going to ask you, which team has better Roche control? I think we're about to see, as there's going to be Whisper getting caught in the opening burst.
Okay, Whisper does get the poison off before he dies, but that's a good Chrono, actually. However, that Sunray is completely nullifying the impact of the Chrono. Oh, that shard was clutch here, and the Supernova canceled this Void. Now everyone's on the retreat here for Thunder Awaken. The question is not will they win this fight, but how many of them will die as the fight ends. Oskar might be the last victim of this engagement as they got rid of the 2 supports. Thunder Awaken unable to make this work. Despite it being a good Chrono, it's just the Phoenix is canceling this Void so hard.
Yeah, and does gets procced there on the Phoenix, so he's very easily able to cast that Supernova. He's got Shard, which means even if he did cast Sunray before, it refreshes upon the cast of Supernova. So he definitely had one ready to go. Definitely made advantage, or took great use of it there. There's another Sunray at the ready. Great hook shot in from Gojira, as Ector being forced away slightly by Dark Mago. Does not have a lasso, though, for this fight, and that's just Pakaz dead!
He went in without BKB, my guy. And then they destroy Matthew as well. Dark Mago did have his own BKB, but he's being body blocked by Whisper. And the Scotty Slow will get him. Dark Mago will die. Okay, that's the kind of fight where that was no patience there. That's what Stini was talking about, the lack of discipline. He went in without BKB, without Chrono, with a build that's based around BKB and Chrono.
Yeah, he just time walks in and doesn't really do much of anything at all. I mean, maybe a Mjolnir proc here and there. That was no lasso. That was no Earth Splitter. They have nothing in that fight. I mean, It's such a hard counter, this Phoenix here to the Faceless Void, it feels. He doesn't even have a Holy Locket. I checked for Holy Locket in that fight. I went, surely he must have a Locket. That was an insane amount of healing. Nope, just DP. Just DP being tanky.
I mean, honestly, DP and Luna, right, are just two naturally tanky heroes. Or they itemized to do so, right?
Yeah,
With the
stat
Satanic.
builders. Exactly.
And because of the build with Void, like, you're kind of limited to, you need to get the perfect Chrono and get to kill these heroes in the Chrono. Otherwise, you're really useless. That's the problem we're kind of facing right now.
Even when Thunder, well, besides their very first game with this, even when they like played this before, it was very similar, where the execution just felt impossible on these Chronospheres. That's why I was, I mean, I know I wasn't, you couldn't hear me when I was, when the draft was going on, but I was still so surprised to see this Faceless Void pick, because they're having the exact same issues with it. They have now at least Chronosphere ready to go with the Earth Splitter, but, you know, you ban Wraith King because he's got a second life in Chronosphere, and Ector now, well, he's got that second life with Aegis, so I just don't see how Thunder Awaken managed to give the boot here to Beastcoast. I think this is at least 2 lanes of barracks.
Yep, I agree. Once again, the power of the Luna, right? Once you get to the high ground, how you get rid of her. Yeah, the Time Lock Shard, okay. That'll help a bit, I suppose. The Clockwork does have an Ag, so he still has double hook shot if he need be. He'll start to protect himself for a second. Then the Supernova defensively used. Gojira actually using the second hook shot offensively. Then to go in for the Timber first. Oscar activates the BKB. He's got a TP in the middle of this fight because they just can't deal with Beastcoast. He TP'd in his base. That's how screwed over Thunder Awaken is right now. Beastcoast retreats because they've used all their ultimates. There's a discipline we're talking about, but
yeah,
Thunder Awaken really, really losing the plot.
Yeah, they're on the ropes right now. Beastcoast just playing super, super well around them. You know, it's a very defensive usage there of the Supernova. He ends up kind of getting baited a little bit by the Slide Whistle Ag Shard that Pakaz now has. But I mean, Thunder Awaken, they get nothing basically out of that. They don't even get the kill onto the Clockwork, who is farming a camp down bottom. They lose 2 lanes of barracks. They lose second Roche. It is looking very, very dire for them here. Luckily, they still have the lower bracket, but I'm sure, you know, having beaten Beastcoast very handedly, of course, at the end of the regular season 2-0, they probably weren't expecting to even go to a Game 3 here, I would assume.
I'm not gonna lie, though, the Thunder Awaken we're seeing today, like, I want to give a lot of merit to Beastcoast, and they're playing much better, but the Thunder Awaken we're seeing today is much worse than the one we saw in the Beastcoast game. With all due respect.
It's the patience, to me. The patience here for Beastcoast it has gone
up.
But
the drafts, too. Both draft in game number 1 and game 3 were shaky at best, right? Like, there are a lot of mistakes to be fixed in those drafts, something we didn't really see in the DPC season.
Do you recall the opening 2 picks for Thunder Predator?
What, this game?
Yes, this game.
It was Monkey King plus the Bat.
Yeah.
The hook shot.
Shot in. Matthew's going to die back.
Okay, Gojira celebrating. Look, I'm flying! I'm not going to get to kill a monkey because I decided to fly! Instead, it's going to be the DP who gets it with the Shivas. They have to commit a lot. Because, again, Gojira just wanted to experience flawlessness.
the miracle of flight. There is still a Chronosphere, but again, the follow-up here is going to be lacking, so it needs to be a good one. An Ector with an Aegis for another 2 minutes. Oh no, the Self-Lotus. That's how C-Smile lost game 1, and that's how Dark Mago is going to go out here. He's got buyback, but no BKB and no Flaming Lasso. As Oscar with the Flamethrower active, it's got to get back his BKB duration ending. That's Megas. Beastcoast, they're still going full tilt forward as Ector force-taps himself forward. There's Whisper, he finds 2 now on the ulti. Panda is just going to melt here. Gojira is going to hookshot outside of the enemy fountain. Flamethrower active for Oscar, but he's going to go down because his BKB, now having been expended, only has Chronosphere to play with as C-Smile dives the fountain. He will be punished for that one at the very least. Stinger's Aeon Disc has been procced, but Ector is focusing the throne. It's falling low. There's finally going to be the Chronosphere, but there's still losing the throne here, down to 100 HP and sent to the lower bracket. Denied of perfection is Thunder Awakening as Beastcoast take the 2-1 victory.
What is that, Victor? He has to always write something stupid as the GG comes out. But yes, Beastcoast, they managed to beat Thunder Awaken 2-1, which means Thunder Awaken will be in the lower bracket. Beastcoast will be waiting for them in the final. And now Thunder Awaken has to beat an opponent that they did pretty well against in the DPC, but they're looking a bit weaker this time. Will they be able to beat Infamous? Honestly, big question mark there.
Yeah, and I know before the game, you know, Panda was quite excited for an interview. He's gonna have to prepare an interview for tomorrow instead, because rather than the one best of 5, Thunder were probably hoping to play tomorrow. They're gonna have to face off in a best of 3 as they are sent down to the lower brackets. Patience from Beastcoast, I think, here. Definitely Molo Serio today was the biggest difference I saw, not only between the regular season and today, but even between yesterday and today, Avo. I think Beastcoast definitely really stepping up to kind of the level that Thunder Awaken definitely deserve, especially in Game 1 for Beastcoast. I think was a class example of how these guys can play Dota when they really need to rise to the occasion.
Yeah, I agree. I feel like today Beastcoast was the Beastcoast that we're used to seeing on majors, right? And more importantly, this discipline that they found for themselves, whether it be because of the playoffs or because Balki is now coaching them. Honestly, I want to give some credit to him because he might be the reason as well, or just because they finally got tired of losing. Like that might also be the case. Whatever it is, I like this Beastcoast. This is the good Dota that we saw. Like this is the Beastcoast that I remember when I was watching the TI quals and TI9, and all the analysts that don't watch South America would say, oh, Beastcoast probably going to be last place, or Infamous back then, right? And I was like, yeah, you guys only really check results. Like, watch the games. You can tell this team is good. And it's much more than they just beat Thunder Awaken. It's the plays they made. It's how they play the map, understanding the spaces, the patience they demonstrate. That's the kind of Dota that's tier 1, regardless of who you're playing against or how well or badly Thunder Awaken played.
Definitely agreed. Yeah, again, to me, the patience was really something special. And Ector breaking out a hero that they've been reluctant, at least this season, to go back to, and winning both games on it, right? As well, to me, was going to be fairly impressive. I mean,
yeah.
I assume Ector's got Dota Plus, right? If not now, you can certainly afford it with the extra money that they've just secured, not to mention DPC points, right? I know I've harped on it heavily, but it is important. Mini major, there's no international major anymore, but at least there's something here for Beastcoast to claim, as they will head on to the grand finals tomorrow.
Let's go and see what our panel thought about this game, as I'm really excited to see if they think that Beastcoast is looking Modo Serio as well. Astini, Duster, congratulations. You guys are the first panel to get all 3 guesses right in all the DPC. Astini, don't be so proud because you were also part of the other panels and you also messed up. But good job, dude. We're improving here. What a great guess. You guys saw the weaknesses in the Awaken's draft. I think it was pretty obvious. So I'm kind of questioning. Like, let's not harp on these mistakes. I want to know what do you think the thought process was. Like, what do you think they were going for when you went for the Timber or the Void? What do you think? What are the strengths that you saw there from their picks here, Astini?
I think so much on that player hero comfort that I really think that I have actually overrated Thunder Predator, because I was repeating over and over during the DPC season that they would finish 7-0. They indeed did finish. But now that you really see them being tested by teams, they just show like that they somehow luckily managed to have some good reps, because now that they're being tested, they have so much weird picks. Like this Timber made 0 sense, the Void made 0 sense. It's not something that we are just bringing up because they lost. We brought it up in the draft at the exact moment they picked the heroes. Like, it's such like a player hero comfort that it worked really well for them in the past. Like, yeah, Dark Mago is the only mid laner that's been playing Tiny. Now, like, and it was working really well. But now Pakaz is the only hard carry that's picking Faceless Void no matter what. And
yeah,
doesn't make sense. Yep.
All right, Duster, can you tell me something, Mike? Have you ever been in this position? You talked about being top in South America, and then all of a sudden seeing people were catching up to you. Do you think Thunder Awaken might be experiencing a bit of that their weaknesses are becoming more exploited?
In this draft, just picking hero comfort and like just think you're the better team, so why not stick to your strength and pick what you usually win. But yeah, this series really showed Thunder their weakness, and it's for sure this comfort picks that they have. They just don't adapt. They're not adapting well. And every day, every week, pretty much new heroes are popping. Even though in this 1 year patch, peaks are still appearing, new peaks, new strats, and they are not changing anything at all. And as a player, I have to stand my ground here, and I'm gonna say TA8 pick there would be the game-winning decision. No
Good.
reason for a bet or Faceless Void after it. Just very weird.
I think you're very well suited to being on the panel. As a true panelist, what you have to do is say one thing and stick to it until the game ends, and then blame it all on that. So that's top tier, Duster. What would you say though when you're in this position where, like, how do you fix the overconfidence? Like, how did you work on it when you were in that position? What do you think is the best strategies? Are the best strategies?
Well, I got kicked when we were in this position. So
Sure.
And they never were able to fix it since it was downhill for them also.
Right. All right, Thunder Awaken, you heard it. You're screwed. There's no way back.
I don't have the best experience for it, but I would say just grab a coach. Astini is here. Just poach Astini from Hokari. So you need at moments like this. You need someone from outside perspective. I think they're just like tunnel vision right now in their heroes, their strats. You need someone to say stuff outside. I think it's the only way.
I actually like that you mentioned that because Thunder Awaken is one of the. Well, I mean, Awaken Kings as well, but they're one of the few teams without a coach. With no coach, even though being a top team, their org has offered them coaches before, but they have not seen the need. Of course, it's been an issue in South America for a long time because coaches that speak Spanish are rare. Most Spanish-speaking people are players, and those that stop playing might not be the best suited to be coaches for various reasons. As you can tell, Hokori, a Spanish team, is being coached by Astini. No flame to Astini, but he literally does not speak the language, and he's still coaching them. So imagine the
muy
need
bien. Puedo hablar español. ¿Qué pasa, chico?
Not bad, actually. Bien, Astini. Está orgulloso de ti. But on a genuine note, that's been an issue with a lot of teams. Beastcoast has also experienced this, and when some teams have tried to go international, like for example Thunder or Predator on TI, it has not really worked out for them. So I don't know what the solution is here. I actually would not be able to tell you, Duster, who they would pick up as coach. I don't know who would be willing to coach Thunder Awaken. That's like a capable top tier guy, besides Egorko, as he jokingly pointed out.
Sometimes it doesn't need to be a top tier guy. Like you see, nothing against Valky, but Beastcoast picked Valky, for example, and he has just been kicked from Apu Kings, and seems to be working pretty well for them. I think just a matter of having someone with this outside perspective to help them have a second opinion. Honestly.
Yeah? I mean, I'll ask Astini on that because you're also not like, again, no flame, but you're not a top tier, right? You're not a ex-Dota pro or 10K MR player, yet you still coach and teams respect you. And I've seen a lot of trend of this changing. Mangusu's in a similar position. And I've been told by a couple of teams that, like, I don't care if the guy is like 2K as long as I can speak Dota with him and he understands Dota at a high level. Have you seen this mentality changing over the years, Astini?
Yes, but it's because like people have been able to prove their value throughout time. It's not because like they're like, okay, now I'm ready to hear anyone that has 2K MMR. It's basically because
that's not the case.
After Dandy tells he learned a lot from me, then someone is willing to hear from me. Before that, they're not. So like, but like, for example, when Duster called me to be a coach, he had no clue if I knew anything about Dota. He's just like, okay, outside the game, you know a lot. Like, not Dota related. Like, we were in a tournament together, and he basically mentioned, hey, if you weren't here, not even as a coach, I was there as a friend, we would have disbanded. But then you just like told some nice words. You got to talk with every player. We were having a fun time. I want you as a coach. And then I started looking at the game. So it depends. You need a good relation with the players so they can trust you enough to hear what you have to say inside games. So it's like a very long process. I don't think like Thunder Predator is gonna take like any Peruvian 2K MMR that shows up with good ideas. Even if the guy knows the solution, it's really hard to actually hear those guys because it's very unlikely that they actually have something useful to say. So you don't want to try that 1%.
That is true. Obviously, I was just taking a random guy, like going to your pubs, going to a Guardian pub and be like, yeah, this guy seems like he knows what he's doing. But it is true that it's been an issue in the past in South America where a lot of, let's say, analysts or coaches, they will dedicate themselves to esports, right? And as you said, they would be like not particularly well versed in the game or not the experts at Dota they needed, but they were very good at things outside of it. Egorko's a good example of it, where he showed his players discipline. Thipo1 was another one that coached Ego Boys a while back, also very low MR, just a guy that's there to like discipline them. And South America has been changing their mentality on this, because sometimes what you need is a guy to tell you, like you said, an outside perspective. Not your leader, not the guy who tell you what to draft. The guy just telling you, hey, I think this is correct, I think it is not. That's it. So I think this is a good trend, mainly because otherwise we're going to have 15 teams without coaches. And if we ever make it to TI, then it's like 3 teams, no coaches, and it's just kind of sad for the region. As we're still trying to contact our interviewer. But we're going to have to see.
Yeah, meanwhile, just on top of that, now I believe I know about the game. But by that time, I had no clue. I was working full-time, totally another thing.
Mm-hmm.
Now I coached a Peruvian team where, as you mentioned, like I can speak some Spanish, but it's not my native language, so I couldn't help anything outside the game. I was just like helping them inside the game, just Dota 2. And actually, I think that was the biggest flaw.
Yeah, because many players don't need to get told how to play Dota, right? They're already pro players for a reason.
Because it was totally like I think the mental part really got us like away from the results. We won like 90% of screens and lost officials.
Okay, we got an interview now with Chris Luck. Thank you for covering there, Stevie. As he finally joined, and we get to ask him some questions. Let's go to the interview. Hola, Chris, ¿qué tal? ¿Cómo estás?
¿Qué tal, Lau? ¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo vas?
Bien, bien. ¿Contento por la victoria?
Sí, sí. O sea, no, voy a estar más contento cuando ganemos, ¿no? La final, ¿no? Obviamente.
He says, we're going to be happy when we win the final, but we're just kind of happy. We're kind of happy here. Chris, ha habido un cambio fuerte en ustedes de DPC ahora. ¿Hicieron algo especial para cambiar chip o la mentalidad? Scofield nos habló ayer de que había un poco de cambio de chip.
Claro, o sea, es como que hemos estado hablando mucho, como se dice, todos estos días, ¿no? Hemos estado hablando y sabiendo qué es lo que pasaba, ¿no? Porque pasaban ciertas cosas o tratábamos de hacer otras cosas, ¿no? Y es como que hemos coordinado entre todos y hemos llegado a algo mejor, ¿no? Y muy aparte es como que ahorita también tenemos un apoyo un poco más de afuera, por así decirlo, ¿no? O sea, como que un analista, algo así, ¿me entiendes?
So he says that they talked after the DPC and they talked about why they do certain things and why they don't do certain things and why they're failing at certain things, and they tried to figure out the reasoning essentially at a team meeting per se, and figure out a lot of the issues. And he also says that they also are now getting some outside help from an analyst as well, and that's going to help them out. That's been helping them out a lot. ¿Puedo mencionar a este analista o es de secreto, Chris?
O sea, por ahora creo que todavía no lo diría y después tal vez, o sea, es como que solo fue como que algo del momento, ¿me entiendes? O sea, es como que...
Ya.
Pero sí, es como que fue inesperado y llegó, ¿no? Algo así. No sé si me explico bien.
Sí. He says that the analyst that they have with the outside help is kind of like they kind of came out of the blue and unsure how long it's going to last or what's happening with it, but for now it's working for them, so they're pretty happy about it. Como en las partidas, una cosa que he notado bastante que no hacíais en la DPC hay mucha más disciplina, por ejemplo, al subir la high ground, de cosas por el estilo. Os habéis retirado muchas más veces de lo que hacíais en la DPC. ¿Eso es algo que trabajasteis? ¿Tú intentases tener a alguien que dijese siempre hagamos esta jugada, no la hagamos, etcétera?
Claro, o sea, es como que, como te vuelvo a repetir, es como que hemos coordinado entre todos y hemos decidido, ¿no? Hacer las cosas bien, ¿no? Mucho mejor que antes, ¿no? Y creo que eso es lo que hemos estado haciendo, ¿no? En los últimos juegos que hemos tenido.
Yeah. So he says, once again, he says, I'll tell you again, it's like we're just trying to coordinate and do the things better than we were doing before, and I feel like a lot of the games we're just not doing well, and now we're just doing things as appropriately. Esto, mucha gente dirá que es por playoffs, ¿no? Y que la DPC volveréis a estar lo mismo, pero para ustedes no tiene nada que ver, ¿no? O sea, es un cambio no por estar jugando a las finales, ¿verdad?
¿Cómo? No entendí muy bien.
O sea, que mucha gente habla del modo serio de Beastcoast, ¿no? Y habla de la idea de que cuando son playoffs o cuando es international, pues jugáis mejor. Pero para ustedes es un cambio en general, no solo del torneo.
Claro, ¿no? Es un cambio en general, es como que hay cosas que pasan en cualquier equipo, ¿no? Como cualquier otro team de acá o de afuera, así es como que siempre hay algo, ¿no? Y eso es como que se tiene que trabajar, ¿no? Para mejorarlo. Y es lo que venimos haciendo, ¿no? Pero para hacerlo mejor. Y claro que ayuda de muchas cosas, como que tú sabes que siempre nos ponemos así a hablar juntos y ahora lo estamos haciendo mucho con más ganas, ¿no? Haciendo hablar de eso o de repente tomar el tiempo juntos, cosa que antes hacíamos, ¿no? Antes hacíamos, de repente nos poníamos a ver películas o hacíamos algo entre grupos y ahora es como que estamos volviendo a hacerlo eso.
So he says, I want to ensure to tell people. He wants to ensure to tell people that it's not just a regional finals thing. That is a change in general. Most teams go through ups and downs. It just happens that sometimes these coincide with more important tournaments, and they just turn it on for a more important tournament. But it doesn't have to do with that. It has to do more with the fact that they've talked about these issues and they're trying to fix them. He's also said that they're doing more activities as a group. They used to talk a lot as a group, and recently they haven't been doing it as much. And they are doing it again, and they're starting to have fun. They're starting to enjoy themselves, each other again, enjoy each other's company, and that's really fomented a sense of unity within the team. Chris, el ganar a Thunder Awaken para ti significaba algo por el hecho de que os habían ganado ya la DPC 2 veces, o era solo un equipo más para la victoria?
O sea, es como que es alguien que está ahí, ¿no? O sea, es como que, como te pusieron, que está ahí al frente de nosotros, ¿no? Y si está al frente tenemos que pasarlo, ¿no? O sea, derribarlo como de cualquier forma, ¿no? Creo que esa es mi idea, la que siempre, ¿no? Cualquier equipo que esté adelante se tiene que ganar.
Okay. They're just one other team. It's an obstacle. They're in front of us, and we have to beat them. And if we want to win, we have to beat Thunder Awaken along the way. It's not so much that it's them, but it hasn't been a team that's been an obstacle there for a while, regardless. Chris, ¿alguna cosa que quieras decirle a tus fans o a tus seguidores?
Que siga apoyando, ¿no? La gente, todo, ¿no? Así, sea de parte de nuestro equipo, los otros equipos, como Infamous o la Apu Kings, que lo han estado haciendo bien, ¿no? Y que sería bueno que salgan más equipos, ¿no? Si se vuelve más entretenido la competición, ¿no? O sea, es como que hay mucho más competencia, por así decirlo, ¿no? Claro que es como que te podría decir que va a salir nuevos equipos, nuevos jugadores y eso va a ser muy bueno para la región de Sudamérica, ¿no? Que es lo que más anhelan todos, ¿no?
He says, thank you to all the fans and everyone who supports us, but also keep supporting the region. He says there's new talent rising all the time. I think Avoplus kind of proved it, which is a team that's been playing pretty well recently. And in general, more competition is good. It's more fun. For obviously for us and also for them, and it's better for the region in general. So keep supporting South America, and you'll see new players, new talent coming up and rising up, and bringing the level further and further up, and that's best for everybody. So keep supporting the region. Gracias, Chris, por tu tiempo. Un placer, amigo, y nos vemos pronto.
Gracias, Tiago. Un gusto hablar contigo, como siempre. Saludos.
Adiós.
Gracias.
All right. I like that last message. I think it was quite nice. Chris always worried a little bit more about the region. As he says, more competition is good for everybody. We all want all regions to be competitive. So support it. Genuinely, to the chatters, I know that some people come here and it's just fun to attack teams and stuff, but like, if you like Dota, we all benefit when Dota gets better everywhere. You tell, I know NA is fun to bash, but at the same time, wouldn't it be cool if NA had 8 competitive teams? That'd be amazing. We get better Dota. Everyone likes that, right? So think about it twice when you're trying to write a mean comment, or even if you're going to message a team. Think about if what you're going to do has a net negative impact, even for yourself, like not even for the teams. Don't even think about being a good person. Does it even benefit you to be mean? Probably not. Especially because I'm going to ban you. But besides that. Anyway, with that message, Astini, Duster, closing thoughts about the series. I'm going to start with you, Astini. Anything you'd like to say, Mr. Oracle?
I'm very happy from what I've seen from Beastcoast, not so happy from what I've seen from Thunder Predator, but they really seem to be smart guys. I've heard really, really, really well about Matthew, and maybe they can use that lower bracket finals to come up with better ideas, better draft. I really think they are able to beat Beastcoast on the best of 5, like assuming they manage to beat Infamous. So not the best day for that team, but I still have high hopes on what they have to show, not only here in South America again, but if they make it to a major, I think it's a good thing to represent the region.
Duster?
Yeah, just happy to see a coach making a difference at Beastcoast. Hope it becomes a trend here. And yeah, excited for the grand finals. It's always nice to see Beastcoast playing their 100%. They're one of the most fun teams to watch internationally. Just really nice when they're in their best form. It's cool to watch.
And of course, Duster, you're also excited for the semifinals, right? Because tomorrow we're going to have first Infamous versus Thunder Awaken, an equally exciting matchup, but for very different reasons. Thunder Awaken trying to get back into their groove, whereas Infamous, as Tini has said previously times on panel, where do they stand? Nobody knows, really. This team has been all over the place at the DPC, from drafts and playstyle. They have been the best team sometimes and the worst team sometimes. I mean, they lost to whole Corey, so no. Poor Infamous. Poor Infamous is still trying to find their footing with a completely new squad of a lot of young, talented players, particularly Lumiere and Alone, and they're some of the rising talent that we want to see rise even further. Thunder Awaken, though, looking for that second chance at a rematch against Beastcoast. Let's see what's going to happen. For us, though, that's it. No more regional finals today. We'll see you guys tomorrow again at 4 a.m. my time. That's useless for you. 5 p.m. if you live in Brazil, or 3 p.m. if you're from Peru or the West Coast as well. We hope you enjoyed the broadcast. We hope you enjoyed the matches, and we'll see you tomorrow with some more Dota 2. Until then.